When writing academic descriptions, you often need to convey two very different kinds of information. The present simple describes facts, habits, and general truths that are always true. Think of scientific laws or established theories. They remain constant over time. Conversely, the present continuous is used for actions happening right now or for describing temporary situations that are changing in a specific period. The key takeaway here is the concept of permanence. If it's universally true and doesn't require an active action to be stated, you usually need the simple form. If you are focusing on a snapshot, what is happening during this particular research cycle or observation period, then the continuous tense is your friend. Here are 5 examples. The earth revolves around the sun. General fact, present simple. Notice how this sentence uses no action verbs. It simply states an established truth. This kind of general knowledge is always appropriate for the simple present tense because the fact itself never changes, regardless of who is writing or when they are writing. Researchers are currently investigating deep-sea thermal vents. Temporary action, present continuous. The use of are investigating tells the reader that this is an ongoing process. This isn't a permanent scientific state. It's a focused activity happening around the time you are writing your paper. Photosynthesis converts light energy into chemical energy. Scientific process, present simple. This describes a repeatable biological process. Since this conversion happens every time the conditions are right, it is treated as an enduring scientific principle, making the simple present the best choice. The local community is adopting sustainable farming methods. Changing trend, present continuous. This example highlights a trend. The phrase is adopting suggests momentum and change in progress within the community structure. It's more dynamic than saying they simply adopt them. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Universal scientific law, present simple. This is another classic example of a universal constant. Because this law holds true under standard atmospheric pressure, it functions as an unchanging general truth and requires the simple present tense. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Permanent states and habits. Use present simple for universal facts, scientific laws, or things that are habitually true. When describing the inherent nature of something, whether it's a planet's orbit or an animal's diet, you treat it as immutable. These established truths anchor your description with authority and stability. Temporary circumstances. Use present continuous for actions that are developing, incomplete, or limited to a specific time period. This tense adds immediacy and focuses the reader's attention. If you want your writing to feel active and timeless, if the research is happening right now, the continuous form is perfect. Stative versus dynamic verbs. Be careful with stative verbs, which describe states of being rather than physical actions. Verbs like know, believe, or understand are usually stative and rarely take the continuous form. If you try to say, I am knowing the answer, it sounds unnatural. Stick to simple present for these state verbs. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the economy is growing slowly. Say, the economy grows slowly. While is growing suggests current activity. When discussing general economic cycles or patterns within an academic paper, the simple present is much stronger. It presents the trend as a recognized pattern rather than a temporary observation. Incorrect. The scientist is believing that climate change affects biodiversity. Correct. The scientist believes that climate change affects biodiversity. This error involves a stative verb. Believe describes a mental state, not an action you can perform continuously. Always remember to use the simple present tense with verbs of emotion or thought. Don't say, many mammals are maintaining high body temperatures. Say, many mammals maintain high body temperatures. Maintaining a constant temperature is a biological characteristic or a permanent function. Because it's part of the species' inherent design, we treat it as an unchanging fact using the simple present tense. Here are 4 ways to practice. Review your thesis statement first. Determine if your paper focuses on permanent facts or temporary studies to set the appropriate tense foundation. Before writing a single sentence, ask yourself, am I defining reality, simple, or describing an event in time, continuous? Matching your tense choice to your core argument will immediately improve coherence. Master stative verbs. Create a list of common stative verbs associated with your field, such as constitute, measure, or imply. If you find yourself using a verb that describes a relationship or a status, rather than an action requiring effort, pause and check if the simple present tense is more appropriate. This small habit prevents common grammatical slips. Vary your tense shifts. Don't stay in one tense for too long. Shift between simple and continuous to keep your description engaging. Good academic writing is dynamic. You might start by stating a permanent truth, simple, then shift to describe the current research efforts, continuous, before concluding with another general principle, simple. This variety keeps the reader engaged. Read experts in your field. Pay close attention to how leading academic journals and textbooks structure their descriptions. Best way to internalize these rules is through immersion. When you read highly polished scientific writing, pay special attention to the verbs used. This active observation will train your ear and mind for natural usage. When you describe historical data or past events in the IELTS speaking test, examiners aren't just listening for correct grammar, they are listening for narrative flow. You need to clearly distinguish between background setting and specific actions. The past progressive tense is perfect for painting that scene, while the simple past delivers the key turning points. Mastering this difference shows sophisticated control over time clauses. Remember that using the continuous aspect like people were migrating establishes a mood or an ongoing state, whereas the simple past, such as the government past, is always punctual and definitive. This ability to shift between background description and sharp action points demonstrates a high level of fluency and structural control. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, at that time, the region was. Say it again. At that time, the region was. This phrase is excellent for starting a paragraph because it immediately signals to the listener that you are entering a historical context. Always follow this up with a past progressive structure to maintain consistency. The word is, by the mid-20th century, things had changed considerably. Say it again. By the mid-20th century, things had changed considerably. Using had changed shifts you into the past perfect. This is crucial because it shows that one change happened before, another event you are describing in the simple past, lending complexity to your narrative. The word is, it was precisely during this period when. Say it again. It was precisely during this period when. This structure helps prevent rambling and acts like an academic spotlight. It tells the listener, pay close attention now because I am about to give you the most important piece of data. Try pausing briefly before saying when for maximum effect. Word is, prior to this development, they were primarily. Say it again. Prior to this development, they were primarily. This is a powerful transitional phrase that helps structure your argument by clearly defining what the situation was before the major change occurred. Think of it as drawing an invisible line in time. This was life before this moment. The word is, consequently, the data shows that. Say it again. Consequently, the data shows that. When you are narrating historical data trends, do not just list facts, explain the connection between them. Starting with consequently forces you to build an argumentative link, greatly boosting your coherence score. Let's compare 4 pairs. Back in the day, people used to. Historically, populations were accustomed to. Avoiding casual starters. The difference here is formality and precision. Back in the day sounds conversational, but academic reports require precise phrasing like historically. Elevating your vocabulary signals maturity as a speaker. Then they just started doing. Subsequently, this process initiated. Using stronger transition words. Never rely on simple adverbs like then or after. Stronger linking phrases such as subsequently, thereafter, or consequently give your speech a structured, researched feel. The problem was that a significant challenge emerged regarding adopting academic vocabulary. When discussing societal data, replacing simple words like problem or showed with more formal synonyms adds weight to your speech. This subtle change instantly boosts the perceived intellectual level of your response. It was really hard for them because the constraint presented was substantial, given that focusing on objectivity. Notice how we remove the subjective emotional language like really hard. In academic speaking, you must maintain an objective tone, describing constraints or factors rather than feelings. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect tense mix. In 1950, the technology improves quickly. Past continuous setting. In 1950, the technology was improving rapidly. When citing a scene in history, always use the past progressive if the action was ongoing. Using simple present or simple past disrupts the flow and makes the narrative sound choppy. Vague vocabulary, grammar. The people lived poor because of war. Precise phrasing. The people were living in poverty due to the effects of the war. Using a full verb phrase like were living is much stronger than just lived. Additionally, replacing weak prepositions like because of with stronger causal structures elevates the overall quality. Simple listing repetition. The war ended and then trade started. Stronger vocabulary and connectors. After the conflict ceased, global trade immediately resumed. Avoid simple conjunctions like and or then. Instead, use sophisticated transition phrases that summarize the relationship between 2 events, making your speech sound more academic and cohesive. Here are 4 ways to practice. Recording yourself, narrating facts. Choose a historical topic and record yourself for 2 minutes. Listen back specifically to track your tense consistency. Don't just listen for grammar mistakes, listen for variety in sentence structure. If every sentence starts the same way, you lose momentum and sound monotonous. Timed IELTS Part 2 practice. Use a cue card that requires historical description. Give yourself exactly 1 minute to plan, then speak for 2 minutes. The time constraint is key here. It forces you to retrieve complex grammar structures quickly under pressure. This simulates the actual test environment perfectly. Shadowing academic speakers. Listen to university lectures or historical documentaries and repeat phrases immediately after the speaker, focusing on rhythm. Shadowing is excellent for absorbing natural English intonation. Pay special attention to how native speakers link their words together, especially when discussing dates or sequences of events. Focus on connective flow. Write out 10 different ways to connect time clauses, e.g., following this, subsequently, meanwhile. Improving your transition words is perhaps the quickest way to boost coherence and fluency marks. Practicing these connectors until they feel natural will make your historical narrative sound seamless. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe the evolution of communication technology in the last century. You should cover how communication was conducted pre-1900. S3. The impact of radio and television. The shift to digital instant communication. Speak for approximately 2 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the chronological sequencing of events using a mix of past simple and past continuous tenses. When you speak about this, make sure that when you describe what was happening, the background, you use was were, mussinging. When describing the moment something changed, like an invention, use the simple past. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to link ongoing action with sudden, pivotal events using contrasting tenses. Your goal is not just to list inventions, but to tell a story of transformation. Use phrases like, while people were still relying on letters, to set the scene before describing the disruptive invention. When writing about trends and future predictions in Task 2, the goal is not just to guess, but to speculate logically based on current data or patterns. You need to use advanced language that shows nuance, acknowledging possibilities rather than stating absolute facts. This requires mastering various forms of future speculation using will for general prediction is likely to for strong probability and modal verbs like might or could when discussing potential outcomes. Remember that academic speculation is a balance. You must sound confident enough to argue your point, but humble enough not to overstate your case. By using, it could lead to you are showing critical thinking that you understand the complexity of the issue and its multiple possible paths. Here are 4 examples. Given the accelerating pace of automation, many jobs currently reliant on routine physical labor will likely diminish within the next decade. Users will likely and strong causation, accelerating pace. Notice how this structure combines a clear cause automation with a highly qualified prediction. Instead of simply saying something will happen, we specify why it will happen, which greatly boosts your coherence score. If global warming trends continue unabated, coastal regions are predicted to face severe infrastructural challenges by 2050. Uses conditional language, if, continue, and formal phrasing, infrastructural challenges. This structure is excellent because it explicitly links a condition warming trends to the outcome. This shows you can write complex cause and effect arguments, moving beyond simple declarative statements. Governments might introduce stricter carbon taxes in response to rising public environmental awareness. Uses might and focuses on potential policy shifts. When predicting human or governmental action, avoid absolute certainty. Using might suggests that while it is plausible, the outcome depends on various factors, making your argument sound more measured and academic. We can observe that personalized medicine will transform healthcare delivery, moving away from one-size-fits-all treatments. Uses will for broad transformation and strong thematic verbs, transform. This example is effective because it uses high-level vocabulary like personalized medicine and transform, which elevates the sophistication of your writing. Link these predictions to broader societal shifts. Let's compare 4 pairs. People will use fewer cars because of the climate change. Due to mounting environmental pressures, public transportation usage is projected to increase significantly in urban centers. Replaces vague language with technical terminology and passive structure. The strong version immediately raises the academic register by using terms like projecteds and urban centers. Furthermore, it shifts focus from a simple prediction about peoples to an observable trend in infrastructure. AI will take away jobs in many fields. While automation is inevitable, the integration of AI is expected to necessitate upskilling workers and creating new job categories that require critical thinking. Addresses complexity by acknowledging counter-arguments, avoiding a single negative conclusion. Great academic writing rarely offers just one side. By using while and suggesting the need for upskilling, you demonstrate nuanced understanding, which is highly rewarded in IELTS grading. Education will become online because of technology. The continued advancements in digital platforms suggest that remote learning models could increasingly supplement traditional classroom instruction. Uses hedging language could increasingly supplements and precise terminology. Note the careful phrasing, supplements is much better than replace, as it implies coexistence. This cautious approach makes your argument sound far more researched and reliable. Governments need to do something about plastic pollution now. Comprehensive policy interventions, particularly those focusing on single-use plastics, are urgently required to mitigate ecological damage. Upgrades the tone from a demand need to an academic necessity are urgently required. In formal writing, avoid emotionally charged verbs like need or must. Instead, use sophisticated nouns and passive voice constructions to maintain objectivity while still conveying urgency. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, technology will make all problems disappear. Strong, while technology offers profound solutions, it is unlikely to resolve systemic social issues alone. The biggest mistake here is overconfidence. A strong academic response always includes a caveat or limitation. By saying unlikely to, you maintain credibility while still arguing your main point. Weak. Because of poor diets, people are going to get sick. Strong, poor dietary patterns could contribute significantly to the rise in chronic illnesses across developed nations. The correction moves away from direct cause and effect because of and users could contribute, which is much softer. This phrasing indicates correlation rather than absolute causation, a critical distinction in academic writing. Weak. If we study hard, the economy will improve. Strong. Should governments invest more heavily in education and infrastructure, regional economic revitalization could be spurred. This mistake shows a personal bias. The strong version uses formal conditional phrasing like, should governments invest? This structure elevates the entire sentence and keeps the focus on systemic. Measurable policy changes. Here are 4 ways to practice. Identify the core relationship. Determine the cause and effect. What is causing the trend, and what will that result in? Before writing a single word, draw a simple flowchart, cause mechanism, effect. This visual planning step forces you to structure your argument logically, ensuring every prediction has clear supporting evidence or reasoning. Master hedging language. Use phrases like, it is plausible that, suggests a trajectory toward or may lead to. Never sound certain when discussing the future. Academic writing values measured, cautious language. Integrating these hedging phrases not only improves your vocabulary score, but also makes your argument appear more sophisticated and researched. Adopt a 3-part prediction structure. Always state 1. The current fact, 2. The mechanism, reason, and 3. The projected outcome. This scaffolding technique provides instant structure. You aren't just predicting, you are building a mini argument. Here is X now because of Y. It is likely Z will happen. Use qualified vocabulary. Swap simple verbs, get, make, for advanced academic verbs, accelerate, necessitate, exacerbate. Vocabulary enhancement in this context means precision. Instead of saying worsen, consider using exacerbate or deteriorate. This minor linguistic shift signals a higher level of expertise to the examiner. Today, we are focusing on 2 powerful yet often confused tenses, the present perfect simple and the present perfect continuous. Both connect the past to the present moment. The key difference lies in what you want to emphasize about that connection. The simple form tends to focus on completed actions, life experiences, or the resulting state. On the other hand, the continuous form emphasizes the ongoing nature of an activity or process up until now. When we use the present perfect, remember that the action started in the past but has relevance right here, right now. Think of it as a bridge. The past endpoint connects directly to our current moment. Knowing whether you are discussing results or duration is half the battle. Here are 5 examples. I have visited Asia 3 times. Present perfect simple experience. Notice that visited is a completed count. We are counting life events here, which makes the simple tense necessary. It tells us about accumulated knowledge or experience. I have been studying Spanish for 6 months. Present perfect continuous, duration. Here, we are emphasizing the process. The focus is on the sustained activity of studying itself over a specific time period. Have you ever seen a total solar eclipse? Present perfect, simple, experience, ever. The use of ever signals that we are asking if this event has happened at any point in the person's life. This is always an experience count. She has been crying since she heard the news. Present perfect continuous, recent activity. The activity of crying started in the past and is either still happening or just stopped. The focus remains on the ongoing nature of that emotion. They have lived in this city since 2018. Present perfect simple, state duration. When describing a state like living somewhere or owning something, the simple tense is usually preferred because the action itself is considered static, not dynamic. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Focus on results, simple. Use the simple form when the result or completion is more important than the process. If you want to tell your listener what the current situation is, for example, that the ground is wet because it rained, you focus on the state. The simple tense captures this immediate outcome. Focus on process, continuous. Use the continuous form when the action itself or the effort of doing it is the main point. This emphasizes momentum and continuity. If someone asks how long you were busy, stressing the continuous action, I've been writing, feels more natural than just stating a result. State verbs versus action verbs. Be careful with stative verbs like know, own, or understand. These usually require the simple form. Stative verbs describe a state of being rather than an action, and they typically do not use continuous tenses. Knowing this distinction is crucial for sounding natural. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, I have been knowing him since childhood. Say, I have known him since childhood. This is a classic error involving stative verbs. Since know describes a permanent state of understanding, we must use the simple form. The continuous tense sounds unnatural here. Incorrect, she has been living in London for years. Correct, she has lived in London for years. While both are grammatically possible, when discussing long-term residence or status, a state, the simple form is much more common and natural sounding. It treats living as a sustained condition. Don't say, how long have you been working on that report? Say, how long have you worked on that report? If the focus is purely on the completion of a task or the total effort expended, rather than emphasizing the background activity, switching to the simple tense provides clearer emphasis. Here are 4 ways to practice. The ever-never test. If you are talking about personal life experiences, defaulting to the present perfect simple is usually safest. For speaking exams or general conversation, remembering that ever and never signal experience counts means the simple tense is your default choice. This helps minimize confusion. Focus on time markers. Pay close attention to time phrases like for 3 hours or since last week. These cues help determine if duration, continuous, or state simple is needed. If the phrase emphasizes the length of effort, use continuous. If it emphasizes the X point in time where a condition began, simple often works better. Practice status statements. Practice making simple statements about your permanent status. I own, I understand, or I believe. These always require the simple tense. Writing down 5 sentences using stative verbs will help train your brain to automatically select the correct, non-continuous form in real-time speech. Drill role plays. Imagine a scenario where you must explain a long-term project. Switch between discussing the ongoing effort and reporting the final results. Role-playing is excellent because it forces rapid contextual switching between tenses. Try describing your routine for 1 minute, then stop and summarize what you have achieved so far. When we are writing or speaking about complex historical events or scientific theories, we often need to establish a timeline. The past perfect tense is our primary tool for this background context. It signals an action that was completed long before another specific point in the past narrative. Think of it as looking backward from a moment already described in the simple past. We are detailing the conditions and knowledge that existed prior to the main incident we are discussing. The key takeaway here is recognizing the before relationship. It's not just that 2 things happen before the present. One action must precede another past action. By using past perfect, you are structuring your narrative with precision, giving your writing an immediate sense of academic depth. Here are 4 examples. Before the discovery of antibiotics, infectious diseases had already devastated global populations, establishing pre-existing conditions. Notice how the simple past tense devastated is grounded in a time frame established by the past perfect. This shows that this devastation was a permanent deep background condition before antibiotics even entered the picture. The committee decided to reject the proposal because previous studies had contradicted its core findings. Background evidence. Here, had contradicted provides the necessary weight for the rejection. The evidence wasn't new. It was a body of work that existed before the committee even met. By the time the policy was implemented, several nations had already developed alternative green energy sources. Preemptive action. This example shows that multiple actors acted independently. The past perfect allows us to group those separate prior actions under one umbrella of established fact. The economist argued that the market had significantly underestimated the long-term effects of globalization. Hypothetical background. This usage is common in academic critique. It implies a deep scholarly review of previous assumptions or analyses that led to an error. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Enhancing chronological clarity. It organizes complex timelines into clear stages of development. When you have multiple background facts, simply using the simple past can create a jumble. The past perfect acts like signposting, telling the reader exactly which actions happened first. Adding academic sophistication. It signals mastery of complex English structures to your audience. In high-stakes academic writing or speaking, demonstrating grammatical range is crucial. Correctly using the past perfect instantly elevates your discourse from descriptive to analytical, creating necessary depth. It grounds your main argument in established facts and context. We use this tense not just for grammar, but for rhetorical effect. It provides weight. The more background you establish using past perfect, the stronger your conclusion feels. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the government changed the rules after the company failed. Say, the government changed the rules after the company had failed. Remember that failed is the main event in your past narrative. The failure needs to be established as something completed before the change, so we must use past perfect. Incorrect. She explained that science found no proof of the theory. Correct. She explained that scientists had found no proof of the theory. Using had found implies a thorough preceding investigation by the time she was speaking. It gives credit to the comprehensive body of work done before her explanation. Don't say, the study analyzed data that contradicts earlier assumptions. Say, the study analyzed data that had contradicted earlier assumptions. This demonstrates the most common mistake. The contradiction happened long before the analysis began, so had contradicted solidifies that deep timeline. Here are 4 ways to practice. Create a timeline sketch. Before writing or speaking, map out 3 key events. Use past perfect for the oldest event. Visualizing the timeline is incredibly helpful when dealing with complex chronology. Force yourself to identify the earliest action and frame it using had plus past participle first. Use transition phrases. Phrases like prior to this event or by that time signal the need for past perfect. These structural signposts are extremely valuable. They help both you and your listener track where in the timeline you are, preventing any confusion about sequence. Vary your background detail. But overuse it. Reserve past perfect for genuinely foundational context only. While powerful, overusing this tense can make your speech sound overly academic or forced. Only escalate the tense when the background detail is absolutely essential to understanding the main point. Practice with historical texts. Read detailed accounts of history and identify how they structure their chronology. Immersion is the best teacher. When you read academic articles or historical documentaries, pay specific attention to when the author establishes background knowledge. Chances are, they are using this exact structure. Reporting verbs are crucial tools that allow us to convey what someone else has said or proposed without adopting their personal bias. They help create an academic distance between you and the material being presented. In essence, we move away from simple direct quotes and toward paraphrasing ideas. This process involves shifting into indirect speech, which requires careful adjustment of tenses. Well, remember that reporting isn't just about summarizing, it's about conveying authority while maintaining neutrality. The key takeaway here is detachment. When you use strong reporting verbs, you position yourself as the academic who synthesizes information from multiple sources rather than simply repeating quotes. This structure naturally enhances your credibility in the eyes of the examiner. Here are 4 examples. The report indicated that rising sea levels impact coastal ecosystems. Using indicated, strong verb. Notice how indicated is more formal and precise than saying someone simply said. It implies the data pointed toward this conclusion. This elevates your vocabulary significantly. Researchers suggested that policy changes are necessary to mitigate these risks. Using suggested, implying recommendation. When you use verbs like suggested or posited, you signal caution. You aren't stating the finding as absolute fact. Rather, you are reporting expert consensus, which is perfect for objective discourse. The panel asserted that economic growth must prioritize sustainability. Using asserted, strong claim. Asserted suggests a firm, evidence-backed statement. It is much stronger than stated and indicates that the source is confident in their claims. Use this when presenting established expert opinions. Experts maintained that consumer behavior patterns have shifted dramatically. Using maintained, sustained view. Choosing a verb like maintained shows you are aware of the source's ongoing perspective. It adds nuance and depth to your presentation, suggesting a long-term academic debate. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Maintaining academic distance. It prevents your personal opinions from overshadowing the evidence. In academic settings, your role is to present knowledge, not merely your feelings about it. By reporting findings objectively, you demonstrate that you have thoroughly researched and synthesized multiple viewpoints. Establishing authority. Objective language makes your presentation sound credible and well-researched. When every claim is attributed according to, researchers noted, or data suggests, you transform yourself from a student into an informed analyst. This structure builds trust with the listener. Handling contradictory evidence. It allows you to fairly present multiple conflicting viewpoints. This is perhaps the most practical use. If source A contradicts source B, you can report both neutrally. While one group argued X, another noted Y. This shows critical thinking. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the CEO said that the market was volatile. Say, the CEO advised that the market had been volatile. Remember to backshift your tense when using indirect speech. If the original statement used was, it must shift to had been. This is a fundamental rule of reported speech. Incorrect. They suggested that climate change is accelerating. Correct. They suggested that climate change was accelerating. The core error here is not shifting the reporting verb's tense. If your main clause, the reporting phrase, is in the past, all reported clauses must follow suit to maintain chronological consistency. Don't say, according to Smith, renewable energy will change the grid. Say, Smith posits that renewable energy has changed the grid. The second error is using a weak verb like will. If you are reporting historical research, use verbs that reflect completed actions or establish shifts in understanding. Here are 4 ways to practice. Prescript, strong verbs. Create a bank of 10 academic reporting verbs you can deploy naturally. Don't rely on said. Prepare alternatives like contended, admitted, or elaborated. Integrating these varied, specific verbs instantly raises the perceived level of your English. Focus on attributions. Always begin a supporting piece of information with who provided it. Instead of writing a clear paragraph and then saying, this means, structure your ideas by source. According to XYZ study, X happened. Furthermore, Jones noted that Y was the outcome. This keeps the focus external. Use tentative language. Employ phrases like, it appears, or suggests evidence of, instead of absolute declarations. True objectivity requires admitting what is not known. Using tentative language shows intellectual humility, which is a highly valued trait in academic presentation skills. Paraphrase, don't quote. When possible, rewrite the source material fully into your own words. While direct quotes are sometimes necessary for impact, paraphrasing is almost always safer and more objective. It proves you understood the concept deeply enough to rephrase it yourself. We use the zero conditional when we are stating scientific facts, general laws, or universal truths that are always true. The structure is simple and highly reliable. If we use the simple present tense in the if clause, we must also use the simple present tense in the main result clause. Remember this pattern: if plus subject plus past simple for the condition, subject plus base verb, the inevitable result. Signal words that indicate this structure include words like always, normally, usually, or generally, These signal to your listener or reader that you are discussing a fact, not just a possibility. When writing academically, using the zero conditional lends immediate authority to your statements because you aren't speculating, you are stating established knowledge. It helps move your language from personal opinion toward objective analysis of data. Here are 5 examples. If the temperature drops below 0 degrees Celsius, water freezes. Zero conditional scientific fact. This example demonstrates a physical law. Notice how this structure is perfect for describing scientific processes or natural phenomena without needing complex verb structures. When researchers lack funding, they usually delay the study. Zero conditional generalization in academia. Here we are, generalizing about academic processes. This shows that the zero conditional isn't limited to science. It covers patterns observed within specific fields like sociology or history. If a plant does not receive sunlight, its growth slows down. Zero conditional biological truth. This is another strong example of stating an immutable biological truth. The relationship between the cause and effect is absolute, making this structure mandatory. Students perform better if they get adequate sleep. Zero conditional educational generalization. We are generalizing based on empirical evidence from educational research. This type of generalization is very common when writing recommendations or conclusions in a paper. The economy struggles if inflation remains high for too long. Zero conditional socio-economic law. Economists frequently use this structure because they are discussing predictable outcomes based on current global patterns. The certainty of the result gives weight to your analysis. Let's compare 4 pairs. 0. If you heat ice, it melts. First, if you heat the ice, it will melt. Certainty versus prediction, 0 versus first. The key difference here is certainty. The zero conditional describes a universal truth that always happens, while the first conditional predicts a specific outcome in a unique situation. 0. If I run too fast, my lungs hurt. Habitual present simple, I always feel tired after running. General law versus personal routine, zero conditional. The zero conditional is for universal laws like gravity or chemistry. The simple present here describes a repeated but personal routine action rather than an unavoidable fact. Passive voice. It is known that the culture develops rapidly. Zero conditional. If people interact with new cultures, they learn quickly. Focus on action versus focus on result. Academic passive. When you use the passive voice, the action itself is often de-emphasized. The zero conditional, however, focuses directly on the clear cause and effect relationship between two variables. If we study X, Y happens. We study X, and generally, Y happens. Grammatical structure versus discourse marker form. Sometimes you can use simple adverbial structures instead of the if clause. The meaning is identical, but using if maintains a clearer academic structure for cause and effect statements. Fill in the blank with the correct form to state a universal truth. If you mix red and blue pigments, they pink bints. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is make. Since this is a fundamental rule of color theory, we use the simple present tense in both clauses to maintain academic certainty. This shows that the chemical or physical reaction is absolute. If workers feel undervalued, productivity significantly. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is drops. This statement reflects a common finding in organizational psychology. We use drops because it represents a general principle of management that academic research supports. The climate changes dramatically if the polar ice caps are CA. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is melt. This is crucial for environmental writing. The structure links an action melting to a massive, predictable consequence, climate change, emphasizing scientific causality. People feel isolated if they don't connect with their community. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is feel. Here, we are generalizing about human emotion. By using the simple present tense, we assert that this feeling is a universal, predictable response to social deprivation. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, mixing conditionals. If the temperature drops below 0 degrees, water will freeze. Correct, zero conditional. If the temperature drops below 0 degrees, water freezes. The mistake here is mixing the structures. Since freezing water is a scientific factor, universal truth, we must stick strictly to the simple present in both parts, avoiding will. Incorrect, speculation. If they improve their resources, the economy will recover quickly. Correct, generalization. If they improve their resources, the economy recovers quickly. The use of will makes this sound like a prediction for one specific time. To make it an academic generalization, we must simply state that recovery recovers based on improved resources. Incorrect, pronoun agreement. When the global population grows rapidly, they need more food. Correct, grammatical agreement. When the global population grows rapidly, it needs more food. Be careful with subject-verb agreement and pronoun reference when generalizing. Population is a singular collective noun, so the verb and pronoun must remain in the singular form. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Many studies show that if a student lacks proper sleep hygiene, their memory retention decreases. Moreover, when the curriculum becomes too dense, students often feel overwhelmed and consequently fail to grasp complex concepts. Therefore, educational policy must adapt because robust learning requires adequate rest. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. If a student studies hard, they will pass the exam. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if a student studies hard, he or she passes the exam. The original sentence mixes prediction with fact. By changing the structure to the zero conditional, we move from saying it will happen to stating that passing the exam is an almost inevitable consequence of studying hard. Question 2. Write your own sentence using this zero conditional grammar point to state a scientific or social generalization. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if you increase atmospheric carbon dioxide, global temperatures rise. Remember that the power of this structure comes from its apparent objectivity. The more universally true and fact-based your statement is, the stronger your academic writing will sound. We use conditionals to discuss hypothetical situations. The first conditional is used when we talk about real possibilities in the future. If a certain condition happens, there will be a specific result. This structure follows: if plus present simple, will, can, may plus base verb. The second conditional, however, deals with unreal or imaginary situations, things that are unlikely to happen now or ever. Its form is if plus past simple, would, could, might plus base verb. Signal words like if, when, and phrases such as supposing help signal which type of conditional we need. Remember the core difference in reality level. The first conditional speaks about things that are genuinely possible based on current trends or plans, perfect the policy recommendations. Conversely, the second conditional allows you to speculate into a realm of pure imagination, which is useful when discussing ideal but currently unattainable reforms. Here are 5 examples. If the government raises taxes, first conditional, we will see less disposable income. First conditional, real possibility. Notice how this example addresses a real-world economic prediction. The rising tax rate is considered a plausible future event, making the first conditional appropriate for policy discussion. If I were the director, second conditional, I would change the current curriculum structure. Second conditional, imaginary hypothetical. Here we are speaking about a situation being the director that is currently untrue. This allows us to propose an ideal solution without claiming it is immediately possible, which is very common in academic writing. If the data suggests a pattern, first conditional, researchers will revise their hypothesis. First conditional, predictive, academic. This structure is excellent for formal reports. It sets up causality where one proven piece of evidence leads directly to another academic action, maintaining an objective tone. If they had stricter regulations, second conditional, the pollution levels would decrease. Second conditional, counterfactual, unreal. By using the past simple had, we are treating the lack of current regulation as a counterfactual state. If it were different, then this result would occur. When the economy slows, first conditional, unemployment rates usually rise. First zero mix, high probability. While when is used here instead of if, it suggests a high probability or even certainty, drawing us closer to the zero conditional function, but still implying future relevance. Let's compare four pairs. Zero conditional, general truth. First conditional, future prediction. Truth versus possibility. The zero conditional always describes scientific or universal facts. It lacks the element of future speculation. The first conditional, however, requires a specific condition to be met in the upcoming time frame, making it more targeted for policy suggestions. First conditional, will. Second conditional, would. Real versus unreal outcome. This is crucial. Will suggests a high chance of the outcome happening. Would signals that the outcome is purely theoretical or imaginary, regardless of how likely it seems. If I study, present simple, I would feel better, second conditional. Hypothetical advice. When giving advice about an idealized situation, the second conditional is often preferred because it softens the statement. It makes the suggestion sound less like a command and more like a gentle possibility. If I were subjunctive, I was simple past, form for unreality. Remember that in formal English, especially with the second conditional, we use were for all subjects, e.g., if I were, if she were. This consistent use of the subjunctive mood emphasizes the unreal nature of the statement. Fill in the blanks. If we allocated more resources to education, student performance improve. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would improve. Since this is a hypothetical situation about an ideal policy change or resource allocation that might not happen, we must use the second conditional form, if plus past simple. Would plus base verb. If you heat ice, first conditional, it'd melt. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is will melt. This is a straightforward prediction about a natural process. Because the first clause uses the present simple heat, we are predicting a definite, real result in the future using will. The public opinion shift if the government addresses these climate concerns. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would shift. We are discussing a likely but unconfirmed change in public sentiment. The phrase implies an imaginary condition, making would shifts the correct structure here. If technology advanced rapidly, second conditional, many jobs disappear. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would disappear. We are speaking about a scenario of radical technological change that is currently hypothetical. Therefore, the second conditional structure provides the best way to discuss this imaginary consequence. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Incorrect. If I will study harder, I pass the exam. Oh, correct. If I studied harder, I would pass the exam. The most common error is putting will in the if clause. Remember that conditional structures use the simple present or simple past tense in the if clause, never a future auxiliary like will. Incorrect. If they reduce the budget, it impact the project timeline. Correct. If they reduce the budget, it would impact the project timeline. Since reducing the budget is a hypothetical or unlikely policy change, we must shift to the second conditional using reduced and would impact. This elevates the tone to academic speculation. Incorrect. If I was richer, I'd buy a bigger house. Correct. If I were richer, I would buy a bigger house. This error combines two issues. The use of the subjunctive were for unreality and the incorrect main clause verb form. Always check that your outcome uses would plus base verb. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. A global committee is discussing potential solutions to urban pollution. They are debating whether new public transport lines should be implemented or if citizens need to change their habits. Use conditional language to propose and analyze different scenarios. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. If we invest more money in electric buses, the air quality improves significantly. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if we invested more money in electric buses, the air quality would improve significantly. The original sentence mixes a real condition, first conditional structure, with a strong hypothetical outcome. By changing invest to past simple and improves to would improve, you shift the focus from a guaranteed future event to a more speculative, ideal policy recommendation. Question 2. Write your own sentence using this grammar point, second conditional, related to urban planning. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if the city banned private cars downtown, traffic emissions would drop dramatically and public spaces would thrive. When creating your own sentence, try to make the condition something that is currently politically difficult or impossible. This forces you into the second conditional structure, making your language sound sophisticated and highly academic. The third conditional is used when we talk about hypothetical past situations, things that did not happen. Its structure requires if plus the past perfect tense in the condition clause, and then would have plus the past participle in the result clause. We use this grammar primarily to express deep regret, criticize past actions, or discuss counterfactual history, meaning what could have been if things were different. Signal words like if only, had, and phrases starting with if I had are common indicators that you need to activate this structure. Remember that the third conditional is always about impossibility. We aren't just talking about something unlikely, we are discussing a definite alternative reality from the past. When you use this, you must accept that both outcomes, the if part and the result, are unchangeable hypotheticals. Here are 5 examples. If you had studied harder, you would have passed the exam. Condition, past perfect, result would have plus V3. This is a classic statement of regret. The underlying reality is that I did not study hard and therefore I failed. This structure allows us to explore responsibility for past outcomes. Had the government invested more in green energy, pollution would have decreased. Inversion, past perfect, result. Notice how we can invert the structure by starting with had. This is a more formal way of saying if the government had invested, it's useful for academic or research writing. I would have called you, but I never knew about your change in plans. Result would have plus V3 condition. Here, the main clause comes first. This simply emphasizes the consequence me failure to calend, then explains the missing past condition that caused it. She would have accepted the promotion if they had offered better benefits. Result, condition, past perfect. This demonstrates a missed professional opportunity. Speaker is speculating on how differently someone might have acted given different past circumstances. If the early settlers had discovered gold, history would have been completely different. Condition, past perfect, result. This is perfect for discussing counterfactual history. We are imagining a major shift in geopolitical or economic outcomes based on one single change in the past. Let's compare 4 pairs. Second conditional, if I won the lottery present. Third conditional, if I had won the lottery last year, I would have bought a house. Time frame, present versus past. The key difference here is time frame. The second conditional deals with hypothetical situations now or in the future. It's about unreal possibility. The third conditional forces us to look back at an event that was definitively impossible. Simple past, I saw the movie, background context. Past perfect. If I had seen the movie, I would have understood the ending. Context, setting versus condition. Keep in mind that simple past tenses are often used simply to set a background narrative or chronological sequence. The past perfect is necessary when it acts as the crucial, unfulfilled condition for a result. P1L5, past perfect background, she had lived there before. Third conditional, if she had moved to Paris earlier, she would have found better work. Function, background versus counterfactual. When using the past perfect simply for context, we are just telling a story chronologically. But when it starts an if clause in the third conditional, its function changes dramatically to establishing a non-existent alternative. First conditional, if I study tonight real future, I will pass. Third conditional, if I had studied last night unreal past, I would have passed. Reality level, high versus 0. The first conditional predicts a likely outcome based on present decisions. The third conditional deals with regret or certainty that the effort was not made, making the entire consequence unreachable. Fill in the blank with the correct form, third conditional structure. If we had left earlier, we blank the traffic jam. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would have avoided. This is highly common when discussing planning failures. By using would have avoided, you are stating that escaping the traffic was a potential outcome based entirely on an earlier departure time. The project would have succeeded if they blank more funding. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had received. Notice that the condition clause, if, requires the past perfect form. It is the missing support the funding that prevented a successful outcome in this hypothetical scenario. If you hadn't intervened, he blanked the crucial meeting. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would have attended. This structure is excellent for writing dramatic narratives or analyzing professional failures. It places blame or credit on a past action that demonstrably changed everything. We would never have survived the storm if we blank enough supplies. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had brought. When talking about survival, this grammar point gives weight to preparedness. It implies that a lack of preparation led directly and unavoidably to a negative outcome. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. If I had money, I would buy a car. Mixed tenses. Correct. If I had had more money, I would have bought that classic car. The most common error is mixing the third conditional with the second. If you use would, your condition clause must be in the past perfect to maintain consistency and signal time travel into the past. Incorrect. If I studied harder, I would have passed. Correct. If I had studied harder, I would have passed. Remember that could or would is acceptable in the result clause, but you must use a full past participle and have. The phrase would have passed confirms this was an impossible outcome from the viewpoint of the past. Incorrect. If they didn't leave early, we wouldn't miss the train. Correct. If they hadn't left earlier, we wouldn't have missed the train. When discussing a past failure to meet an event like missing a train, the consequence must also be in the perfect aspect. Changing wouldn't misses to wouldn't have missed anchors the entire conversation firmly in the realm of counterfactual history. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Imagine a world where major historical decisions were different. If the Roman Empire had access to modern communication technology, its expansion might have been faster. But it also could have faced internal dissent from newly connected outlying provinces. This shows how interconnected past factors are. Consider the butterfly effect. One small change, like a single messenger being delayed, could have prevented an entire military campaign. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. If Columbus discovered America earlier, he would find more gold. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if Columbus had discovered America earlier, he would have found more gold. The original sentence mixes a past condition, discovered, with a required perfect aspect. By correcting it to the past perfect, we firmly establish that this is about an unfulfilled possibility deep in the past. Question 2. Write your own sentence using the third conditional to discuss a personal missed opportunity. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, If I hadn't taken that job in New York, I would have lived abroad and never met my best friend. When forming your own sentences with this structure, try to think of pivotal moments, choices you made, or choices you wish you had made. This process will help solidify the grammar point and its emotional weight. When we speak or write academically, we rarely have 100% certainty about every outcome. Modal verbs of deduction allow us to express our level of confidence when making an educated guess. We are moving beyond simple predictions and into reasoned speculation based on available evidence. These three modals must, might, and could form a spectrum of likelihood. Understanding this spectrum is crucial for sounding nuanced and highly academic. These deduction modals are powerful tools because they show the listener how much you truly know about something. They allow us to hedge our bets just enough to sound thoughtful without committing to a definite truth. Remember that your choice between these three words communicates complex logical information. Here are 5 examples. The traffic is blocked and the lights are out. They must be having a power outage. High certainty, must. When your evidence is overwhelming, when there is only one logical conclusion to unearth, must. This signals to your audience that you have done your research and feel very confident in this deduction. It is the strongest possibility. The board meeting was cancelled. They might postpone the vote until next quarter. Medium possibility, might. Use might when you have some supporting evidence, but alternative explanations are also quite plausible. It suggests a possibility that is certainly less certain than what must implies. This keeps your argument balanced. The data points show an upward trend. The market could shift drastically next year. Low possibility, could. Could is used for the weakest deduction. You are suggesting a possibility that exists, but there is no strong evidence behind it yet. It opens up a line of thought without making a firm claim. The figures haven't changed at all. They can't affect it in the new tax law. Negative certainty, can't. When you are certain that something is impossible based on facts, use can't. This acts as a strong rebuttal or counter-argument. It tells your listener, based on what I know, this explanation simply does not work. The report suggests 2 outcomes. Either the policy will succeed or it could face resistance. Contrasting possibilities. Notice how we use these modals to present multiple scenarios. A strong academic argument doesn't just state one answer, it explores the range of possibilities and weighs them against each other. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Maintaining academic objectivity. These modals prevent your argument from sounding overly definitive or emotional. In an academic setting, the goal is to analyze information neutrally. By using might instead of must, you are showing that you recognize the limitations of the data. This restraint significantly increases your perceived credibility. Acknowledging missing data points. They allow you to speculate logically without claiming absolute knowledge. Real-world arguments are built on incomplete information. These modals give you the perfect grammatical tool to navigate that uncertainty. You are guiding your listener through a logical process, not just stating facts. Building complex hypotheticals. They help structure entire sections of what-if scenarios. This is especially useful when writing conclusions or discussing future policy recommendations. Instead of saying, the economy will fail, you can say, if the interest rates rise further, the economy might struggle. This is much more sophisticated. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Overstating certainty. The government must have lowered taxes due to the recession. Using might for evidence-based guesswork. The government might have lowered taxes because of the recession. This is a very common error. When you use must, you are making it sound like an undeniable fact, when in reality, the government could have had many other reasons. Using might correctly shows that your deduction is based on probability, not certainty. Confusing expectation with possibility. The study must reveal new insights into climate patterns. Using could for potential outcomes. The study could reveal new insights into climate patterns. You need to be careful not to confuse what you hope will happen with what is possible. Using could correctly keeps your tone humble and objective, which is vital in academic writing. Over-deducing from circumstance, he must work here because his desk is right next to the CEO's. Using softer phrasing or might with caution, his desk is right next to the CEO's. Perhaps he works there. Sometimes, making a deduction based on physical evidence is too strong. By rephrasing the sentence and using a weaker modal like might, you acknowledge that your guess is purely speculative. Here are 4 ways to practice. Start with the evidence first. Always anchor your deduction to a piece of data or an observation. Never deduce in a vacuum. A strong argument follows this structure. Because X happened, we can logically conclude that Y might be true. Leading with the evidence immediately grounds your speculation and makes it much more persuasive. Vary your modals. Don't use might repeatedly. Cycle through must, could, and might to reflect shifting levels of confidence. If you only use one deduction modal, your language sounds monotonous. By varying these modals, you are mimicking the natural way an expert debates a topic, moving from strong points to weaker possibilities. Practice negative deduction. Focus heavily on using can't and couldn't to disprove common misconceptions. Challenging an assumption is a powerful argumentative technique. Use these negative modals to show your critical thinking skills by systematically eliminating flawed theories. Write 3 scenarios. For any given topic, write 3 distinct conclusions using the spectrum: 1 must, 1 might, and 1 could. This is the best way to internalize the concept. Take a single prompt-like inflation and force yourself to articulate 3 different levels of certainty about its future impact by writing out all 3 modals. In opinion essays, simply making a strong claim is not enough. You must guide your reader toward a conclusion using nuanced language. We are focusing on 3 key modals: should for advice or gentle suggestion, may for expressing probability or possibility, and need to for stating an absolute requirement or necessity. These words allow you to soften your tone while still maintaining academic authority. Learning when to use each one is essential because it demonstrates grammatical range and rhetorical sophistication, which examiners notice immediately. Remember that these modals are about catitude, not just grammar rules. When you say something should, you are suggesting a logical path for the reader to follow. Using this variety proves you can argue with subtlety, moving beyond simple statements of fact. Here are 4 examples. Government should invest heavily in public transport because it can reduce both carbon emissions and traffic congestion. Using should for a policy recommendation, soft but firm advice. Notice how should frames this as expert advice rather than an order. It suggests the action is best practice, which greatly elevates the argument's credibility. If current trends continue, educational institutions may struggle to adapt to rapid technological changes. Using mays for a non-certain prediction or possibility. By using may, you avoid sounding overly dramatic or certain. You are presenting a plausible risk, which makes your argument more measured and academically cautious. All citizens need to be educated on sustainable consumption practices if we hope to mitigate climate change. Using need to for an absolute necessity affecting all parties. This is the strongest modal. When you use need to, you are establishing a non-negotiable requirement, making your thesis statement sound urgent and authoritative. While recycling is important, individuals also need to be aware of the supply chain issues that affect disposal methods. Combining modals, acknowledging necessity while guiding attention elsewhere. Effective writing often combines these concepts. Here, meet to sets a baseline requirement, and then the sentence expands on what exactly needs consideration. Let's compare 4 pairs. People must recycle plastic. People should consider recycling plastic to minimize environmental harm. Replaces absolute must with suggestive should. The word must is too strong and commanding for academic writing. Replacing it with should softens the tone, turning a demand into reasoned advice. Technology will cause problems in schools. Educational systems may face challenges adapting to new technologies. Replaces certainty, will, with measured possibility, mays. In academic essays, predicting certain doom sounds amateurish. Using may shows that you have considered multiple outcomes and are being objective. Governments need to spend more money on healthcare. It is necessary for governments to increase funding for public healthcare services. Uses formal phrasing, it is necessary, instead of simple modal structure. Sometimes, restructuring the sentence entirely rather than just changing a word sounds far more sophisticated. This emphasizes the requirement formally. Everyone should use bicycles to commute because it is good for health. Bicycles are an option that could promote public health and reduce local pollution. Shifts focus from personal blame, everyone, to objective suggestion. Avoid generalizations like everyone or all. By focusing on the option itself, your argument becomes broader and more academically defensible. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, if they don't build bridges, traffic will get worse. Strong, the lack of infrastructure may exacerbate current traffic issues. A common error is using will when discussing future possibilities. By rephrasing the cause and effect relationship, we use may exacerbate, which sounds far more objective and less predictive. Weak, we should build hospitals now because people need them. Strong, it may be advisable to expand hospital capacity given the rising population rates. When you stack 2 modals like should and need, it becomes redundant. It is better practice to choose one strong framing device such as may be advisable. Weak, the company must update its policy for good workers. Strong, the company ought to consider updating its policies to retain skilled employees. While must is grammatically correct, ought to or should often fit better in formal essays because they suggest ethical consideration rather than strict legal command. Here are 4 ways to practice. The modal checklist review. Before submitting, check if you could replace any strong verbs or certain predictions with a modal verb like may or should. This adds immediate nuance to your writing. Don't just focus on using the words, focus on why they are better than simpler language. If you used will, mentally swap it for mays and see if the meaning still works. The qualification strategy. Start your main points not with a direct statement, but with a qualifying phrase like, it is likely that, or one might argue that, more. These introductory phrases immediately signal to the reader that you are offering an educated opinion rather than stating indisputable fact. This builds trust in your academic voice. The consequence chain. When arguing necessity, always follow a need-to statement with a logical consequence. Example, we need to act now, otherwise the consequences may be severe. Never leave a modal hanging. If you suggest an action using should, immediately explain the why and the potential negative outcome if it is ignored. The tone shift drill. Take 3 of your previous drafts and rewrite them, purposefully changing one must to may. Observe how much softer and more objective your writing becomes. This exercise trains you to think about the reader's perspective. You are not telling them what is true, you are guiding them toward a conclusion that seems most reasonable. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Write an essay discussing the role of technology in modern education. Should governments regulate tech use in schools? Do parents need to monitor screen time, or should institutions handle this solely? Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to balance suggestion, should, with possibility, may, while maintaining an objective, authoritative tone. This prompt forces you to weigh different sources of authority: government, parents, and institutions. Use should when assigning responsibility, and use mays when discussing potential outcomes. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is establishing the complexity by acknowledging that no single entity can handle the issue alone. A high-scoring essay never takes an extreme stance right away. Instead, it suggests that multiple parties may need to collaborate, demonstrating sophisticated understanding. Relative clauses are powerful tools that allow us to add extra details about nouns without starting a new sentence. They act like mini sentences placed right after the noun they describe. We use three primary pronouns, that for essential information, which often used with commas for non-essential facts, and whose when we need to show possession. Remember that if the clause is necessary to identify the object, you typically use that. If the details are simply extra background information, it usually requires a comma and can take which. The most critical distinction here is understanding whether the information is essential or merely descriptive. Clauses starting with that are restrictive. They narrow down which noun we are talking about. Whereas clauses using commas and which are non-restrictive, meaning even if you remove them, the sentence still makes perfect sense. Here are 5 examples. The laptop, which is brand new, needs a protective sleeve. Non-restrictive which. Notice the commas here. The information about the laptop being brand new is extra detail. We already know what laptop we are talking about. Using which signals to the reader that this fact can be removed without changing the core meaning. The book that was recommended by the professor was fascinating. Restricted that. Since we are using that, we do not use commas. This clause is essential because it tells us which book, not every book, but specifically the one from the professor, was fascinating. We met a student whose research focused on climate change. Possessive whose. Whose is simply the formal way to show possession when talking about people or animals. It replaces structures like the research belonging to the student, making our sentence much smoother and more academic. This report contains data that suggests a market downturn. Restrictive that object. Here, the pronoun that acts as the object within the clause. It replaces the data which, and using that is often preferred in academic writing for its conciseness when the information is necessary. The city, which has beautiful architecture, attracts many tourists. Non-restrictive which. Again, watch those commas. The beautiful architecture is a descriptive aside about the city, not the defining detail. This structure gives the sentence a lovely, flowing academic rhythm. Let's compare 4 pairs. That versus which. Restrictive, essential versus non-restrictive, extra. Commas determine the pronoun. The comma rule is paramount here. If you can remove the clause and the meaning remains focused, use no commas and that. If the detail is simply added context, use a comma and which. Whose versus possessive noun possessive. Students' research versus whose research. Use whose for flow. While you can sometimes rephrase a possessive clause using an apostrophes, employing whose immediately elevates your English register. It is the most concise and elegant way to handle possession in relative clauses. Relative clause versus adjective, phrase reduction. The woman who drives slowly versus the slow-driving woman. Sometimes dropping the clause is best. For advanced variation, remember that sometimes you can replace an entire relative clause with a simple adjective or adverb phrase, making your writing even tighter and more sophisticated. Relative clause versus subordinating conjunctions. Which, because it. Clauses modify nouns. Conjunctions introduce full ideas. Do not confuse a relative clause, which always modifies a noun and uses a pronoun like that, or which with a subordinate clause introduced by words like because. One describes the thing, the other explains the reason. Fill in the blank with the correct relative pronoun that, which, or whose. The CEO blank new policy will impact all departments. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is whose. Since we are talking about possession, the policy belonging to the CEO, we must use whose. This shows a clear relationship between two nouns using the possessive relative pronoun. The data blank was compiled over 15 years is invaluable. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is that. Here, we are defining exactly which data we mean the data compiled over 15 years. We use that and no commas because this information specifies the noun. The new software, blank, requires significant training, promises better efficiency. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is which. Remember that comma. The clause about requiring training is a parenthetical comment. It adds extra background detail, so which and commas are required. I visited the university blank campus is located near the river. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is whose. This sentence requires a possessive link. The campus belongs to the university, so whose correctly links the two nouns in an academic style. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Incorrect. Using that with commas, the student that scored highest on the test received praise. Correct. Use who or which. The student who scored highest on the test received praise. When referring to people, we should use who, not that. Furthermore, because the information is descriptive and non-essential, the comma is mandatory. Always check if a comma requires which or who. Incorrect. Missing possessive pronoun. The company that profit increased significantly announced layoffs. Correct. Using whose. The company whose profit increased significantly announced layoffs. The error here is a structural one. We are describing the company's profit. Simply using that is grammatically incomplete. We need whose to correctly establish that clear possessive link. Incorrect. Comma usage. We bought a desk which was made in Italy. Correct. Restrictive clause needs no commas. We bought a desk that was made in Italy. Unless you are specifying which particular desk, the description of where it was made is likely essential to identifying the item. Therefore, we remove the comma and keep that for a tighter structure. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Please read the short passage about urban planning. Your task is to refine the grammar in the highlighted sections using which, that, or whose. Remember to check for necessary commas. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. The new library that was funded by grants will improve community life. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the new library, which was funded by grants, will improve community life. This is a classic comma pronoun mix-up. When using which for non-essential details about an object, the library, you must use commas on both sides. Remember that descriptive information takes commas. Question 2. Write your own sentence using the relative pronoun whose to discuss academic research. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, we studied a researcher whose methodology was groundbreaking for the field. When constructing your own challenging sentences, always ask yourself, am I showing possession? If the answer is yes, incorporating whose will instantly boost the sophistication and clarity of your writing. Relative clauses are essential building blocks for complex sentences. They function as adjectives, providing extra information about a noun they refer to. We divide them into two types, restrictive and non-restrictive. Restrictive clauses provide information that is absolutely necessary to identify the noun. Non-restrictive clauses, however, merely add supplementary detail. The main meaning of the sentence remains intact, even if you remove them. The key takeaway here is understanding necessity. If the clause changes the meaning or identity of the noun, it is restrictive. Think of it like filtering. If you need the filter to separate two similar items, that information is essential. Here are 5 examples. The professor who lives next door tutors high school students. Restrictive, no commas. Notice that the clause who lives next door is defining which specific professor we are talking about. If you removed it, the sentence would be vague because there might be many professors. The detail was necessary for identification. My neighbor, who lives next door, tutors high school students. Non-restrictive, commas used. Here, the commas tell us that all my neighbors tutor high school students. The clause is just an added piece of interesting background information about this specific neighbor. It doesn't change who they are. The Amazon River flows through many countries. Simple noun phrase, no clauses. Sometimes the simplest structure is best. If we don't need any extra detail to identify the subject, keeping it simple ensures maximum clarity and avoids unnecessary comma placement. My car, a vintage model from the 50s, needs an oil change. Non-restrictive commas used. The phrase "a vintage model from the 50s" is simply a description, providing extra color. It doesn't help us figure out which car I own, it just tells us more about it. Students who struggle with grammar should seek tutoring. Restrictive, no commas. This clause is critical because it defines which shoe students need the advice. We are not talking about all students, we are specifically talking about those who show signs of grammatical difficulty. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Defining identity versus adding detail. The core difference is whether the information limits or merely elaborates. When you are defining, think of the clause as a necessary filter that narrows down possibilities. When you are just adding detail, treat it like an aside or parenthetical thought that can be removed without losing the main argument. Impact on meaning. A single comma or its absence can completely change the intended meaning of a statement. This is perhaps the most crucial point for academic writing. If your goal is precision, always pause and ask yourself, if I remove this clause, does the sentence still make sense or has it lost its specific focus? Achieving academic flow. Correct usage improves coherence and gives your writing a professional, precise tone. Mastering this distinction elevates your register significantly. It moves your language from conversational speech to structured, analytical academic prose. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "The manager who hired me last year is very skilled." Say, "The manager who hired me last year is very skilled." In the incorrect version, the commas suggest all managers are skilled, which is too broad. Because hiring you was a defining event in your relationship with this manager, we must remove the commas to keep the meaning precise. Some learners say, "Our city, which has historical significance, attracts many tourists." The better way to say this is, "Our city, which has historical significance, attracts many tourists." This is a tricky one because it's technically correct but demonstrates the feeling of unnecessary information. When you use non-restrictive clauses for general facts about a city, commas are appropriate to show that detail is supplemental. Some learners say, "Students who study diligently will succeed in their exams." The better way to say this is, "Students who study diligently will succeed in their exams." Here, the clause "who study diligently" limits the group to only those students. The comma would incorrectly imply that all students are expected to succeed regardless of effort, which weakens your argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. The test of removal. Read the sentence and mentally remove the clause. If the meaning shifts or becomes nonsensical, it must be restrictive and needs no commas. This is your most valuable tool for self-correction. Don't just guess. Actively test the boundaries of information. This process forces you to confront the true dependency between the words. Look for the specifics. If the clause specifies or points out a unique item, treat it as essential and skip the commas. If your writing is designed to identify one particular thing, a single policy, a specific person, or one distinct event, that defining information must stay attached without any separating punctuation. Focus on commas as pauses. Think of commas not just as punctuation marks, but as mandatory pauses. If the pause is a slight breath, it's non-restrictive. If you must stop to understand the core idea, it's restrictive. This physical metaphor can help in speaking and writing alike. When you write, imagine pausing slightly differently depending on whether the information is mandatory or optional. Practice with 2-sided revision. Take 10 complex sentences written by others and rewrite them twice, once assuming they are restrictive and once assuming they are non-restrictive. Compare the results. Actively practicing both ways helps build fluency in recognizing context. By forcing yourself to write both versions, you train your brain to understand the subtle semantic difference that punctuation controls. Participle phrases allow us to condense lengthy relative clauses into highly sophisticated adjectival modifiers. Instead of writing full subordinate clauses like "which was influenced by," we use a reduced form beginning with an I-ing or past participle. These structures are powerful tools for achieving academic conciseness and flow. They help weave complex ideas together smoothly without sacrificing clarity. Mastering this technique is key to scoring high marks in IELTS Writing Task 2. The goal here isn't just correctness, it's elegance. When you use a reduced clause, you are elevating your discourse from simple description to sophisticated academic analysis. Remember that the participle phrase must logically modify one specific noun nearby in the sentence. Here are 4 examples. Analyzing demographic shifts, policymakers must reassess existing infrastructure spending. The introductory participial phrase modifies policymakers. Notice how placing the action at the beginning of the sentence immediately sets the context for the main argument. This structure gives your writing a strong, immediate academic tone and boosts flow. The report, containing extensive data on consumption trends, suggests immediate policy intervention. The phrase is placed mid-sentence, providing detail without breaking the sentence rhythm. When you place a descriptive phrase in the middle of a sentence, it acts like an elegant pause. The commas are crucial here because they signal that this information is non-essential but helpful for depth. Affected by recent economic downturns, small businesses struggle to maintain profitability. Starting with the past participle, affected creates a formal, scholarly opening. Using affected immediately signals that this struggle was external, caused by an outside force. This is particularly useful in discussions about global trends or policy impacts. Having reviewed the evidence carefully, the committee unanimously voted to reject the proposal. Using having past participles emphasizes that the action was completed before the main verb occurred. The perfect participle structure, having reviewed, is excellent for establishing academic chronology. It tells the reader, this preparation happened before we start discussing the outcome. Let's compare 4 pairs. Because the government was implementing new taxes on carbon emissions, many industries adjusted their operations. Implementing new carbon taxes forced many industries to adjust their operations. Starting with a gerund participle phrase creates conciseness and impact. The first sentence is grammatically fine but wordy. By reducing the clause, we make the subject, the action itself, the primary focus of the argument. Students who are following this curriculum often feel overwhelmed by the sheer volume of reading material. Following this curriculum, students often feel overwhelmed by the sheer volume of reading material. The introductory phrase clarifies who is doing the following, improving flow and focus. This shift moves from a relative clause structure to an adjectival opener. It grounds the student's feeling directly in the activity of following the curriculum. The policy, which was criticized by environmental groups for being too lenient, passed without opposition. Criticized by environmental groups for its leniency, the policy passed without opposition. Reducing which was criticized to a simple past participle maintains formality and brevity. Here we are using a passive participial phrase. It allows us to lead with the subject, the policy itself, while still attributing the criticism. The study, finding no correlation between sleep duration and test scores, suggested further research was needed. Finding no correlation between sleep duration and test scores, the study suggested further research was needed. Eliminating which was streamlines the sentence while keeping the academic meaning intact. The phrase, finding no correlation, immediately modifies the study. It is a powerful way to present findings concisely at the beginning of a sentence. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Dangling modifier, ambiguity, ignoring traffic signs completely, the driver received a large fine. Clear modification, the driver, ignoring traffic signs completely, received a large fine. In the original sentence, it implies that the driver was doing the ignoring. But grammatically, it modifies fine. Always make sure your participle phrase clearly describes the nearest noun. Misplaced subject, who acted. Having completed the experiment, results were analyzed by the research team. Clear agent identification. After completing the experiment, the research team analyzed the results. Remember that having completed must refer to a person or agent. If the sentence structure makes it sound like something inanimate did the action, you have an error. Weak adverb placement, The policy change, affecting local economies drastically, was implemented last quarter. Stronger phrasing, the policy change, dramatically affecting local economies, was implemented last quarter. While the original is understandable, placing the modifier dramatically directly before or after the participle strengthens the impact. It helps emphasize the magnitude of the effect. Here are 4 ways to practice. Identify full clauses first. When reviewing rough drafts, highlight every instance of which was or who are. This marks your prime reduction opportunities. This exercise forces you to see the underlying structure. Don't try to reduce the clause until you have located its full relative form. It helps keep the meaning intact. Active versus passive check. Ask yourself, is the subject doing the action, present, ing receiving, the action, past participle? This check prevents structural errors. If the noun is performing the action, use ing. If it is being acted upon, use the past participle. Vary placement. Placement. Practice starting sentences with participial phrases, inserting them mid-sentence, and ending clauses with them. This builds natural rhythm. Excellent academic writing doesn't sound like a list of facts, it flows. Practicing different placements makes your prose feel more sophisticated and less repetitive. Read aloud for flow. After making structural changes, read the paragraph aloud. If you stumble or pause awkwardly, the connection between your phrases needs tightening. Our ears are often better detectors of awkward syntax than our eyes are. Reading it out loud helps confirm that both grammar and rhythm feel natural to a native speaker. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Many cities are experiencing rapid population growth. This expansion puts immense pressure on existing public transport systems and local utilities. Governments must therefore rethink urban planning strategies to ensure sustainability for future residents. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, use participles to condense the ideas in the passage into a single, coherent paragraph, 80 to 100 words. The goal here is maximum information density. You are essentially taking 3 separate statements and weaving them together using sophisticated reduced clauses. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, establishing the cause and effect chain immediately with an introductory participial phrase. A high-scoring response will start by modifying governments to show what they must do, linking all 3 ideas, growth, pressure, and planning in one continuous flow. Linking ideas effectively is about more than just using conjunctions. It's about creating structural coherence. While simple conjunctions like and or but are necessary, advanced academic writing requires sophisticated connectors that guide the reader through your logic. These linking phrasal discourse markers establish a precise relationship between sentences and paragraphs, such as cause, contrast, consequence, or elaboration. When used correctly, they transform choppy prose into seamless, compelling arguments. In IELTS, demonstrating mastery of these links is crucial for achieving a high score in coherence and cohesion. Remember that linking devices are not just decorative words, they are the scaffolding of your entire essay. Using them appropriately demonstrates to the examiner that you have a clear, organized thought process about the topic. Instead of simply listing points, you must show how those points relate to one another. Here are 4 examples. While the initial data suggested a correlation between diet and health, subsequent research indicated that genetic predisposition plays an equally significant role. Consequently, public awareness campaigns must incorporate both nutritional advice and genetic counseling. Uses while for contrast and, consequently, to establish a logical outcome. Notice how the first clause sets up an expectation and subsequent research immediately signals a shift or complication. The use of consequently here provides powerful academic weight, showing that the second idea is a direct result of the evidence presented. The economic impact was undeniable, nevertheless. Political inertia proved to be the greater impediment to change. This suggests that structural reform requires more than just financial incentives. uses a semicolon and nevertheless for strong opposition between two facts. When you see a semicolon followed by a conjunctive adverb like nevertheless, it signals an abrupt but related contradiction. This is much stronger than simply using, but because the semicolon formalizes the relationship between the two independent clauses. Furthermore, digital technology has democratized education globally. Moreover, access to open-source learning platforms means that knowledge is no longer confined by geography or home, socio-economic status. Uses furthermore and moreover sequentially to build an argument layer by layer. Many students overuse these two words interchangeably, but they serve the same purpose, adding more evidence. Use them when you are building a cumulative case, ensuring your reader understands that each new point supports the last. Although experts predict continued growth in renewable energy sources, governments must also address infrastructural bottlenecks. Otherwise, the potential benefits will remain untapped. Uses, although for concession and otherwise, to warn of a negative consequence if action is not taken. The connector otherwise is incredibly useful because it doesn't just add information, it implies a necessary condition. It forces the reader to consider the logical failure point if the preceding advice isn't followed. Let's compare 4 pairs. Pollution is bad. People must act now. Given the escalating levels of pollution, immediate global action from all sectors is imperative. Replaces simple stops with a sophisticated introductory phrase and strong verb choice. The weak version sounds like bullet points delivered verbally. The strong version begins by establishing context using given and then replaces the vague people must act with the precise, formal directive of immediate global action is imperative. This elevates the tone significantly. Students study hard, but they still get bad grades. Despite the students' dedicated efforts to study hard, their examination results suggest systemic flaws in the curriculum. Uses despite and nominalization efforts to create a more formal contrast than simple conjunctions allow. When contrasting ideas, try moving away from basic coordinating conjunctions. Using prepositions like despite or complex subordinating phrases makes your writing sound more academic and nuanced. The climate is changing. It causes extreme weather events. As the global climate continues to change, we are witnessing an unprecedented rise in extreme weather events. Uses aces at the start of the sentence to show simultaneous cause and effect. Starting a sentence with as is a powerful way to establish causality right away. It instantly links the observed phenomenon, the changing climate, to its direct result, making your argument flow seamlessly. The company invested heavily in marketing. They did not see profits. Although the company invested heavily in marketing, it failed to achieve profitability, suggesting a need for strategic review. Uses, although for concession, and integrates the conclusion into the flow using a participial phrase. The key here is combining linkers with analysis. Instead of just stating two facts, investment and failure, the strong version uses although to contrast them and then completes the thought by offering an analytical suggestion. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Comma splice. The economy struggled this year. It was affected by global trade wars. Subordinating conjunction. Because the economy struggled this year, it was significantly affected by global trade wars. The most common error is the comma splice, joining 2 complete sentences with only a comma. Always use a strong subordinating conjunction like because or since, or separate them with a semicolon to correctly link related independent clauses. Overuse of dangling logic, however, global warming requires international cooperation. It cannot be solved by one country alone. Integrating causal linkers, however, because global warming is a transnational issue, it cannot be solved by any single nation alone. Be careful not to use, however, as a standalone topic sentence if the second idea is actually an elaboration on the first. By restructuring it to include because, you clarify that the international nature of the problem is the reason for needing cooperation. Redundant linking phrases. Additionally, furthermore, moreover, students should be taught critical thinking. Using varied punctuation structure, students must be equipped with advanced critical thinking skills. This preparation is vital for modern global citizenship. If you use 3 different adverbs to start your points, the writing will sound repetitive and forced. Instead, vary your structure by using semicolons, reordering clauses, or employing relative pronouns. Here are 4 ways to practice. Idea mapping, the funnel technique. Start with a central topic and map out supporting ideas radiating outwards. Then, draw arrows between related concepts to identify where your transition should fall. Don't wait until the end of the essay to worry about flow. By mapping first, you are essentially drafting a roadmap for your reader. This technique forces you to think about the relationship between ideas before you even write the perfect sentence. The functional checklist. Before writing each paragraph, ask yourself, am I contrasting? Am I adding evidence? Or am I stating a consequence? This dictates which connector type you need to use. Treat your connectors like tools. You wouldn't use a hammer for delicate wiring. Similarly, don't just default to furthermore. First determine the logical function contrast, cause, addition end, then select the appropriate academic phrase. The reverse outline edit. After drafting, read only your first and last sentences of each paragraph. If the argument jumps or feels disconnected when reading just those topic concluding sentences, you need to strengthen a transitional link. This is one of the most powerful editing techniques for cohesion. It forces you out of writer mode and into reader mode, allowing you to spot logical gaps that your own writing might have hidden. Vocabulary. Banking. Keep a specialized list of advanced linking phrases categorized by function, e.g., for concession, albeit notwithstanding for cause, given that, owing to. This is your resource kit. Instead of trying to recall the perfect word under pressure, you can refer back to your bank and select a highly academic alternative. This variety boosts both your score and your confidence. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Task type, discussion essay, IELTS writing, band 7+. Prompt, some argue that universal basic income is necessary to combat economic inequality. Others believe it will disincentivize work and stifle innovation. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the prompt requires complex structural linking, specifically managing opposition, argument A versus argument B, and concluding with a nuanced personal stance. Because this task forces you to argue 2 opposing sides, your use of connectors must be impeccable. You need phrases that signal contrast, like, while it is true that, or conversely, rather than just using but. This shows sophisticated structural control. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, a strong response must spend equal rhetorical time building the case for both sides, ensuring that every major shift in argument is marked by an advanced cohesive device. Remember to structure your body paragraphs using contrasting linkers. If you discuss argument A and then move to B, use a powerful transition phrase, maybe something like conversely or on the other hand, to give the reader a clear signpost that the direction of your argument is changing. Today, we are moving past basic comparative forms like more interestings or bigger. To achieve a higher band score in IELTS, you need to demonstrate structural variety. Key structures include using the as pattern for equality and inequality, utilizing phrases like equally important, and employing sophisticated linking verbs when comparing concepts. Remember that strong academic writing doesn't just state a difference, it establishes a nuanced relationship between ideas. Comparing things effectively shows your ability to analyze data and synthesize complex information. This level of grammatical control signals fluency and precision, which are crucial for scoring highly in the academic writing module. When you use these advanced structures, you aren't just showing that 2 things are different, you are proving that you can articulate how they relate to one another. Think of comparison as an analytical tool, not just a descriptive one. This depth of analysis is what separates Band 6 writing from truly high-scoring academic prose. Here are 4 examples. While physical infrastructure is obviously more costly to build, the long-term benefits of carbon capture technology are arguably equally important for global sustainability. Effective use of equally important with a contrasting subject, physical cost versus environmental benefit. Notice how this single sentence manages 3 complex ideas while maintaining perfect balance. Using arguablys here is a fantastic academic move because it shows careful consideration and avoids making an absolute claim. The initial economic growth was not as sustainable as the subsequent shift toward renewable energy sources proved to be. Correct use of not as structure for comparative inequality. This example demonstrates structural contrast. Instead of saying one thing is bad and another is good, you are quantifying the difference in sustainability, making your argument much more precise. To truly understand poverty reduction, one must consider that education access is equally vital to clean water provision. Structured comparison of 2 distinct nouns using equally vital. Here, the strength comes from parallelism. By linking education access and clean water provision with the same adjective vital, you give equal weight to both concepts in your argument. Although urban planning tends to prioritize car traffic, pedestrian safety measures are proving far more critical for community well-being. Using far more for emphasis and strong contrast, adding intensifiers like far, significantly, or much elevates your writing. They don't just add words, they intensify the relationship between the 2 subjects you are comparing. Let's compare 4 pairs. Traffic is more dangerous than walking. While traffic presents significant hazards, pedestrian safety measures are proving comparably critical for community well-being. Using sophisticated linking phrases and precise vocabulary. The weak sentence is too simplistic. The strong version doesn't just say it's more dangerous, it frames the issue using formal language like present significant hazards, immediately raising the academic tone. Learning languages and exercising are both good for health. Equally beneficial to overall public health are consistent linguistic learning and regular physical exercise routines. Using balanced grammatical structures, parallelism, instead of simple conjunctions like and. Notice the formal restructuring. Instead of listing things, you are setting up a declarative statement that treats both subjects with equal rhetorical weight using equally beneficial to. Climate change is worse than human impact. The long-term impacts of climate change are arguably as pervasive, if not more significant than immediate industrial pollution. Using nuanced comparative language as, if not more, to show complexity, rather than simple superlatives like worse. This is highly advanced. By using if not more, you are admitting that the direct comparison might be difficult, but you still assert your main point, a hallmark of nuanced academic writing. Studying history and science help us know things better. Understanding human history and the principles of modern science contribute equally to a holistic understanding of global development. Replacing vague verbs help us know with strong academic phrasal verbs or nouns, e.g. contribute to. The biggest mistake here is vagueness. By swapping out general phrases for specific academic verbs like contributes and holistic understanding, you make your argument feel authoritative and highly specialized. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The pollution was much more bad than the city air. Strong. The pollution levels were significantly worse than the atmospheric quality of the city air. This common error is trying to use more with an irregular adjective like bad. Remember that when you are comparing, you must revert to the base comparative form, worse. Always review those irregular forms. Weak. The new policy as important than the old one. Strong. The new policy is equally as important as the previous one. Another common error involves mixing up structures. When you use as, you must include both is and as. The structure is always subject, double one, z verb, bus as. Weak. It was more difficult to analyze the data, but also equally hard. Strong. Analyzing the data proved challenging. Nevertheless, the methodology presented was comparably rigorous. When you list comparisons using more and equally, it often sounds repetitive or clunky. A better strategy is to restructure your sentence entirely, replacing the repeated comparison with a single high-level transition word. Here are 4 ways to practice. The pivot strategy. Identify the core concept that links two seemingly different subjects. This becomes your comparative pivot. Don't just write point A and then point B. Find the shared academic trait, for example, sustainabilities or economic impact, and use that term as your hinge point for comparison in the sentence. Vocabulary mapping. Before writing, list 3 ways to express equality, e.g., equally vital, comparable depth, mutual necessity. This is a pre-writing exercise that forces you out of your comfort zone. If you know 3 different grammatical ways to say they are the same importance, you instantly gain structural variety and sophistication. Sentence expansion drill. Take a simple comparison, e.g. X is bigger than Y, and expand it by adding why or how. Use relative clauses. Expanding your sentences adds weight to your claims. Instead of just stating the size difference, explain what that larger size allows for, integrating a detail clause after your comparison point. Linking function review. Review advanced conjunctions like conversely, while, and nevertheless to manage contrasting ideas smoothly. These high-level connectors are essential for guiding the reader through complex thought processes. They don't replace your comparison, but they elevate the overall logical flow of the paragraph. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Task type: discussion essay. Prompt: some argue that economic growth is the single most important measure of a developed nation. Others suggest that indicators such as environmental health and social equality are equally crucial. Discuss both views and state your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must maintain structural balance when comparing economic growth to social environmental indicators. Ensuring your thesis acknowledges the complexity rather than picking a single winner. The biggest mistake students make here is choosing sides too definitively. A Band 7 response needs to acknowledge the validity of both breadth-first arguments before pivoting to your own nuanced conclusion. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structuring the body paragraphs using sophisticated comparative phrasing that shows interdependence, such as, while X is generally considered paramount, it cannot be separated from Y stressing Y's. Instead of treating these concepts as separate points, link them. For instance, explain how economic growth relies on environmental stability. This interconnectedness is the mark of high-level academic thought. In data analysis, superlatives are essential tools for drawing attention to extremes. Instead of simply stating numbers, we use language to highlight the most significant points on a chart. We must be able to pinpoint the highest peak or the deepest trough observed over time. These terms allow us to summarize complex visual information into powerful, clear statements. Mastering this structure elevates your analysis from mere description to insightful interpretation. When we talk about peaks and troughs, remember that you are doing more than just naming a number, you are assigning significance. Think of these superlative phrases as linguistic signposts, guiding the audience's attention to the most critical data points. This strategic use of language is what makes your presentation sound expert. Here are 4 examples. Sales reached its highest level in Q4 of the last fiscal year. Identifying peak performance, line graph. This example focuses on time-based trends. Notice how we use highest level to quantify performance relative to all other periods. This phrasing is much more formal and impactful than saying, Q4 was the best. Always anchor your superlatives to a specific period or category. The lowest unemployment rate recorded over the decade occurred in mid-2015. Identifying trough minimum bar chart. When discussing minimums or troughs, we often use synonyms like lowest point, minimum value, or deepest dip. This variety prevents your language from becoming repetitive and makes your analysis flow more naturally during a live presentation. Region C consistently shows the most dramatic year-on-year growth. Identifying greatest change. Comparison. Sometimes the most important feature isn't the absolute highest number, but the rate of change. Using most dramatic growth emphasizes the speed or magnitudes of the shift, which is critical when discussing market volatility. Participation in online learning was by far the largest segment in the survey. Identifying dominant category, pie chart. When describing proportional data, such as pie charts, use terms like largest segment, dominant category, or the overwhelming majority. This helps your audience visualize how the whole is composed of its parts. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Focusing attention on key takeaways. Superlative language acts as a verbal highlighter for the audience. In a presentation, you have limited time and attention span. By using strong superlative phrasing, you immediately tell your listener, pay attention to this point. It structures your argument by prioritizing information, establishing authority and objectivity. Precise language makes your analysis sound credible and highly academic. Using sophisticated, measured superlatives shows that you have deeply analyzed the data rather than just glancing at it. It shifts your role from a reader of charts to an expert interpreter. Building narrative flow. They create natural contrast and build tension in your argument. A good presentation isn't just listing facts, it tells a story. Superlatives help you build that narrative arc, moving the audience from recognizing average trends to understanding the extraordinary exceptions. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Overcertainty. The highest sales were definitely in Q4. Qualified language. Sales appear to peak in Q4, suggesting strong seasonal demand. One of the biggest mistakes is stating facts as absolute truth when data might have variables. We must use hedging language words like appear to or suggesting to maintain academic objectivity and acknowledge potential limitations in the dataset. Hyperbole. It was the most successful year ever. Moderate superlative. This represents one of the most robust growth periods recorded. Avoid extreme hyperbole like most successful ever. Instead, use phrases that frame the result within a historical context, such as one of the most robust or among the highest, which is far more scientifically grounded. Causation claim. The data proves X. Correlation statement. The data strongly suggests a correlation between X and Y. Remember the golden rule of data analysis. Correlation does not equal causation. Never use superlative language to imply definitive cause and effect relationships. Always stick to suggesting a correlation. Here are 4 ways to practice. Use varied vocabulary. Do not repeat highest or lowest. Use peak, trough, maximum, and minimum. A diverse vocabulary instantly boosts your fluency score. Keep a list of synonyms handy for peak and trough, for instance, apex, zenith, or dip to keep your description dynamic. Connect superlatives to implications. Don't just state the number, explain why. It matters, e.g., this peak suggests market saturations. The best analysts don't just report what happened, they interpret what it means. Always follow your superlative statement with a phrase that discusses its potential implication or future action. Master the structure superlative plus noun plus prepositional phrase. Example, the highest rate of growth in North America. This specific grammatical pattern provides a solid scaffolding for your speaking. By practicing building complex phrases with this rhythm, you sound more polished and grammatically secure when under pressure. Practice summarizing charts verbally. Challenge yourself to describe 3 different charts using only superlatives in a 10-second window. The best way to internalize this skill is through active recall. Practice describing real graphs or infographics you encounter daily, forcing yourself to use varied superlative structures and hedging language. Articles are tiny but incredibly powerful words that signal whether we are talking about something general or something very specific. When we use a or an, we are introducing a concept into the discussion for the first time, treating it as one instance of a larger group. Conversely, using the tells the listener or reader that both us and they know exactly which item I am referring to, what has been previously mentioned or is unique in context. Mastering this distinction is crucial because changing an article can completely shift the meaning of your academic statement. Think of articles as little signposts for your audience. If you use a, you're pointing vaguely toward a whole category, like saying a renewable energy source. But if you use the, you've pinpointed one exact thing that everyone in the field recognizes, making your argument much more precise. Here are 5 examples. Climate change is a serious global issue. Generalization, 0 article. Here, climate change functions as an abstract concept or field of study. We are discussing the phenomenon generally, not one particular instance of it. Notice that we do not use any article because we mean it in its broadest sense. The economic policies implemented last year have been controversial. Specificity, defining article. By using the, we limit the scope. We are not talking about all possible economic policies. We are referring specifically to a defined set of policies that were completed in the past. A study suggests that global warming affects biodiversity. Introduction, indefinite article. When we say a study, we are merely mentioning one example of research. We have not identified which specific study this is yet, it just serves as evidence. The biodiversity loss in rainforests requires urgent attention. Unique restricted defining article. In this case, biodiversity loss is being treated as a distinct and identifiable problem area that the audience should recognize. It restricts the focus to this specific type of decline. Developing sustainable infrastructure requires significant investment. Generalization, 0 article. Again, infrastructure is treated as a general concept or sector. The statement applies to the idea of building things sustainably, regardless of location or time. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Establishing universality versus singularity. Articles determine if the noun is an abstract concept or a unique, bounded object. If you want to discuss humanity in general, terms like human labor, you omit articles. However, if you mean one specific group of people, like the human population in this region, you must use the. This shift changes the entire scope of your argument. Pragmatic context and shared knowledge. The definite article signals that the information is already known or previously established within the discourse. In academic writing, shared knowledge is key. If you mention a theory early on and then later refer back to it using the, your reader instantly knows which specific theory you mean without confusion. Avoiding vague language. Using articles precisely prevents generalizations from becoming too vague or overly restrictive. Overusing the indefinite article, like saying a solution, can sound weak because it implies there are many possible solutions, none of which are fully argued. When you argue for a definitive conclusion, specificity is your friend. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the government implemented new policies addressing poverty. Say, governments implement policies that address poverty. The error here is using the when generalizing about political systems. By saying the government, you are implying a single defined governing body for the whole discussion, which limits your scope unnecessarily. Incorrect, it requires an analysis of the biodiversity loss. Correct, it requires an analysis of biodiversity loss. When biodiversity loss is used as a general field of study or concept, it should take the 0 article. The definite article suggests you are focusing on one specific instance of that loss. Don't say, the technology has changed how we live. Say, technology changes how we live. When discussing the concept of technology as an abstract force or sector, treating it as a general noun requires dropping the article. This immediately makes your statement feel more timeless and universal. Here are 4 ways to practice. If you can replace the noun with X in general, use 0 articles. Think of it as abstract concepts or entire fields of study. This is your quickest mental check. If you are talking about cars generally, say cars. If you are discussing poverty universally, say poverty. This simple substitution will guide you toward the 0 article. When citing a specific source or unique group, use definite articles. If your writing points to something identifiable, a particular law or a localized population, the is mandatory. Remember that the UN, this chapter, and the rapid increase in oil prices last quarters are all specific references. They narrow the focus for maximum precision. Start your sentence with a general statement, then restrict it. Use AAN first to introduce the broad topic, and then use the when narrowing down details later in the paragraph. This technique helps maintain flow. You establish the wide topic range using indefinite articles, and then guide your reader into a specific corner of that topic space using the Chi S. Review article usage before submitting academic drafts. Proofreading specifically for articles can dramatically improve perceived fluency and native-like accuracy. Don't just proofread for spelling. Actively proofread for the presence or absence of a, an, and. This focused effort will strengthen your grasp on academic English nuance. Prepositions are small but mighty words that establish relationships, whether that relationship is one of time, location, or abstract connection. Mastering them in a formal context means moving beyond simple prepositions like on and at. We must focus on sophisticated connectors that define the scope and nature of our argument. Think about how we link ideas. Are we speaking about cause, consequence, limitation, or sequence? Achieving precision with these phrases is key to sounding authoritative and academic. A preposition doesn't just connect words, it establishes a grammatical pathway between concepts. When you use one incorrectly, the entire meaning of your sentence can shift from academic rigor to casual ambiguity. Always ask yourself, what specific relationship am I trying to define here? Is it spatial, temporal, or conceptual? Here are 5 examples. The committee debated the policy on its fiscal sustainability. Focusing, relationship on. Notice how on here doesn't mean physical contact, it means focusing upon a subject. This usage helps narrow your discussion to a specific aspect, making your writing very precise and formal. The study was conducted across several demographic groups. Scope of area, across. Using across is much more sophisticated than simply saying in many areas. It suggests a breadth or distribution that covers the entire spectrum of the data you are discussing. The decline was attributed to shifts within global trade agreements. Causation, to. Attributed to is a strong academic phrase. It doesn't just state cause, it suggests that the source of the action or change can be traced back to specific elements. Our findings are in contrast with previous research. Comparison contrasting in contrast with. This complex phrase is excellent for signaling disagreement or deviation from established thought. It provides a clear transition point for the reader to acknowledge your unique contribution. The project aims to bridge the gap between theory and practice. Conceptual link between. Bridge the gap is an idiomatic academic phrase. It signals that you are addressing a known deficiency or disconnect in current knowledge, which adds significant weight to your argument. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Precision over simplicity. Formality demands that we use the most exact word possible to avoid ambiguity. In academic writing, vagueness is our greatest enemy. Choosing a specific preposition shows that you have deeply considered the relationships between all your ideas. Signaling rhetorical function. Certain prepositions signal to the reader that we are shifting viewpoints or introducing key limitations. Phrases like with respect to or in light of act as sophisticated road signs for your audience. They prepare them for the shift in topic or perspective you are about to deliver. Maintaining academic tone. Using complex prepositions elevates the perceived intellectual weight and maturity of your writing. English has many redundancies, but adopting these more elaborate prepositional structures automatically pushes your language into a higher register. It demonstrates fluency in academic discourse. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the results were dependent on the funding. Say, the results depended on the funding. While dependent on is technically acceptable, using the simple verb depended often creates a cleaner grammatical flow. Try to use verbs where possible. They keep your writing active and engaging. Some learners say, we analyze the data regarding market trends. The better way to say this is, we analyze the data concerning market trends. When discussing scholarly evidence, concerning is often preferred over regarding. It carries a slightly more formal and objective weight, which is perfect for academic reports. Don't say, the policy was implemented in spite the resistance. Say, the policy was implemented despite the resistance. This is a classic prepositional pairing error. Remember that despite and in spite of are two different structures, but they cannot be mixed. Practice this distinction to achieve immediate clarity. Here are 4 ways to practice. Vary your connectors. Don't overuse the same prepositional phrase structure. Mix up your transitions. If you used in addition to in one paragraph, try swapping it for furthermore or perhaps coupled with. This variation keeps your writing fresh and suggests a more nuanced thought process. Prepositional mapping. Before drafting, map out the core relationships. Causa, etarolobu effect, time etarolobu time to ensure logical flow. Think of this like circuit diagramming. By mapping the connections first, you preemptively identify awkward or missing prepositions that might break the logic chain of your argument. Review for specificity. When reviewing, circle every preposition and ask, is there a more specific word I could use? Don't settle for with. Is it accompanied by ao, in connection with, or alongside, or alongside? This deep check forces you to elevate the precision of your vocabulary. Practice phrasal verbs. Focus on high-level phrasal verbs and their fixed prepositions, such as account for or adhere to. These multi-word units are essential in formal speech. They often carry specific meanings that single prepositions cannot replicate, drastically improving the sophistication of your narrative. Determiners are essential tools for precision when we talk about numbers and amounts. They help us quantify abstract concepts or measurable items in our data. The key distinction we need to master today is whether the noun we are describing can be counted individually or if it exists as a bulk mass. If you can put a number right before the word, like 3 cars, then it's countable. If it's something continuous like water, information, or time, it's treated as an uncountable amount. When we quantify data, precision is everything. Think of determiners not just as words, but as signposts guiding your listener to the correct conceptual category. Knowing if a noun is countable or uncountable changes which word you must use, and getting that wrong can make your argument sound vague or inaccurate. Here are 5 examples. The study showed few statistically significant correlations. Few countable. Notice that correlations are distinct points of data. You can count them one by one. Therefore, we must use few, which refers to a small number of individual items. We had little time remaining to analyze the secondary variables. Little, uncountable. Time is treated as a continuous resource. You can't say 3 times in this context. You must refer to an abstract amount requiring little. The research yielded many compelling arguments for the new policy. Many countable. Arguments are specific ideas or points presented in a report. Since we can count these discrete units, many's is the appropriate determiner to use here. There was much evidence suggesting climate change acceleration. Much, uncountable. Evidence itself is an uncountable noun. It represents a body of knowledge, not individual pieces. We quantify the sheer volume of data supporting the claim with much. They faced few logistical challenges during the field experiment. Few, countable. Here, we are talking about distinct challenges, which is a countable noun. If it were an abstract concept like difficulty or hardship, we would use little. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Countable versus uncountable nouns. This distinction dictates which quantifier you must select. Grammatically speaking, this difference stems from how English conceptualizes these nouns. Countable nouns refer to items that have clear boundary, as a car, a book, or an apple. These are unit-based. The concept of mass. Uncountable nouns often represent mass, abstract concepts, or substances. Uncountable nouns like knowledge, progress, or water do not have individual units. Because they are continuous, we cannot put a number in front of them. Instead, we must measure them using words like amounts or degree. Quantifier pairing. Few or many pair with countables. Little much pair with uncountables. Remember this simple pairing rule. If the noun is a mass or abstract idea, always use little or much. If it represents distinct physical objects or ideas, you must use few or many. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "We gathered much data about the participants' feelings." Say, "We gathered a lot of data about the participants' feelings." This is a classic mistake because data technically means multiple pieces of information, which suggests counting. However, in modern academic English, it is overwhelmingly treated as an uncountable mass noun. Therefore, using a lot of or simply omitting the quantifier sounds more natural. Don't say, "The committee noted few valuable recommendations." Say, "The committee noted a number of valuable recommendations." While fews is grammatically correct, when the intended meaning is merely more than 0, using phrases like "a number of" or "several" often sounds more formal and academic. This gives you flexibility while maintaining a sophisticated tone. Don't say, "There was many opportunities to improve efficiency." Say, "There were many opportunities to improve efficiency." This error is not just about determiners, but also subject-verb agreement. The subject here is opportunities, which is plural and countable, so the verb must be were. Always check your verb conjugation when using many. Here are 4 ways to practice. The noun check method. Before choosing a quantifier, pause and ask yourself, can I put the word are or an in front of this noun? If yes, it is countable. This simple mental trick helps reinforce the concept immediately. If you can visualize a single unit of the noun like an idea or a chart, you know you need a countable quantifier like many's or few. Use collective phrases. When in doubt, replace the tricky quantifier with a safe phrase like a large amount of, a small number of, or a great deal of. These phrases act as linguistic buffers. They allow you to speak fluently and accurately even if you are unsure about the technical countability of complex academic nouns, making your writing sound polished. Visualize your data. When speaking or writing reports, referring back to a chart or graph can help anchor your quantifiers in concrete examples. If you are discussing data, referencing the source material, as shown on Figure 3, helps ground your language usage. It moves your discussion from abstract grammar rules to tangible observation. Good. Practice grouping. Group high-frequency countable and uncountable nouns together for targeted practice, e.g., rainfall versus rainstorm. Targeted practice is key to moving this knowledge from short-term memory into fluent, automatic usage. Focus on the most common academic pitfalls, like confusing information with pieces of information. When we move into academic discussion, simple vocabulary often isn't enough. We need words that convey nuance and depth. This is where the Advanced Word List, or AWL, comes in handy. It doesn't just give you fancy words, it gives you conceptual anchors for complex ideas. Learning these high-frequency nouns and verbs allows your speech to sound more precise, rigorous, and sophisticated. Ultimately, mastering this vocabulary helps you move from merely talking about a topic to truly analyzing it. Think of academic language as having layers. If you use basic words, you might only scratch the surface of the idea. By incorporating AWL items, you are signaling that your ideas have been processed through multiple levels of critical thought. This instantly raises the perceived intellectual weight of your contribution to a discussion. Here are 5 examples. The economic implications of automation are vast. Noun, implication. Instead of saying what this will do, using implications forces you to consider the wide-ranging consequences. It suggests that the outcome isn't just one thing, but a broad set of effects, economic, social, or political. Could you articulate your main point more clearly? Verb, articulate. To articulate means more than just speaking words. It implies that the ideas were first organized and structured in a complex way before they could be brought out into clear speech. Focus on the mental process this word suggests. The study challenged the existing paradigm of thought. Noun, paradigm. A paradigm is not just a model, it represents a framework or an accepted pattern that governs how people think about something. When you say something challenges a paradigm, you are suggesting a fundamental shift in understanding. We must synthesize the data from all three sources. Verb, synthesize. To synthesize means to combine different elements into a cohesive whole. This is crucial for academic discussion because it shows you are not just listing facts, but actively building new knowledge from disparate pieces of information. The report delineates the specific boundaries of the problem. Verb, delineate. If you need to specify exactly where something starts and ends, whether it's a concept or a geographical zone used to delineate, it is far more precise than simply saying, explain, or here are 3 reasons why this matters. Increase specificity and depth. These words replace vague generalities with focused concepts. Academic discussion requires specificity. If you use a word like elucidates instead of explain, you are suggesting that the topic is complex, requiring careful, detailed clarification. It elevates your intellectual contribution. Establishing formal register. Using advanced vocabulary signals competence and preparation. Language has different registers: formal, informal, casual. When speaking in an academic setting, using high-level vocabulary immediately places you in a formal register, which is expected in scholarly conversation. Demonstrating active critical thinking. Choosing the perfect word shows how deeply you understand the relationship between concepts. A simple vocabulary might allow you to state a fact. A sophisticated vocabulary, however, allows you to discuss the relationship between facts, the implications, the paradigms, and the synthetic connections. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Then say, the study shows the impact on global warming. Say, the study affects global warming. Be careful not to confuse affects with effects. Remember that affect is usually a verb, meaning to influence, while effect is often a noun, referring to the result. This is one of the most common academic errors. Incorrect. The idea was very conceptual. Correct. The idea was highly abstract. While conceptual is related, it tends to describe the process of thinking. If you mean that an idea is far from concrete or tangible, using abstract is much more accurate and natural sounding. Don't say, we need to analyze the results. Say, we need to examine the results. While analyze is correct, in many contexts, especially when discussing data, examine or investigate sounds more natural and measured. You are guiding the listener through a process of thoughtful observation. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active input, contextual reading. When reading academic journals, don't just identify new words, write down the entire sentence to see how the word functioned. This builds a stronger memory link. When you encounter a word like paradigm, don't just memorize its definition. Instead, visualize 3 different sentences where it could be used. This contextual repetition is key to making vocabulary stick in your long-term memory. The substitution drill. Take a paragraph you wrote previously and circle every basic noun or verb. Challenge yourself to replace those words with 2 to 3 more advanced AWL synonyms. This drill forces immediate application, which is much harder than passive reading. It moves the vocabulary from your receptive memory understanding it to your productive memory using it naturally when speaking. Topic: specific vocabulary banks. Instead of learning random words, create banks based on themes, environmental policy, or socioeconomic trends. Learning vocabulary in themed chunks makes it much easier to recall because all the words serve a related purpose. If you are discussing climate change, your brain will naturally retrieve mitigations and implications together. Speaking shadowing technique. Listen to advanced academic podcasts or TED Talks. Pause and repeat phrases immediately after the speaker, focusing on rhythm and word placement. Shadowing helps you internalize not just what words sound right, but how they flow with others. It improves your fluency and makes the use of sophisticated vocabulary feel natural rather than forced. A strong introduction doesn't just state a topic, it frames it using precise academic language. We are focusing on collocation swords that naturally go together in specific contexts. For example, instead of saying bad pollution, we use the collocation severe air pollution. These pairs signal fluency and advanced vocabulary knowledge. Using these specialized phrases is crucial because examiners look for evidence that you can discuss complex ideas academically. Mastering them elevates your writing from competent to sophisticated. Remember that knowing a word isn't enough, you have to know which words it partners with. Think of collocations as linguistic glue. They make your arguments sound natural and authoritative, rather than like a list of random, high-level vocabulary items. This precision is what truly pushes your score higher. Here are 4 examples. The increasing prevalence of digital devices has prompted significant debates regarding its impact on adolescent cognitive development. Uses prevalence, advanced noun, and the collocation cognitive development. This is specific and academic. Notice how this example avoids vague words like many's or a lot of. Pairing digital devices with prevalence immediately establishes a formal, scholarly tone. These precise collocations show you are deeply familiar with the core concepts of the essay. Addressing global climate change requires comprehensive policy changes and immediate shifts in renewable energy adoption. Uses comprehensive and the strong action collocation renewable energy adoption. This is direct and impactful. This example demonstrates powerful verbs and nouns working together. Instead of simply saying we need to use more solar power, using energy adoption raises the register significantly. It shows that the issue is systemic, not just a simple recommendation. The debate surrounding mandatory national curricula highlights the tension between standardized education and individual student potential. Users highlights the tension and standardized curriculum. This phrasing is sophisticated for discussing social issues. When introducing a conflict or a debate, use phrases like tension between or conflict over. These collocations are far more nuanced than simply stating that 2 sides disagree. They show you understand the complexity of the issue. Furthermore, the proliferation of single-use plastics poses a grave threat to marine biodiversity worldwide. Uses proliferation and the strong collocation poses a grave threat. This is highly formal and academic. The word proliferation is much stronger than increase, and pairing it with grave threats immediately raises the level of urgency and seriousness. Always look for ways to upgrade your basic adjectives and nouns into more specific, impactful vocabulary. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people think that social media is bad for mental health. The pervasive nature of social media platforms raises concerns regarding mental well-being. Replaces generic phrasing and vague nouns with academic terminology. The shift from many people think to pervasive nature raises concerns is massive. We moved away from a simple opinion statement and framed it as an established, complex problem. This instantly boosts the formality of your writing. Governments should do more things to help poor people. Addressing poverty requires robust governmental intervention and targeted socio-economic policies. Uses specific collocations like robust intervention and specialized terminology. Instead of using the vague phrase do more things, we used high-level, actionable language. Terms like intervene and socioeconomics are signals that you have read extensively on this topic area. Because cars cause pollution in big cities. The reliance on private vehicles contributes significantly to urban air pollution levels. Uses formal phrasing, reliance on, and precise environmental collocations. Note how we changed the causal structure. We moved from a simple because clause to using reliance on. Contributes significantly. This complex verb-noun arrangement makes your writing sound much more academically polished. It is important that students learn about history. Studying historical narratives provides invaluable insights into contemporary societal structures. Shifts focus from the subject, students, to the academic action and result, insights. A strong introduction focuses on this idea being discussed, not just who thinks it. By focusing on historical narratives providing invaluable insights, you sound like a scholar discussing theory rather than just giving advice. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, global warming is a big problem for the planet. Strong, climate change represents an escalating global challenge that necessitates immediate international cooperation. The most common error is using casual conversational language. By replacing big problem with escalating global challenge, you immediately raise the register. Always aim for sophisticated nouns and strong verbs to convey urgency. Weak. Education should focus on money so people can get rich. Strong. The educational system must pivot towards fostering economic productivity alongside intellectual growth. This fixes the collocation mismatch. Instead of linking education directly to money, we use the academic phrase, fostering economic productivity. This shows you can discuss abstract concepts with specialized vocabulary. Weak. Some people think technology is good, but others think it is bad. Strong. While technological advancements offer undeniable benefits, they simultaneously present ethical dilemmas that require careful consideration. Avoid simply stating disagreement. Use concessive clauses like while. They simultaneously present. This structure is far more complex and demonstrates your ability to handle nuanced, balanced arguments. Here are 4 ways to practice. The keyword map technique. When given a prompt, don't just write, map out 5 key academic collocations related to the topic, e.g. sustainability, global footprint. This active planning step forces you to pre-select high-scoring vocabulary before writing even begins. By integrating these mapped phrases naturally, your introduction will sound cohesive and highly academic. Focus on the scope, the why. Instead of summarizing the debate, some say X, some say Y, frame the scopes of the problem. This issue is complex because a Band 7 introduction defines the boundaries of the argument. By stating that the topic is complex or multifaceted, you signal to the examiner that you understand the depth and nuance of the debate. Use advanced linking phrases. Practice using phrases like, it is widely acknowledged that, nevertheless, or the correlation between X and Y suggests. Don't just rely on basic transitions. Using sophisticated signposting language helps build coherence right from the first sentence, creating a smooth, authoritative flow for the reader. 3-step drafting method. Draft 1. State the topic simply. Draft 2. Upgrade vocabulary and collocations. Draft 3. Refine structure with advanced phrasing. Treat your introduction like a 3-stage editing process. Never write your final draft in one go. Always revisit it specifically to elevate the diction, which is where most candidates lose marks. Now, it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some people believe that universities should teach students practical job skills, while others argue that traditional academic knowledge is more valuable. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the introduction must acknowledge both opposing viewpoints before narrowing down to a clear thesis statement. Remember, you are not writing an essay yet, you are only setting the stage. The goal here is balance, showing that you understand the complexity by mentioning both sides using advanced collocations. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is framing the topic as a balancing act or tension between 2 competing priorities. Instead of just listing the sides, try to collocate them into an academic conflict. For example, discuss the tension between theoretical knowledge and practical market demands. This elevated framing is what earns top marks. Academic writing requires precision. We are moving beyond simply replacing a basic word with another synonym. Instead, we need to understand the subtle tone, connotation, and level of formality that each high-level vocabulary choice carries. Choosing the right advanced term shows your reader not just what you know, but how deeply you understand the topic's nuances. The key takeaway here isn't memorizing a list of synonyms, it's understanding the spectrums they occupy. For instance, one word might be appropriate for casual conversation while another is strictly academic. Always ask yourself, what specific shade of meaning am I trying to convey? This will guide you toward the most sophisticated choice. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is mitigate. Say it again. Mitigate. Think of mitigate as reducing the intensity or harshness of a situation. It's much stronger than just saying lessen. We often use it when discussing risks, impacts, or negative consequences in academic reports. The word is pervasive. Say it again. Pervasive. Pervasive means something isn't just present, it has saturated the entire environment, physical, cultural, or academic. If you feel a concept touches every corner of a discussion, pervasive works perfectly. The word is ambivalence. Say it again. Ambivalence. When describing human emotion, ambivalence is highly effective because it acknowledges conflict within a single person's feeling. It suggests two opposing forces are pulling at the same time. The word is elucidate. Say it again. Elucidate. If you want a formal, high-level way to say explain clearly, use elucidate. It elevates your writing immediately and is especially useful when summarizing complex or dense information for your readers. The word is disparity. Say it again. Disparity. Disparities focuses specifically on an observable gap or imbalance, particularly when comparing two groups of things or people. It suggests injustice or inequality, which gives it a slightly more critical tone than just difference. The word is integral. Say it again. Integral. When you describe a component as integral, you are arguing that it is absolutely essential. Without it, the whole structure fails. It's much stronger than simply saying important or necessary. Here are 5 examples. The government must take measures to mitigate the immediate economic fallout from the policy change. Mitigate, VAG. Notice how mitigate is used here in relation to a fallout. It implies that the damage has already happened, and now we are managing or softening its effects. The pervasive nature of digital screens means young people interact with technology from infancy. Pervasive, AJ. Because pervasive describes something that is everywhere like screen time, it automatically adds a sense of scale and ubiquity to the statement. It's much more powerful than saying screens are everywhere. His report revealed significant disparity between regional educational standards. N. Here we use disparities to point out an imbalance. The word carries a strong sense of judgment regarding fairness or equity when comparing two groups. The professor had to elucidate the mathematical concept using real-world analogies for the students. Elucidate, V4. This sentence models a perfect academic use of elucidate. It suggests that the initial explanation was complex or opaque and needed careful, step-by-step clarification. She felt deep ambivalence about leaving her career to pursue artistic passions. Ambivalence in. When discussing personal conflict, ambivalence is a sophisticated way of saying you feel two things at once. It shows the reader that your internal emotional state is complex. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, difference. Compare it with disparity. Degree of difference, general versus imbalance. While difference is fine for everyday speech, disparity suggests a measurable gap or an imbalance that often implies something unjust or unequal. Think of comparing wealth. The difference is factual. The disparity is critically noticeable. First, alleviate. Compare it with mitigate. Reducing severity, general versus action. Both words mean to lessen something bad, but mitigate usually refers to reducing the impact or effects of a risk. If you reduce pain, you might alleviate it. If you manage a crisis, you mitigate it. First, important. Compare it with integral. Necessity, general versus essential component. Important is vague and can apply to almost anything. Integral, however, suggests that the item or concept is structurally necessary. It cannot be removed without breaking the whole system. First, confusing. Compare it with ambivalent. State of mind, feeling versus clarity. This pair shows a shift from describing something that causes confusion to naming the states of feeling internal conflict. Ambivalence is a noun that names the psychological condition, which is far more specific than simply saying someone feels confused. Here are 4 ways to practice. Word mapping. Group related words by nuance, e.g., to explain, elucidate, clarify, specifies. When you create word maps, don't just list synonyms, map the degrees Gresk of meaning. For example, mapping different ways to express a problem might go from issues minor to crisis major, showing your range. Or location building. Practice pairing high-level verbs with specific nouns, e.g., mitigate risk, pervasive influence. Understanding collocations is vital for sounding advanced. It's not just knowing the word, it's knowing which words naturally sit next to it in formal English writing. Thematic recall. Review vocabulary based on academic themes, e.g., social justice vocabulary or economic terms. Rather than random flashcards, grouping words by theme helps you build a semantic network in your brain. This makes the retention process much more meaningful and useful for specific essay topics. Sentence transformation. Take simple sentences and rewrite them using the target vocabulary while maintaining original meaning. This is the ultimate test of nuance. If you can successfully transform a basic sentence into an academic one without losing any meaning, you have mastered the sophisticated usage of these synonyms. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The rapid expansion of social media has created a pervasive influence on modern communication. While it offers connectivity, experts warn that the resulting disparity in public discourse is alarming. Governments must act to mitigate this issue, providing clear guidelines to elucidate responsible online behavior. The right balance between individual freedom and collective responsibility remains an integral challenge. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means spread throughout every area. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is pervasive. The context clue here is expansion and communication, suggesting something widely spread. Pervasive perfectly captures this sense of saturation across all aspects mentioned. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence about science. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the new telescope will help us elucidate the origins of distant galaxies. Remember that elucidates is often used when discussing scientific discoveries or theoretical concepts. You are not just explaining, you are bringing great clarity to something previously obscure. Paraphrasing is far more complex than simply replacing difficult words with synonyms. It is the act of restating someone else's ideas or arguments using completely different vocabulary and sentence structure while maintaining the original core meaning. Our goal here is structural transformation, not just lexical substitution. Think of it as translating an idea from one grammatical system to another. We must capture the nuance and tone accurately. Remember that effective paraphrasing shows deep comprehension. If you cannot explain the source material in your own words while keeping the meaning intact, you haven't truly understood it yet. The goal is academic fluency, sounding knowledgeable without plagiarizing the original author's voice. Here are 4 examples. Original because the data indicated a sharp decline in usage, researchers quickly implemented new guidelines. Changed cause and effect structure because. Notice how we shifted the focus. Instead of starting with because, we restructured the sentence to begin with the core finding itself. This subtle change changes the flow and emphasis, making your writing sound more sophisticated. Paraphrase. The quick implementation of new guidelines was necessitated by evidence showing a sharp decline in usage. Active to passive voice conversion. This example demonstrates converting from active voice to passive voice. By making the action the focus rather than the doer, you can completely obscure the original sentence structure while keeping the exact meaning. Original. The committee debated the policy for hours. Converting simple action into a nominalization using nouns. Nominalization is turning verbs or adjectives into nouns. Saying, the intense debate over the policy continued for hours sounds much more formal and academic than simply saying they debated it. Paraphrase. Hours were spent by the committee in discussions regarding the new policy. Shifting the subject from committee to hours. By changing what the sentence focuses on, shifting the subject from the people to the time itself, you create distance between your writing and the source material, which is excellent for avoiding accidental plagiarism. Let's compare 4 pairs. Direct quote. Compare it with paraphrase. Verbatim versus restructured. A direct quote must be enclosed in quotation marks and cited precisely. A paraphrase, however, completely restructures the language. No quotes are needed because you have successfully rewritten the idea entirely. First, summary. Paraphrase a detail. Scope. Main idea versus specific point. A summary covers the general themes of an entire passage, giving only the biggest takeaways. Paraphrasing is much more granular. It focuses on rewriting one specific sentence or argument within that larger text. Simply substituting synonyms. Structural rewriting. Shallow versus deep change. If you only swap out synonyms, the underlying grammar and structure remain identical, which can still be flagged as academic borrowing. True rewriting requires altering the grammatical backbone of the sentence. High-level connectors, P1L16. Paraphrasing the connection. Linking ideas versus rewriting content. While connectors help flow, paraphrasing is about rewriting content itself. If you are asked to rephrase a complex argument, do not just connect 2 paragraphs, rewrite the connection and the arguments within them. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Effective paraphrasing requires changing both vocabulary and sentence blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. 4. The correct answer is structure. Remember that structure refers to the grammatical arrangement, the subject, the verb placement, or whether you use a subordinate clause. Changing the structure is often harder than finding synonyms. When rewriting material, always focus on maintaining the original author's core blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is meaning. The single golden rule of paraphrasing is meaning preservation. If your rewritten version changes the intended message or tone, you have failed to paraphrase correctly. To avoid plagiarism, it is best practice to first read and understand the idea, then blank it on a separate sheet. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is right. Physically separating the writing process helps you bypass the unconscious habit of word-for-word copying. This deliberate step forces your brain into active synthesis rather than passive transcription. When paraphrasing, consider changing the grammatical voice from active to blank and vice versa. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is passive. Mastering the shift between active and passive voice is one of the most powerful techniques for restructuring sentences. It allows you to manipulate which element of the subject or the action you want your reader to pay attention to. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tip 1. Identify the core subject and action. Strip away all adjectives and adverbs. What is doing what to whom? This gives you the skeletal framework of the idea. Before rewriting, reduce the sentence down to its simplest components. By isolating the main subject-verb-object triplet, you can rebuild it using completely different linking words or clauses. Tip 2. Change the grammatical pattern entirely. Switch from a complex sentence, multiple clauses, to 2 simple sentences. This adds clarity and variety. Sometimes, simply breaking one long, dense sentence into 2 or 3 shorter ones is the most effective form of paraphrasing. It improves readability without losing any academic weight. Tip 3. Reorganize the sequence of ideas. If the source material lists points A, B, and C, try starting with point C, then segueing back to A and concluding with B. The logic must remain intact. This tip is crucial for advanced writers. You are allowed to change the order of supporting arguments as long as you maintain the correct logical relationship between them. Tip 4. Use introductory phrases and signposting language. Instead of saying, "The study concluded that," try phrasing it as, "From the results of the study, it is apparent that." This integrates the source material smoothly into your own writing voice. These academic framing devices help you sound like a critical synthesizer of information. They guide the reader from the original idea to your analysis of that idea. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The utilization of advanced digital tools has profoundly altered the educational landscape. While some critics argue that technology fosters distraction and reduces deep critical thought, empirical data suggests a more nuanced reality. Specifically, when integrated thoughtfully by skilled educators, these platforms enhance accessibility for diverse learners and provide real-time feedback mechanisms previously unavailable in traditional classrooms. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, technology's role in education is complex. It offers significant benefits when implemented thoughtfully by educators. The key here was identifying the central tension, the debate. The passage doesn't take a hard side, but rather argues for a balanced view. Your summary must capture this nuance of complexity. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means significantly enhanced. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is profoundly. To paraphrase vocabulary, look at the context surrounding the target word. Rather than just substituting it with a single synonym, write a short phrase explaining what that high-level word implies. Register shift is the ability to adjust your language style based on who you are talking to or writing for. It means recognizing that one specific vocabulary or grammatical structure might be perfect in a casual chat, but completely unsuitable for an academic paper. Essentially, it's moving from the highly personalized tone of everyday conversation to the objective distance required by scholarly discourse. When mastering this shift, you are not just learning new words, you are adopting a specialized mindset. This process requires shifting your focus from personal expression to structured argumentation. Think of register as layers of clothing for your language. You wouldn't wear swimsuit attire to a board meeting, right? Similarly, academic writing requires a specific professional outfit and characterized by formality and detachment. The goal is always to make the reader feel you are an expert in the field, not just someone sharing opinions. Here are 5 examples. Replace phrasal verbs with single Latinate verbs. Lexical sophistication. Instead of saying put up with the situation, formal language demands words like tolerate. This substitution immediately elevates the tone. Choosing these more compact and academic verbs is one of the quickest ways to demonstrate proficiency in advanced English. Eliminate contractions and colloquialisms. Formality requirement. Never write don't or use slang terms like gonna. Always expand these into their full forms, such as do not or using precise terminology. This is a fundamental rule of academic writing that signals immediate professionalism to the reader. Shift from personal opinion, I think, to evidence-based claims. Objective tone. High-level academic work requires you to argue through evidence, not personal feeling. Instead of stating, I believe the data shows, phrase it as, the available data suggests. This instantly makes your argument sound more credible and universally supported. Use formal connectors over basic transitions. Coherence boost. While we've learned about linking ideas before, in formal registers, you must use highly structured transition words. For example, replacing also with furthermore or however with conversely. These advanced connectors ensure flawless logical flow. Prioritize nominalization over simple verbs. Structural density. Nominalization means turning actions into concepts. For instance, saying, the research has determined is less formal than writing, a determination was made by the researchers. This structural shift creates a dense, objective academic tone. The most critical element of register shift is achieving objective distance through impersonal discourse. This means structuring your sentences so that the focus remains entirely on the ideas and evidence, rather than on who generated those ideas. To accomplish this, you should frequently employ passive constructions, such as, it has been argued that, or, using nominal subjects like, the proliferation of technology suggests. Furthermore, when presenting findings, shift away from direct agents, we found, to institutional language, the study revealed. By doing this, you are subtly positioning yourself as a conduit for knowledge rather than the sole source. This technique lends immense credibility and academic weight to your entire argument. Remember that in academia, the findings themselves are supposed to be more important than the person delivering them. Using impersonal language achieves this by making the research feel like it exists independently of your personal viewpoint. It's about building a shield of objectivity around your ideas. Let's compare 4 pairs. Academic writing, formal. Journalistic reporting, semi-formal. Degree of objectivity. While both are formal, academic writing demands near total emotional neutrality. Journalistic reporting can allow for more evocative language to engage a broader public audience, meaning the shift is less severe but still requires precision. Colloquial speech, informal. Academic discourse, formal. Voice, syntactic complexity. In casual speech, we prioritize speed and ease. Formal discourse prioritizes complexity and nuance. This means moving from simple subject-verb-object structures to multi-layered clauses using advanced conjunctions. General academic writing. Highly specialized. Vocabulary, specificity. A general academic paper might discuss economic impact, but a technical report in engineering will use highly specific jargon like structural load capacities or thermodynamic efficiency. The shift is narrowing the scope of vocabulary considerably. Speaking, oral presentation. Writing, written essay. Rhetorical flow. When speaking, you can afford slightly more conversational breaks and rhetorical questions. However, when writing, every transition must be explicitly signaled with a formal connector to guide the reader flawlessly through your logic. Here are 4 ways to practice. The imitation method, modeling. Read aloud published journal articles or white papers. Don't just read them, actively listen for the patterns. Notice where the authors place commas, how they transition between ideas, and what types of vocabulary they use to maintain that consistent tone. This helps internalize the rhythm of academic speech. The 3-pass revision technique. First pass, focus on grammar. Second pass, focus on conciseness, removing filler. Third pass, focus solely on register shift. When revising your own work, do not try to fix everything at once. By dividing the task into targeted passes grammar, then word count, then formality, you prevent your brain from becoming overwhelmed and ensure systematic improvement. Create a formality substitution list. Keep a live list of 20 common colloquial phrases and their academic alternatives. This is an active vocabulary tool. For example, if you write a lot of, swap it out for numerous or substantial. Having this physical reference point helps you catch the mistake in real time during drafting. Seek feedback on tone, not just grammar. Ask a peer to specifically critique your tone. Is it too conversational, too weak, too subjective? When reviewing work, make sure the feedback focuses beyond just grammar and spelling. You need an external ear to tell you if your writing sounds authentically detached and scholarly enough. When discussing global issues like climate change or conservation, your vocabulary needs to be precise and academic. We are focusing on 3 key areas: identifying the causes of environmental damage, describing its severe effects, and proposing effective mitigation strategies. These topics require sophisticated language because you aren't just stating facts, you are analyzing complex systems. Using strong terminology helps elevate your speech from simple description to deep analysis. Remember that when you speak about environment topics, the goal is often persuasive or academic writing. Don't just say it got worse. Use precise verbs and nouns like degradation or depletion. Mastering these terms will help you structure arguments logically, making your presentation sound authoritative. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is arid. Say it again, arid. This word is perfect for describing climate conditions, moving beyond simply dry. When you use it, try pairing it with nouns like landscapes, soil, or regions to make your description vivid. It suggests a deeper level of dryness than just a common adjective. The word is depletion. Say it again, depletion. This noun is excellent for economics and resource management discussions. We often talk about resource depletion or water depletion. It implies a measurable decrease, making it much more formal than just saying running out. The word is sustainability. Say it again, sustainability. This is perhaps the most important word in this topic, so pay attention to its structure. It's a compound concept, meaning we are talking about long-term viability across multiple systems: economic, ecological, and social. Always remember that sustainability relates to future generations. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. This is a powerful academic verb that means to lessen or to soften. Instead of saying reduce the damage, you can use mitigate the impact. Think of it as actively working to reduce severity, which gives your speech more weight. The word is ecosystem. Say it again, ecosystem. When you use ecosystem, remember that it's not just the animals or just the plants. It's the entire interaction. The biotic components like living things and the abiotic components like water temperature and sunlight. This holistic view is key. The word is emissions. Say it again, emissions. This word is a staple in climate science discussions. It specifically refers to man-made release, especially of greenhouse gases like CO2. When paired with carbon, it becomes the standard terminology for discussing global warming. Here are 5 examples. The mining operation contributed heavily to the depletion of local groundwater reserves. Depletion, noun. Notice how depletion is used here with another noun, groundwater. This collocation is very common in scientific reports. It specifically points out that a finite resource has been reduced below a safe level. We must implement policy changes to mitigate rising sea levels caused by climate change. Mitigate verb mitigates is followed by a gerund phrase, rising sea levels. This structure shows that the action you are taking, implementing policies, is designed to lessen the severity of an ongoing problem. Tropical rainforests are crucial ecosystems for global biodiversity. Ecosystems, noun. The word biodiversity is often paired with ecosystem. It means that the health of the entire system depends on having a great variety of life forms, making it a powerful pair to use. Because the area became so arid, agriculture was no longer sustainable. Arid, sustainable, adjage. This sentence demonstrates cause and effect. The aridities is the condition that makes the previously existing practice of farming unsustainable in the long run. Governments must aggressively regulate industrial emissions to promote a circular economy. Emissions, noun. This sentence is full of high-level environmental vocabulary. Emissions are the cause, and regulating them helps achieve an outcome like the circular economy, which is itself an academic concept. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, pollution. Emissions, cause. Scope difference. While emissions are forms of pollution, pollution is broader. Pollution can be plastic litter or noise. Emissions specifically refer to gases released into the atmosphere by combustion processes. Damage, general. Degradation, specific. Academic formality. Degradation is much more formal than damage. It suggests a gradual, systematic decline in quality or value, for instance, the degradation of soil over time. Reduce, general. Mitigate, specific. Action focus. To reduce is to make something smaller. To mitigate, however, implies a calculated effort to lessen the severity of an impact or risk, giving your language a more academic edge. First, hot. Arid, specific. Precision in description. Arid is the precise adjective we use to describe extreme dryness, especially regarding climate or land. Using arid shows that you have a specialized vocabulary for geographical descriptions. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Pairing words naturally. Don't just memorize depletion. Instead, map it by creating collocations, resource depletion, water depletion, or oil depletion. This trains your brain to use the word correctly in context immediately. Thematic word lists. Grouping words by function. When studying, try grouping target vocabulary not just alphabetically, but thematically. For example, create a list of causes, e.g. emissions, a list of effects, e.g. degradation, and a list of solutions, e.g. mitigation. Sentence transformation. Rewriting simple ideas formally. Take a simple sentence like, people are polluting the air. Now rewrite it using our target words to make it academic. Human activity causes significant emissions, leading to atmospheric pollution. This practice is vital for formal speaking. Spaced repetition. Reviewing at increasing intervals. This technique means reviewing the vocabulary not just today, but again in 3 days, then a week, and then 2 weeks. This spaced review method is scientifically proven to move words from your short-term memory into your long-term active knowledge. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Global deforestation leads to the rapid depletion of vital ecosystems. These changes result in major carbon emissions and overall environmental degradation. To combat this, sustainable practices must be adopted worldwide. We need strong regulations that can mitigate pollution and ensure biodiversity remains intact for future generations. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means the gradual decline in quality or health. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is degradation. The context clues here are key. The sentence structure shows what is declining the general state of the environment, making degradations the precise fit. It implies a systemic failing, not just a single incident. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, we must prioritize sustainable energy methods to combat resource depletion. When formulating your answer, try to use compound collocations like sustainable energies or resource depletion. This shows fluency and mastery. Moving beyond just knowing the word itself, when discussing modern technology, we must move beyond simply naming gadgets. We need to analyze their true impact. Disruption refers to a radical change that overturns established norms or industries entirely. Another key concept is the ethical dilemma, which presents a difficult choice with no perfect solution. Understanding these areas allows you to write complex arguments about progress and peril. Remember that impacts is broad, encompassing economic, social, and environmental effects. When using this vocabulary, always try to specify which facet of the impact you are discussing. Are we talking about job displacement? Or perhaps shifts in personal data privacy? Being specific makes your analysis much stronger. Here are 4 examples. AI represents a disruptive force that is reshaping labor markets globally. Analyzing impact. Economic. Notice how we used reshaping instead of just saying changing. This verb choice elevates the tone and suggests a fundamental structural alteration. Always look for stronger, more academic verbs when describing change. The primary ethical dilemma surrounding deepfakes is consent and authenticity. Identifying ethical concerns. Here, the focus isn't on the technology itself, but on the human rights issue it creates. When you see ethical dilemma, think of a conflict between 2 values, like free speech versus privacy. The internet has created unforeseen consequences for mental health. Discussing unintended consequences. Using unforeseen is crucial because it implies that the negative outcomes were not predicted by the creators of the technology. This adds a layer of critical distance to your argument. We must regulate algorithmic bias to promote fairness. Advocating for mitigation. This phrasing is highly active and persuasive. You are not just stating a problem, you are proposing an actionable solution regulation. This shows mastery of both the vocabulary and the academic writing structure. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Academic rigor and nuance. Using precise language prevents oversimplification of complex topics. In academic discourse, simplicity is often mistaken for accuracy. By using terms like exacerbate or mitigate, you demonstrate that you understand the subtle differences between problems. For example, knowing the economic hardship and social isolation are different types of negative impact. Moving beyond blame. Effective analysis identifies systemic causes rather than pointing fingers. A strong argument doesn't just accuse, it explains the mechanism of failure. Instead of saying tech is bad, you should analyze how a specific design choice or market force contributes to harm. Structuring complex arguments. These terms provide frameworks for structured discussion. When you use the structure, problem, cause, ethical implication, solution, your argument becomes highly predictable and persuasive to a listener or reader. It gives them a clear path through your logic. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Some learners say, technology is bad because it changes jobs. The better way to say this is, the automation inherent in modern technology threatens massive job displacement. The shift here is from a vague, emotional statement to a specific academic claim. Notice that threatens and displacements are much more precise than simply saying it changes jobs. Always aim for nouns and verbs that suggest a process. Some learners say, people don't know how to use the new apps properly. The better way to say this is, there is a noticeable digital literacy gap among demographics. We are replacing a casual observation with an academic concept, literacy gap. This immediately signals to your audience that this discussion will be analytical, not merely descriptive. Always use established terminology where possible. Some learners say it is hard to know if the data is fake. The better way to say this is, the pervasive issue of disinformation undermines public trust and democratic integrity. This transformation elevates a personal difficulty. It is hard to know into a large-scale societal crisis. Using powerful nouns like disinformations and integrities makes your arguments sound authoritative. Here are 4 ways to practice. Use the although, however structure. Start by acknowledging a benefit before pivoting to a major drawback. This structure is excellent for academic balance. It shows you are fair-minded, recognizing both the potential benefits of technology while maintaining a critical lens on its failures. Compare and contrast impact zones. Don't treat all impacts equally. Differentiate between economic, social, and political shifts. When you can categorize the impact, for instance, while the economically beneficial, the socially detrimental, you demonstrate a multifaceted understanding of the topic. Frame problems as tensions. Instead of saying A versus B, say that there is tension between them. The word tension implies conflict and struggle, which are key elements in advanced analysis. It suggests a dynamic relationship rather than a simple opposition. Support with specific case studies. Always ground abstract concepts like bias in real-world examples. Whether you are writing or speaking, referencing actual policies or historical tech failures, for example, facial recognition failures lends immediate credibility to your philosophical claims. When we discuss global issues, we are dealing with concepts that transcend borders. At the core are 2 powerful forces, globalization and identity. Globalization refers to the increasing interconnectedness of economies, cultures, and populations worldwide. It means that what happens in one country can quickly impact life everywhere else. Meanwhile, identity is how we define ourselves, a cultural background, our personal beliefs, or our sense of belonging. The key challenge today is understanding how these 2 forces interact with each other. Don't treat globalization and identity as separate topics. They are inherently linked. For example, economic shifts caused by global trade can force a community to change its traditional cultural practices. When you write or speak about this topic, always look for the tension between these two concepts. That tension is where the deepest academic discussion occurs. Here are 5 examples. The phenomenon of cultural homogenization is a major concern. Cultural homogenization, globalism. This phrase helps you discuss the fear that global trends are erasing unique local cultures. Instead of simply saying losing culture, using homogenization gives your argument academic weight and precision. Many individuals struggle to maintain a sense of belonging in modern urban life. Sense of belonging, identity. When discussing identity, sense of belonging is much stronger than just saying feeling connected. It speaks to the psychological and social need for community, which is crucial when analyzing migration patterns. The disparity in access to education highlights global socio-economic disparities. Socio-economic disparities, global issues. This vocabulary allows you to analyze inequality using formal language. By grouping socioeconomics with disparities, you are pointing directly to systemic differences in wealth and opportunity worldwide. We must promote cultural resilience against external pressures. Cultural resilience, identity strategy. Resilience is an active word. It doesn't just mean surviving, it means the ability of a culture to adapt and recover its core values while facing external shocks like pandemics or trade disputes. The interconnectedness of our global supply chains is undeniable. Interconnectedness, globalization. This phrase is perfect for discussing economics. It moves beyond simple trade and emphasizes that virtually every aspect of modern life, from clothing to medicine, is linked by complex, invisible networks. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Developing critical perspective. It moves analysis beyond surface-level facts. In an academic setting, simply stating a problem is not enough. You must analyze the root causes and the competing outcomes. Show that you can see multiple sides of complex global systems. Addressing complexity. Global issues rarely have simple solutions. Great academic writing embraces ambiguity. Instead of arguing X is good or Y is bad, you should aim to argue, while X offers benefits in area A, it creates disadvantages in area B. This shows sophisticated thinking. Enhancing register and tone. Using precise terminology elevates your discourse. Mastering vocabulary like disparities or homogenization proves that you understand the subject matter deeply. It shifts your speech from conversational opinion to informed academic critique. Let's explore the topic of P2L30, topic vocab, society and culture, discussing global issues, globalization, identity. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding P2L30, topic vocab, society and culture, discussing global issues, globalization, identity, deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Prompt 1. Policy analysis. Choose a global policy, like international trade agreements. Discuss its effects on local economies and cultural practices. When practicing, don't just list pros and cons. Instead, structure your answer by detailing the mechanism of impact. For instance, the agreement X leads to Y because of Z. This structured approach is highly academic. Prompt 2. Identity conflict debate. Imagine a local tradition facing global commercialization. Argue for the best way to preserve it. This prompt forces you to use cultural resilience. Your goal is not just to survive, but to adapt in a meaningful way. How can the culture monetize its identity without losing its soul? Prompt 3. Media critique. Analyze how global media portrays issues like poverty or migration. Are they accurate? When critiquing media, focus on the omission as much as the content itself. What details are left out? Who is telling the story? This reveals a deeper understanding of representation. Prompt 4. Synthesis summary. Take two opposing articles about globalization and summarize their core arguments in under 90 seconds. This final skill, synthesis, is crucial. It means you are not just repeating information, you are demonstrating that you understand the relationship between disparate ideas, which is the mark of an expert speaker. Today, we are shifting our focus to high-level vocabulary essential for discussing education policy and educational theory. This category goes far beyond simple classroom words. It requires understanding the structures of knowledge transfer, systemic improvements, and modern learning philosophy. We will cover terms related to pedagogy, which is the method and practice of teaching, as well as concepts surrounding curricular design and institutional reformation. When you encounter these types of academic discussions, whether in a policy paper or an interview, the goal isn't just to define words, it's to understand the underlying philosophy. Think about this vocabulary as tools that allow you to analyze how we learn, not just what we learn. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is pedagogy. Say it again, pedagogy. Remember that pedagogy is not just teaching, it's the science behind how effective learning happens. It involves theory, psychology, and practical application. If you discuss pedagogy, you are discussing the methodology itself. The word is curriculum. Say it again, curriculum. The curriculum is essentially the blueprint of learning. It's different from the syllabus, which only lists topics for a specific course. The curriculum dictates the overall scope and sequence of knowledge. The word is assessment. Say it again, assessment. It's important to distinguish between assessment and simply grading. Assessment is the process of gathering information, it's diagnostic. Grading is merely the final result or score from that process. The word is holistic. Oh, say it again, holistic. When we use holistics in education, we mean developing the complete person, not just their test scores. It means addressing emotional, physical, and intellectual growth simultaneously. The word is incorporate. Say it again, incorporate. A common mistake is using incorporates when you really mean include. Remember that incorporate suggests a deeper, more systematic weaving of one element into another already established framework. The word is reform. Say it again, reform. This word implies that something currently exists, but it is flawed and needs significant improvement. It suggests a large-scale overhaul rather than just a minor tweak. Here are 5 examples. The new curriculum aims to be more holistic, requiring students to balance STEM subjects with creative writing. Holistic, adjage. This example shows how holistics is used to critique narrowly focused models. It implies that a well-rounded education needs input from multiple, traditionally separate academic departments. Effective pedagogy requires teachers to act as facilitators rather than just lecturers. Ooh, pedagogy, noun. This sentence makes a direct statement about best practices. To say a teacher is a facilitator means guiding the discussion and providing tools, allowing the students to do the heavy lifting of discovery. To improve educational equity, we must reform assessment methods away from standardized testing alone. Reform, verb. Notice how reform is paired here with a specific policy goal, educational equity. This combination elevates the discussion from simple improvement to systemic justice. The university decided to incorporate mandatory modules on climate change into every department's core curriculum. Incorporate verb. This is a powerful example of incorporating. It suggests that the module isn't just added as an elective, but woven into the fundamental requirements of all fields. Teachers must use diverse assessment strategies to gauge true understanding rather than rote memorization. Assessment, noun. This sentence pushes back against outdated methods. By mentioning diverse assessment, the speaker is advocating for performance tasks like portfolios and presentations over simple bubble sheets. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, curriculum. Hilibkus, in. Scope versus specific plan. Think of the curriculum as the entire map for a journey, covering all possible regions. A syllabus is simply the detailed itinerary you follow during one specific week on that trip. First, reform. Revamp V5. Systemic change versus cosmetic update. Reform implies fundamental, structural changes, like changing the foundation of a building. Revamp, however, suggests making something look better or updating superficial elements. First, assessment. Evaluation in. Process versus judgment. Assessment is the act of measuring and collecting data. It's the neutral process. Evaluation is what happens after the assessment, where a judgment or value is assigned to that gathered data. Teaching N. Compare it with pedagogy. General action versus theory science. While teaching describes the action of imparting knowledge, pedagogy is the academic field that studies why certain actions work best. It elevates the conversation from practice to theory. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping, pairing words. Match target words with related nouns or adjectives, e.g. holistics plus development. When you map collocations, you are training your brain to use phrases that sound natural to native speakers. Don't just memorize lists, actively build mini sentences around the pairings. Concept word association, the web method. Draw a central concept, e.g. educations, and radiate target words from it, describing their relationship. This visual technique helps you understand the relationship between ideas, which is crucial in academic writing. For instance, how does pedagogy relate to reform? It's a direct cause and effect link. Controlled gap fill, sentence completion. Practicing fill-in-the-blank exercises where only the vocabulary word fits grammatically and contextually. These exercises force you to consider multiple factors simultaneously: grammar, meaning, and academic register. They are excellent for solidifying precise usage. Role-play scenarios, speaking fluency. Preparing short speeches or debates using the vocabulary naturally. The ultimate test is speaking. By prepping to argue a point, say, for or against policy reform, you move past passive understanding into active, confident usage of these complex terms. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The shift towards modern education demands a more holistic approach. Since rote learning is insufficient for global challenges, the curriculum must evolve to incorporate critical thinking and practical problem-solving skills. Educators are now encouraged to reform assessment methods, moving beyond standardized tests to qualitative evaluation. This systematic pedagogical change ensures that students develop lifelong learning habits. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means considering the whole system. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is holistic. The context here is key. Notice how it pairs with approach. It suggests that when dealing with education, you cannot look at academics and athletics separately. You must view them as an integrated unit. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the school decided to revamp its curriculum after receiving feedback on student interest. When creating your own sentences, try varying the part of speech. If you used curriculums as a noun before, try using it in a prepositional phrase or modifying another word to deepen your mastery. When discussing health policy, we move beyond simple descriptions like being sick or staying healthy. We need precise language to discuss concepts such as prevalence and incidence. Prevalence refers to the total number of existing cases in a defined population at one time. Incidence measures how many new cases appear over a specific period. Furthermore, terms like adherence are crucial, meaning a patient's consistent commitment to treatment plans. Finally, policymakers often use mitigation when talking about reducing the severity or impact of diseases. These specialized terms immediately elevate your conversation from casual chat to professional discourse. Understanding the difference between prevalence and incidence is foundational because it dictates whether you are discussing a current burden or an escalating crisis. Mastering this vocabulary allows you to sound both knowledgeable and highly objective. Here are 5 examples. The government mandated stricter emission standards to mitigate respiratory illness. Mandates mitigation. Notice the shift from a personal action to a wide-ranging governmental requirement. The word mandated implies legal force, making this statement much stronger than if we had merely used suggested. This structure highlights the power of public policy. Lowering vaccine hesitancy requires addressing cultural stigma, not just providing data. Stigma addressing. Here, stigma is used to identify a social barrier, not a medical one. This emphasizes that public health issues are often deeply rooted in societal belief systems. To address the issue effectively, you must pinpoint its non-medical causes. The study found a high incidence of type 2 diabetes among urban populations. Incidence. Using incidence helps frame the problem in terms of change over time. This suggests that researchers are tracking new patterns and rates of disease emergence, which is essential for predicting future healthcare needs. Improved patient adherence to medication significantly improved overall treatment efficacy. Adherence, efficacy. This example demonstrates a clear cause and effect relationship tied directly to measurable outcomes. Efficacy is stronger than just saying the medicine worked. It suggests the effectiveness under ideal, controlled circumstances. Policy must focus on preventative care rather than solely reactive treatment. Preventative care. This is a classic policy argument advocating for proactive measures. It contrasts the expensive, often emergency-based reactive treatment with long-term cost-saving strategies like screening and education. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Establishing authority and objectivity. Policy requires language that sounds impartial, academic, and authoritative. When you adopt this register, your personal opinion becomes framed as an analyzed conclusion. You are not simply stating what you feel, you are presenting a carefully considered argument supported by evidence. This shift is key to persuasive public speaking. Defining scope and responsibility. It clarifies whether the issue is a personal failing, a systemic failure, or requires legislative action. The vocabulary allows you to assign responsibility accurately. By using terms like systemic inequalities or policy gap, you move the blame away from individual choices and towards structural issues that require large-scale solutions. Guiding actionable solutions. The language must lead directly to a proposed, measurable course of action. A good policy discussion never ends in just stating the problem. It culminates by suggesting specific interventions, whether that's funding changes, legal mandates, or educational reform. The vocabulary acts as a roadmap for change. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, we should force people to get vaccinated. Say, mandatory vaccination policies are necessary for public health outcomes. The initial statement is too emotional and accusatory. The correction uses formal nouns and objective terminology, making the argument sound like it comes from an expert panel rather than a heated debate. Remember to temper strong emotion with academic framing. Some learners say poor lifestyle choices cause all diseases. The better way to say this is, lifestyle factors contribute significantly to poor outcomes, but systemic barriers are equally important. It is a common error in public health discussions to blame the individual entirely. The corrected version achieves balance by using contributes and acknowledging that structural issues are also at play, leading to more comprehensive policy suggestions. Some learners say, need better funding for mental health care. The better way to say this is, there is a critical need to allocate increased resources towards preventative mental health infrastructure. The original phrase is too casual and vague. The revision uses powerful verbs and specific nouns allocate resources, infrastructure, which are the expected terms in policy advocacy. Being precise with your terminology adds weight to your argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. Shift from emotion to evidence. Instead of saying, it feels bad that, frame it as data suggests. Always aim to anchor your claims in data, reports, or studies. This technique immediately establishes a professional distance between your personal feelings and the objective reality you are describing. Objectivity is one of the most persuasive tools available. Use hedging language carefully. Phrases like, "it appears that," or "it could be argued that," soften strong claims while maintaining authority. Hedging language is vital because it allows you to present a nuanced view without committing to an absolute truth. It shows critical thinking, acknowledging that solutions are complex and rarely black and white. Structure arguments by cause-effect. Always link the underlying social factor, cause, to the necessary policy change effect. When you structure your argument this way, you are not just complaining about a problem, you are proposing a solution mechanism. This logical flow is exactly what policymakers and academics expect when hearing from you. Focus on the system rather than the person. Discussing systemic failures, e.g., healthcare access, education gaps, broadens your scope. This is perhaps the most important habit to develop. By discussing systems, the rules, policies, and structures, you demonstrate a macro-level understanding of the topic, elevating your discourse significantly. In IELTS Speaking Part 1, the examiner isn't just listening for correct grammar, they are assessing how naturally and fluently you can talk about everyday life. To impress them, focus on using rich collocations. These are word pairings that native speakers use together, like daily routine or leisure pursuits. Think of your answers as short storytelling mini-essays rather than simple one-sentence replies. Using varied vocabulary related to work, hobbies, and home life will demonstrate a high level of topical command. Remember that collocation is more important than simply having a big vocabulary list. When you use daily routine, it sounds much more natural than just listing verbs like wake up or get ready. The goal here is to sound conversational yet articulate, which shows the examiner you are comfortable discussing these common topics. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, from my perspective, I find. Say it again. From my perspective, I find. This phrase is excellent because it signals to the examiner that you are about to give an elaborated opinion. Instead of just saying, I like, using this structure immediately elevates your response and gives you a moment to think before speaking. The word is, on the one hand, I enjoy X, but on the other hand. Say it again. On the one hand, I enjoy X, but on the other hand. When asked about a balanced topic like working from home, this structure is invaluable. It shows your ability to consider multiple viewpoints and organize complex thoughts smoothly. The word is, for instance, when I was organizing. Jen. Say it again, for instance, when I was organizing. Don't just give definitions, tell small stories. Starting with, for instance, allows you to transition from general statements into concrete personal evidence. This makes your speech highly engaging. The word is, I tend to spend my time. Say it again, I tend to spend my time. When talking about hobbies or downtime, using tend tos is much more natural than stating absolute facts. It gives your language a slight degree of humility while still conveying the information effectively. The word is, it involves me spending time. Say it again, it involves me spending time, bols. This is perfect for answering questions like, what does gardening involve? It moves beyond a one-word answer and describes the process. Use this when you need to define or explain a concept related to your topic. Let's compare 4 pairs. I love my job. I find great fulfillment in my professional life. Using abstract nouns and stronger verbs. Upgrading love to fulfillment instantly raises your lexical resource score. By using more sophisticated vocabulary, you show a wider command of the English language. I just chill out at home. I unwind in a cozy environment after work. Using descriptive collocations for abstract states. Instead of simply stating your action, describe how and where you do it. Phrases like cozy environments are highly evocative and make your speech sound richer. I do stuff just to have fun. I engage in stimulating leisure pursuits. Formalizing the function of an activity. When describing hobbies, use formal nouns like pursuits or pastimes. This elevates the topic from simple recreation to a meaningful activity. I hang out with my friends. I socialize with close companions regularly, using more precise academic verbs and nouns. Replacing casual phrasal verbs like hang out with single formal verbs such as socialize or companionate is a key part of demonstrating advanced fluency. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Hesitation and vague language. It's like, I think it's good. Structured opinion. From my perspective, the most beneficial thing is. The biggest mistake students make is filling silence with filler words like or like. Instead, pause briefly and use a sophisticated discourse marker to buy time. This sounds controlled rather than uncertain. Simple basic grammar. My job gives me money, so I need it. Nominalization and formal syntax. My career provides the financial means necessary for my lifestyle. Try to turn simple verbs into nouns, a process called nominalization. Changing gives to provides and simplifying the structure shows advanced grammatical control. Listing repetition. My hobbies are running and I like watching movies. Thematic collocation grouping. In terms of leisure, I am deeply interested in both physical activities such as running and cinematic arts. Never just list your interests. Instead, group them under a thematic umbrella like physical activities or creative outlets. This adds intellectual weight to your simple hobbies. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording and reviewing. Record yourself answering Part 1 questions about your routines. Then, listen back specifically for weak collocations or filler words. The most powerful tool is simply recording yourself. When you listen back critically, you will hear the gaps in your vocabulary that you didn't notice while speaking. Treat this like a diagnostic test. Shadowing technique. Listen to native speakers like podcast hosts discussing everyday life and immediately repeat their flow and rhythm, focusing on word linking. Shadowing is fantastic for improving your natural speaking rhythm. Don't just focus on the words, pay attention to where the speaker pauses or how they link consonant sounds together in rapid speech. Contextual role plays. Ask a partner to interrupt you with follow-up questions, forcing you to expand and elaborate using your learned phrases. Practice speaking under pressure. If you anticipate an interruption, you can pre-plan a complex response that uses multiple structures. This simulates the unpredictable nature of the real exam. Thematic collocation drills. Choose one topic, say work, and write down 10 different collocations related to it, then speak 5 minutes using only those words. This exercise forces you to activate a specific vocabulary set on demand. By limiting yourself to a theme, you ensure that your language remains highly relevant and coherent throughout the entire response. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a favorite activity you do in your free time. You should say what the activity is, where you usually do it, who you typically do it with, and explain why this pastime is so important to you. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear structure that allows you to transition smoothly between describing the activity and explaining its personal significance. Remember to allocate time. Don't just describe, dedicate significant time to explain why it is important. This part of the answer is where you must use your advanced collocations to discuss emotional or psychological benefits. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to shift between descriptive, concrete details and abstract analysis. Use strong linking phrases. When describing the activity itself, use vivid adjectives and collocations, concrete. When explaining why it's meaningful, switch to more philosophical or emotional language, abstract, while maintaining a seamless flow. When examiners listen for fluency in this area, they aren't just checking if you know the definition of a phrasal verb. They are assessing your ability to embed these complex structures naturally into your narrative flow. Specifically, they want to hear how smoothly you transition between ideas while discussing cause and effect. This means moving beyond simple statements like, it caused X. You must use sophisticated linking phrases that signal an action or a major shift in the topic's trajectory. Remember, fluency isn't just speed, it's the seamless integration of complex grammar. Think of phrasal verbs like colored thread. They need to weave through your whole answer, not just get stuck on one line. Practice linking two ideas using these structures, making sure the cause and effect relationship is crystal clear. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, this trend appears to be bringing about a shift in consumer behavior. Say it again. This trend appears to be bringing about a shift in consumer behavior. Instead of simply saying it caused, use bringing about or leading to. This phrasing elevates your discussion, making you sound like an analyst rather than just a commentator. Focus on the rhythm. The pause before and after bringing about makes it sound natural. The word is, the government managed to set up several new guidelines to mitigate the risk. Say it again. The government managed to set up several new guidelines to mitigate the risk. Set up is much stronger than created when talking about systems, rules, or frameworks. When you practice this, visualize what was established. Was it a physical place or an abstract rule? This helps guide your pronunciation. The word is, if we can analyze how these factors might bring about instability. Say it again. If we can analyze how these factors might bring about instability. Using might bring abouts is excellent because it shows nuance and academic caution. It suggests that the change isn't certain, which is often a more sophisticated viewpoint in an IELTS discussion. Don't forget to vary your intonation on might. The word is, we need to set up better collaborative models across departments. Say it again. We need to set up better collaborative models across departments. When talking about systems or collaboration, always use the structure setup object, photo. This makes your suggestions sound tangible and actionable. Focus on sounding decisive when making these recommendations. The word is, these policy changes have successfully brought about a more equitable distribution of resources. Say it again. These policy changes have successfully brought about a more equitable distribution of resources. This structure is ideal for summarizing outcomes or confirming success. Practice linking successfully with the main phrasal verb. It adds weight and authority to your conclusion, which is crucial in speaking tests. Let's compare 4 pairs. The new policy made us change a lot of things. This revised policy has brought about significant shifts across multiple sectors. Elevating vocabulary and structure. Notice how made us change becomes the formal, academic phrasing has brought about significant shifts. This demonstrates mastery over high-level causal language. Don't just swap one word, rewrite the entire clause to elevate your register. They got to set up new rules for recycling? It is essential that we establish comprehensive guidelines regarding waste management, using academic verbs instead of slang. The transition from gotta to it is essential that instantly boosts your formality. When you need a strong action verb, swap out common words for technical or formal equivalents like establish or implement. This shows control over the language register. It caused people to think differently about money. The situation has prompted individuals to reconsider their relationship with finance. Using sophisticated noun phrases. Instead of using a simple verb like caused, try nominalizing the action by saying it prompted individuals to reconsider. This is a hallmark of advanced academic writing and speaking. It gives your response a thoughtful, reflective quality. We need to set up groups to talk about this. It would be beneficial to establish collaborative forums for discussing these matters. Making suggestions formally. When suggesting an action, use modal verbs and formal structures like it would be beneficial to. This sounds much more considered than a casual we need to. Always frame your suggestions with polite academic language. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak phrasing, grammar slip. The pollution caused people live differently. Fluent and accurate structure. The level of pollution has brought about changes in how people live. A common error is mismanaging the cause and effect grammar. Instead of caused people live, you need a formal construction like brought about changes in how. Focus on prepositions after phrasal verbs to ensure grammatical accuracy. Vagueness, lack of detail. I think we should set up some new things for the city. Specific and targeted suggestion. To improve infrastructure, we could set up more sustainable community resources. When you are vague, your fluency suffers because the examiner cannot follow your thought process. Always specify what kind of things or why. Adding adjectives like sustainable immediately increases the complexity and depth of your answer. Topic: drift, disorganization. On topic, but I also want to talk about music. Smooth redirection and linking. While focusing on environmental policy, it is worth noting that cultural shifts can play a role too. A sudden topic switch loses points for coherence. If you must change the subject slightly, use sophisticated transition phrases like while focusing on X or. It is also worth noting that this shows control over your entire narrative structure. Here are 4 ways to practice. Recording yourself, the self-correction loop. Record yourself answering a prompt and then immediately listen back to identify where you used simple vocabulary or lacked a strong transition. Don't just listen for grammar, actively listen for opportunities to upgrade. When you hear yourself say, "It is bad," mentally flag it. And practice replacing it with a phrasal verb like detrimental to. This active self-correction builds muscle memory. Shadowing expert speakers. Listen to academic podcasts or TED Talks. Pause the speaker and repeat their sentences, mimicking not just the words but the rhythm and formal tone. Shadowing is fantastic for natural flow. When you hear a native speaker smoothly using bring-abouts in context, mimic that cadence. This helps your speech sound less rehearsed and more spontaneous. IELTS Part 2 Storytelling. Use the 2 minutes to build a narrative arc. Start with the initial problem, describe the action taken, and conclude with the resulting change. Structure your stories around actions. Plot points are perfect places for setup or bring about. For example, if you talk about solving a problem, structure it. The challenge was X, therefore, we set up Y. This gives your speech instant coherence. Timed speaking challenges. Give yourself 30 seconds to discuss any complex topic, e.g. urban planning, and force yourself to use at least 3 target phrasal verbs. This technique builds stamina and retrieval speed under pressure. The goal is not perfection, but consistency. If you forget a word, pause gracefully and try a different structure instead of stopping completely. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a time when local community actions or policies significantly brought about a positive change in your town. You should talk about the initial problem, what was done to address it, and the current outcome. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, focus on the process sector of change, not just the result. Use temporal markers, initially, subsequently, by contrast, to guide the listener through the timeline. When describing a process, you are inherently discussing actions and changes. Use phrasal verbs like brought about for the end result, but use structured linking phrases in the middle section to explain how that change was achieved. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is high-level causal connectors and precise phrasal verbs, e.g. set up, bring about. Aim to use at least 3 different high-level structures, 1 for the problem, 1 for the action taken, and 1 for the final impact. This systematic approach ensures you cover vocabulary, grammar, and fluency all in one coherent response. When we speak advanced English, our goal isn't just to use complex vocabulary, it's to use it naturally. This means making idioms and figurative language feel like they grew out of your speech, not that you memorized them from a textbook. We are focusing on management, meaning knowing when the right time is to deploy these powerful tools. The key challenge is maintaining flow while adding depth. Think of advanced vocabulary as seasoning in cooking, too much at once, and it overwhelms the palate. Instead, we aim for strategic placement. We aren't just learning words, We are mastering rhythm and timing so that our eloquence sounds effortless to the listener. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is figurative. Say it again, figurative. Remember, figurative means using imagery rather than stating facts directly. If you can literally point to what you mean, your language is likely descriptive but not figurative. Practice describing emotions. That's where most of our figurative language comes into play. The word is nuance. Say it again, nuance. This is perhaps one of the most useful words for high-level discussion. When you say something has nuance, you are acknowledging that simple black and white thinking isn't enough. It shows the listener that you understand shades of meaning. The word is idiom. Say it again, idiom. An idiom is a linguistic package deal. You can't break it down to understand it fully. The biggest mistake learners make is translating an idiom word for word, which almost always results in nonsense. You must learn these phrases as complete units. The word is metaphor. Say it again, metaphor. A metaphor is one of the most powerful rhetorical devices. When you compare something to something else, say, calling time a thief, you are giving it human characteristics. It elevates your language immediately. The word is evocative. Say it again, evocative. If something is evocative, it doesn't just tell you something, it makes you feel or see it. This adjective is perfect for describing art, literature, or even sensory experiences in your speech. It suggests depth beyond mere description. The word is subtlety. Say it again, subtlety. Unlike obvious, which is direct, subtlety requires careful observation to notice. When you use this word, you are signaling to your listener that they need to pay very close attention to the details of what you are saying. Here are 5 examples. The poet used highly evocative imagery to paint a picture of the coastal town. Evocative adjective. Notice how evocative works perfectly with concrete nouns like imagery. It tells us that the pictures painted by the poet weren't just pretty. They were powerful enough to trigger our memories and emotions. The entire political debate relied heavily on metaphors rather than actual policy points. Metaphor, noun. If someone is using too many metaphors, they might actually be avoiding a clear argument. This sentence implies that the speaker was more concerned with sounding profound than being factual. There is a subtle nuance between tired and exhausted, and mastering that difference speaks to deep linguistic knowledge. Here, we are applying the concept of subtlety to language itself. It highlights the vast differences between simple synonyms, showing that context is everything when choosing a word. Understanding the idiom beat around the bush helps us avoid getting lost in unnecessary preamble. Idiom NN. When you use an idiom like this one, it instantly signals to a native speaker that you are comfortable with colloquial speech. It's a natural way to sound fluent without sounding overly academic. Her gentle tone conveyed the subtlety of disappointment, making her words more impactful than a direct complaint. In this example, we see nuance describing an emotion disappointment. It's much stronger to say someone conveys disappointment through nuance than simply saying they spoke quietly. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, figurative. Compare it with literal. Difference in meaning interpretation. The difference here is purely based on how meaning is interpreted. Literally means exactly as written, while figuratively requires you to interpret the underlying emotion or image being conveyed. First, vague. Compare it with ambiguous. Degree of clarity versus multiple meanings. A vague statement is simply unclear, lacking detail. However, an ambiguous statement isn't just unclear, it actually has 2 or more possible interpretations, which makes the meaning double-edged. First, pithy. Compare it with concise. Impactful brevity versus mere shortness. Being concise simply means using few words to say something. It's about efficiency. But being pithy suggests that the brief statement is also witty, memorable, and highly impactful. First, subtle. Compare it with obvious. Detectability of a trait or change. These are direct antonyms that deal with detectability. If an emotional shift is subtle, you might miss it at first glance. If it's obvious, everyone catches it immediately. Here are 4 ways to practice. Allocation mapping. Pairing words naturally, e.g., evocatives plus imageries. Instead of learning lists of synonyms, focus on collocation swords that stick together. Practice pairing adjectives like evocatives with nouns like sceneries or details. This makes your speech sound instantly more natural. The nuance scale. Ranking synonyms by emotional weight. When you find 2 similar words, don't just choose one. Create a mental scale to rank them from mild disappointment to profound sorrow. This ability shows advanced understanding of tonal shifts. Contextual fill-in. Choosing the correct word based on the surrounding topic. Don't use metaphors just because you want to sound academic. Always ask yourself, does this word fit the established subject matter and tone of my argument? Context is king in rhetoric. Speaking out loud. Reading scripted sentences aloud. The final step is physical practice. Read paragraphs that intentionally mix idioms, metaphors, and figurative language. This forces your mouth to move with the rhythm of natural speech, improving fluency. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The old photograph was incredibly evocative. It didn't just show a family, it captured the subtle nuance of a bygone era. The smiles were almost metaphors for happiness itself, and the entire scene felt like an idiom we rarely speak aloud today. We must be careful not to overanalyze its figurative elements or risk losing the simple beauty. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means bringing strong images to mind. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is evocative. The passage suggests the photo did more than just display, it triggered feelings. We needed a word that described this powerful, almost magical ability of art to transport us back in time. Question 2. Use one of the target words, nuance, metaphor, or idiom in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the subtle nuance between brave and reckless is often misunderstood by new speakers. When building your own sentences, remember to anchor the difficult vocabulary with a simple subject-verb structure. This keeps your argument clear while allowing you to demonstrate advanced lexical range. When developing a strong thesis statement, precision is your greatest asset. It moves you beyond simply stating an opinion and requires you to make a highly specific, debatable claim. Our focus today is on vocabulary that doesn't just fill space, it structures the intellectual relationship between ideas. These words act as linguistic signposts, signaling the type of connection or evidence you are presenting. Mastering them allows your argument to sound authoritative, rigorous, and academically sophisticated. Remember that in academic writing, vocabulary choice is less about sounding smart and more about being precise. Instead of saying, "I think," using a word like contend immediately frames your statement as a formal hypothesis worthy of debate. Think of these words as adding structural integrity to your ideas. Let's go through 6 words. For each word I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is assert. Say it again, assert. Use asserts when you are stating something with high confidence, but without needing external proof immediately. It suggests conviction. A common collocation is assert strongly to increase its force. The word is contend. Say it again, contend. Contend is often used when you are presenting an argument against common belief, making it highly academic. It suggests careful consideration of opposing views before stating your own case. The word is implicit. Say it again, implicit. This adjective is perfect for discussing things that are suggested by context rather than stated outright. If a piece of evidence only implies something, you can say the meaning is implicit in the text. The word is Mitigate. Say it again. Mitigate. Mitigate is crucial in discussing problems like risk or impact. It implies a proactive effort. You aren't solving the problem entirely, but you are making it manageable. This adds nuance to your analysis. The word is pivotal. Say it again. Pivotal. This adjective is excellent for pinpointing moments or factors that fundamentally change the trajectory of an event. If something marks a major turning point, pivotal is much stronger than just saying important. The word is corroborate. Say it again. Corroborate. Corroborates is reserved for evidence. It means adding external proof that confirms an existing claim. When you use this word, you are signaling that your argument is supported by multiple sources. Here are 5 examples. The study asserts that routine policy adjustments are more effective than massive structural overhauls. Assert, verb. Here, asserts gives the findings of the study definite weight. It elevates the sentence from a simple observation to a formal conclusion drawn by experts. Many historians contend that trade agreements were pivotal in accelerating global migration patterns. Contend, verb. Using contend shows that this is a point of academic debate among scholars. It acknowledges the complexity and disagreement surrounding the topic. The report did not explicitly state the cause, but the rising unemployment rates implicitly suggest economic mismanagement. Implicitly, adverb. Notice how implicitly directs the reader to look for meaning that is suggested by context clues, rather than being stated in a single sentence. Carbon taxes are essential tools designed to mitigate the long-term effects of industrial pollution. Mitigate, verb. This example shows mitigates in a policy context. It is critical for discussing solutions because it implies reducing harm, not eliminating the source entirely. Further anthropological evidence was required to corroborate the tribe's oral history regarding ancient trade routes. Corroborate, verb. This sentence structure is perfect for academic writing. You state a claim, and then you use corroborates to introduce the necessary proof that validates your initial idea. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, assert. Compare it with claim. Authority and certainty. Assert is more formal and authoritative. While both mean to state something, assert carries a weight of undeniable conviction, like a scientific fact. Claim can sometimes sound weaker, suggesting an unproven suspicion that needs evidence. First, contend. Compare it with argue. Formality and academic rigor. Use contends in formal debate. Don't use argues when you are writing a thesis. It sounds too conversational for the task. Contends elevates your argument, suggesting that you have researched multiple sides before presenting your viewpoint. First, implicit. Compare it with explicit. Clarity of communication. Implicit is suggested, explicit is stated directly. This pair helps you guide the reader's attention. If a text means something without saying it, use implicit. But if the author spells out every detail, then explicit is the correct modifier. First, corroborate. Compare it with substantiate. Type of evidence. Corroborate suggests multiple witnesses. Substantiate means providing solid proof. If you are dealing with human testimony, use corroborate. However, if you have hard data like statistics or research findings and you need to prove the theory is correct, substantiate is often a better fit. Here are 4 ways to practice. Build argumentative word maps. Group words by function, e.g., verbs of support, adjectives of importance. Instead of memorizing definitions, map these words based on how they modify your writing structure. For instance, create a cluster for all verbs that introduce evidence, corroborate, substantiate, assert. Contextual sentence mining. When reading academic texts, highlight every time you see our target vocabulary in action. This is the best way to move words from passive knowledge to active usage. Don't just read the passage. Analyze why the author chose pivotal over important in that specific moment. Collocation practice, thesis phrases. Practice linking these words with common academic phrases. Focus on high utility pairings. Instead of just learning mitigate, Learn the phrase mitigate the impact of. This makes your vocabulary sound natural and seamless in speech. Timed revision speaking drills. Give yourself a complex topic and force yourself to use at least 3 target words in a 2-minute monologue. The best way to solidify these high-level vocabulary items is through forced retrieval. Set a timer, pick an abstract topic like urban migration, and try to naturally weave in assert, contend, and pivotal. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The historical decline of local industries was not merely an economic event, it was a pivotal moment in social restructuring. While some sources claim the cause was over-regulation, other researchers contend that globalization's pressures were more significant. Our research seeks to corroborate the idea that deregulation provided the necessary space for multinational corporations to assert their dominance. We must also mitigate the implicit risks associated with relying solely on global supply chains. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that suggests something is not fully stated but can be inferred. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is implicit. In this context, implicitly tells us that the danger of relying on global supply chains isn't written out, but it is strongly suggested by the overall tone and topic. It prompts the reader to think deeper. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence about education. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, I contend that integrating practical fieldwork into the curriculum is pivotal for modern student learning. Notice how strong contend frames this as a formal viewpoint. By linking it to the subject of education, you are immediately demonstrating mastery and showing that you can apply these concepts universally. Discourse markers are essentially signposts for your listener or reader. They are words and phrases that don't carry core meaning themselves, but they signal the relationship between ideas. Think of them as road signs guiding the flow of your argument. We use them to transition smoothly between thoughts, paragraphs, and even major sections of a speech. Learning these markers allows you to move beyond simple conjunctions like and or but. They elevate your writing and speaking from mere statements into cohesive, sophisticated arguments. The key thing to remember is that these markers are about logic, not just grammar. When you use a marker, you are telling the audience exactly how the next piece of information relates to what came before iterate we adding evidence. Are we changing direction? This conscious signaling makes your argument feel much more structured and persuasive. Here are 4 examples. Climate change requires policy shifts. Furthermore, international cooperation is necessary to meet reduction goals. Addition, furthermore. Here, furthermore signals that the second sentence isn't just a related point, it's an additional, supportive argument building on the initial statement about policy shifts. It suggests more weight and detail are coming next. Digital learning offers flexibility. Conversely, it often lacks the necessary face-to-face interaction for certain subjects. Direct contrast, conversely. When you use conversely, you are presenting a point that is almost opposite or mutually exclusive to the first idea. It's stronger than just saying but, because it implies a direct, noticeable contrast in function. The study found high rates of recycling participation. Nevertheless, improved local infrastructure is required to make these efforts sustainable. Concession, nevertheless. Nevertheless shows concessionate means despite what I just said. It's used when you acknowledge a positive point, but immediately pivot to argue why that positive point isn't enough. The industry is growing rapidly. Moreover, job opportunities are expanding across multiple sectors. Addition, moreover. Notice the difference between furthermore and moreover. While both add information, moreovers can sometimes feel slightly more immediate or cumulative, while furthermore often builds a larger, sequential argument. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Clarity and cohesion. They act as internal road signs for your audience. If you use these markers correctly, your listener never gets lost. They always know which logical pathway they are following, whether it's a tangent or a direct contradiction. This makes even complex ideas feel remarkably straightforward. academic sophistication. They signal advanced rhetorical control. Using these complex transition words immediately elevates your perceived fluency and academic ability. It shows that you don't just know vocabulary, you understand how language structures an argument. Precision of argument. They define the strength and type of relationship between ideas. This is crucial for debate or essay writing. Did the writer merely add more data, or did they actively contradict an established claim? The marker tells us that precise logical force. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, missing punctuation, the economy is struggling. Furthermore, the government needs to intervene. Say, use a semicolon and comma, the economy is struggling. Furthermore, the government needs to intervene. Many learners forget that when you start a sentence with an advanced marker like furthermores or nevertheless, it usually requires stronger punctuation, a semicolon before the marker and a comma immediately after. This is the most common structural error. Incorrect, weak contrast, the initial research was flawed. However, we must proceed. Say, use a stronger marker like nevertheless, the initial research was flawed. Nevertheless, we must proceed with caution. While however is grammatically correct, it's very common and somewhat weak. If the flaw was significant, you need a stronger word like nevertheless to emphasize that despite the major problem, the action must still happen. Incorrect, comma splice, the city improved its public transit. Furthermore, this helps reduce CO2 emissions. Say, use a period and capitalization, the city improved its public transit. Furthermore, this greatly reduces CO2 emissions. When the ideas are quite separated like 2 distinct full sentences, do not rely on just a comma. Use a full stop or period to create clear separation, which emphasizes that the second point is a brand new piece of evidence. Here are 3 ways to practice. Pre-write mapping. Before speaking or writing, plot your argument's logical path on paper. Don't wait until you are speaking to decide how your points connect. Before writing a paragraph, quickly label the relationship between each sentence. This point adds evidence, or this point argues against what I just said. This pre-planning makes choosing the marker automatic and natural. Vary your arsenal. Do not overuse one specific connector. Rotate between different options. If you use furthermore 3 times in a single essay, it sounds repetitive to the ear. Keep a list of alternatives for adding points like in addition, additionally, or to extend this idea, and rotate them consciously while practicing. Focus on function over form. Always ask, what is the relationship between these 2 ideas? Instead of just looking for a fancy word, stop and analyze the logic. Is it cause and effect? Contrast. Addition. Once you identify the logical function, the correct discourse marker will become clear. When writing academically, our goal is always precision. We need language that doesn't just describe something, but qualifies it with nuance. Academic adjectives help us achieve this depth by moving past simple qualifiers like good, bad, or big. Instead, we learn to employ vocabulary that carries specific connotations and intellectual weight. These precise choices demonstrate mastery of the subject matter itself. Think of academic adjectives as specialized tools in a writer's kit. They don't just make your writing sound fancy, they allow you to pinpoint exactly what kind of good or bad something is. This level of detail is what elevates passing work into truly impressive scholarly analysis. Here are 3 examples. Instead of saying the problem was big, try the issue presented considerable magnitude. Magnitude, scale. Using magnitude immediately shifts the focus from simple size to systemic importance. It suggests that the problem affects multiple interconnected parts of a system, which is crucial in academic discussions. Instead of saying the theory was good, try the theory proved robust and compelling. Robust, strength. When you call a theory robust, you are implying that it has been tested and survives challenges. It's not just positive, it suggests resilience, which is exactly what scholarly arguments need. Instead of saying the results were bad, try the data revealed concerning trends. Concerning, worry implication. Notice how concerning doesn't just state negativity, it implies a need for future action. This is the power of academic language. It directs the reader toward the implications, not just the observation. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Establishing credibility. Sophisticated vocabulary signals deep engagement with the subject. The first thing an academic reader notices is your control over language. Using precise, field-specific adjectives shows you have done more than just surface reading. You understand the underlying concepts, adding nuance and depth. Adjectives allow you to define how something operates or affects a system. Academic writing is about shades of meaning. Were the effects negative or were they detrimental? Are the findings merely interesting or are they illuminating? These subtle words carry immense intellectual weight. Maintaining formal tone. Precise word choice prevents the paper from sounding overly emotional or colloquial. Academic tone requires objectivity. By choosing analytical adjectives, you maintain a critical distance between yourself and the subject matter, making your argument feel impartial and authoritative. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the government's actions were really bad for the economy. Say, the government's actions proved detrimental to the economic stability. Avoid vague intensifiers like really or simply stating something was bad. Instead, connect the negative quality directly to a measurable impact. Using words like detrimental or prohibitive. Incorrect, the research gave us lots of information. Correct, the research yielded substantial and comprehensive data. Do not use generic quantifiers like lots or a lot. Replace them with specific adjectives such as substantial, comprehensive, or empirical. This immediately elevates the perceived rigor of your writing. Don't say, the debate was very emotional and passionate. Say, the debate highlighted deeply polarized viewpoints regarding implementation. While emotional is descriptive, it's too subjective for academic writing. Focus instead on the results of the emotion polarization, divergence, or controversy. This keeps the discussion objective. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active vocabulary reading. When reading scholarly articles, highlight 3 adjectives you don't normally use. Look up their precise definitions. Don't just look at the word, analyze its context. Understanding why an author chose ostensibly over seemingly, for instance, will help you integrate it authentically later. The adjective swap drill. Take a paragraph from your draft and circle every weak adjective, good, nice, big. Force yourself to replace it with 3 stronger options. This is a powerful revision technique. By forcing the swap, you move beyond merely knowing definitions. You are practicing collocation, which adjectives naturally pair together in academic discourse. Focus on collocations. Learn common pairings like empirical evidence or socioeconomic impact. These combinations sound instantly authoritative. Adjectives rarely stand alone. They need to sit comfortably next to strong nouns, creating powerful academic collocations that give your writing a professional rhythm. Write for the thesis. Before describing an idea, ask, what is the single most precise adjective I can use here to support my main argument? Always link vocabulary choice back to your central thesis. Every descriptive word you choose should be working hard, supporting your core claim rather than simply filling space. Nominalization is the process of turning verbs or adjectives into nouns. For example, instead of saying, the government decided, you might write about government decision. It involves shifting focus from action to abstract concept. In academic and formal writing, this technique is extremely useful because it lends a highly objective and scholarly tone to your arguments. It allows you to discuss ideas at a conceptual level rather than focusing on who is doing the action. Mastering nominalization shows advanced linguistic control, which is key for achieving high scores in IELTS Writing Task 2. Remember that formality is our primary goal here. Don't view this technique as simply adding big words. Think of it as altering your sentence's structural focus. By nominalizing, you depersonalize the writing, making the argument seem more authoritative and less reliant on specific actors. This shift in perspective is what elevates your register from conversational to academic. Here are 4 examples. The increasing levels of global warming necessitate immediate policy changes. from the verb to warm and adjective global. This is highly formal. Notice how warming moves the focus from the acts of heating to the XTO or concept of increasing heat. Using this structure makes your argument feel researched and broadly accepted. The development of renewable energy sources has led to significant economic shifts. From to develops development and adjective renewable. Here, development doesn't just mean the act, it represents the entire process over time. This gives your claim weight, suggesting that this change is a complex, ongoing historical trend. Insufficient awareness regarding childhood mental health requires dedicated governmental intervention. From adjective insufficient and verb forms used as nouns. This example demonstrates how complex adjectives can be utilized to modify abstract noun concepts like awareness. This level of precision is what examiners look for in Band 7+. Responses. The rapid advancement of AI presents unique challenges concerning ethical regulation. Using advancement and regulation focuses on the concept rather than the action. By using advancement instead of saying AI advances, you maintain a distance, treating AI's progress as an abstract force that requires analysis. This objective tone is vital for discussing complex modern topics. Let's compare 4 pairs. People should reduce their carbon emissions immediately. The necessity for significant reduction in global carbon emissions is evident. Shifting the subject from peoples to necessity. The original sentence is direct but informal. The revised version elevates the discussion by focusing on the abstract necessity. This minimizes blame and maximizes scholarly distance. Governments must improve education standards for better job outcomes. Improvements in educational standards are essential for fostering enhanced employment prospects. Nominalizing improve to improvements and restructuring the phrase. By using improvements, you treat the concept of quality elevation as a systemic issue, not just a mandate. This structural change signals a higher level of academic discourse. The technology changes how we communicate every day. Technological advancements have fundamentally altered daily modes of communication. Using advancements and changing the structure to be more formal. Instead of stating a simple fact, you are discussing a profound process alteration by technology. This kind of elevated vocabulary helps your argument sound well supported. If we don't tackle poverty, it will hurt the economy. The persistence of global poverty presents considerable challenges to economic stability. Replacing the simple verb hurts with a nominalized concept like challenges. This transformation is crucial because it moves away from casual prediction, it will hurt. Instead, you are discussing an established academic problem. This challenge cavity poses. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The project was very successful because they worked hard. Strong. The success of the project can be attributed to dedicated workforce efforts. A common pitfall is overuse, which results in nominalization overkill. The correction here maintains formality while also clarifying the relationship between success and hard work. Please ensure your noun form doesn't muddy your core meaning. Weak. The government needs to make laws about waste management. Strong, effective legislation concerning waste management is urgently required. Be careful not to sound overly passive. While the corrected version sounds academic, it must still be clear who is responsible for the action. Pairing nominalization with strong verbs can help balance formality and clarity. Weak. Students should read more books about climate change. Strong. Increased student exposure to literature regarding climatic shifts is advisable. While this achieves high formality, remember that true academic writing balances sophistication with accessibility. Ensure your chosen nouns don't make the sentence incomprehensible to a general reader. Here are 4 ways to practice. Identify action verbs first. When reviewing your draft, circle every strong verb, then actively try to replace it with its abstract noun counterpart. This active process of replacement is much more effective than passive recognition. By forcing yourself to change the structure repeatedly, you build muscle memory for this advanced technique. The 3 passes revision method. First pass, focus on content. Second pass, check for cohesive markers, P2L37. Third pass, review for nominalization opportunities. This systematic approach prevents you from getting bogged down in grammar while sacrificing flow. Treating revision like a checklist ensures that every aspect of advanced writing is polished. Use academic thesauruses wisely. Don't just substitute words. Look for entire noun phrases that encapsulate the meaning of a simple verb phrase, such as create change, becoming catalyzed transformation. A thesaurus is a tool, not an answer key. The goal is always structural elevation. Always ask yourself, does this new noun form help me sound more objective or just more complex? Focus on topic sentence transformation. Practice rewriting the core idea of every paragraph's topic sentence, using nominalization to establish a formal scope immediately. The first sentence sets the tone for your entire body paragraph. By making it nominally structured, you signal immediately to the grader that your writing operates at an advanced academic level. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some people believe that the use of social media has damaged personal relationships. Others argue that it merely provides new ways for connections to flourish globally. Discuss both views and state your own conclusion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the discussion must balance two opposing viewpoints before presenting a final, supported position. When tackling a discuss both views prompt, your nominalization effort should be used to present these views neutrally. Phrases like the prevailing argument suggests or advocates for the view that keep the tone objective. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is establishing complex structures in the introduction and body paragraphs using nominalized noun phrases. A high-scoring answer will use nominalization not just as decoration, but to guide the reader through abstract concepts. For instance, instead of saying social media damages relationships, write about the detrimental impact on interpersonal connections. In Part 3, examiners aren't just testing if you know vocabulary, they are assessing your ability to handle abstract ideas and possibilities. This means moving beyond simply stating facts or giving direct answers. You must show that you can speculate about the future, discuss counter-arguments, or explain potential causes and effects using conditional language. The key strategy here is using hypotheticals, phrases like, if X were true, then Y might happen. We want to sound thoughtful, not definitive. Using hedging language words that soften your claims is crucial because it shows nuanced thinking. Remember, the goal is probabilistic discussion, acknowledging that there isn't one single right answer. The biggest mistake students make is sounding too certain when the question requires speculation. When you use modals like might, could, or may, you are telling the examiner that your statement is a reasoned guess, not an absolute truth. This subtle shift in tone greatly boosts your score for coherence and complexity. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, it seems highly likely that. Say it again. It seems highly likely that. Use this phrase when you are very confident in your speculation but still want to sound academic. It's stronger than I think, suggesting evidence supports your view. Ways. Follow it up with specific reasoning to support the likelihood. The word is, one could argue that. Say it again. One could argue that, be so. This is an excellent way to show flexibility in your argument and engage with the complexity of the topic. By using this phrase, you signal that you are considering multiple viewpoints rather than just sticking to one idea. The word is, in a perfect world scenario. Say it again, in a perfect world scenario. This helps frame abstract, aspirational discussions. When asked about improvements or solutions, setting the scene with this phrase allows you to speculate without being limited by current real-world constraints. The word is, if we were to analyze this further. Say it again, if we were to analyze this further. Bus. This is a highly academic way of saying, let me think about it. It signals that you are taking the question deeper and using a more complex conditional structure. This shows high-level linguistic control. The word is, it's generally believed that. Say it again. It's generally believed that. Use this when you are discussing societal trends or widely held beliefs, allowing you to speculate about the general consensus. It distances your personal opinion slightly, making it sound more objective and well-researched. Let's compare 4 pairs. It will probably make things better. It could potentially lead to significant improvements in the long term. Softening certainty. Notice how we moved from a definitive prediction to something much more cautious. The academic version uses potentiallys and modal verbs to manage expectations, which is key for high scores. If they do this stuff, it'll be hard. Should these trends continue, I hypothesize that the process may become increasingly difficult. Formalizing conditions. We replace simple contractions and casual phrasing with should and hypothesize. These changes elevate your tone while maintaining the logical connection between ideas. I guess people forget about this. It might be that public awareness of this issue has diminished over time, shifting from guessing to hypothesizing. Instead of saying, I guess, which is too casual, we used, it might be that. This structure sounds more formal and academic while still conveying uncertainty about the subject. We need to do better. There is a noticeable requirement for structural adjustments in this area. Elevating abstract concepts. When discussing needs or problems, avoid simple phrases like, we need. Using elevated nouns and passive structures makes your argument sound more sophisticated and authoritative. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Overcommitting certainty. It is clear that technology is going to change everything. Nuanced speculation. While technology will undoubtedly transform many sectors, it might also create new challenges we haven't anticipated yet. The first mistake is being too absolute. By adding while and using might, you demonstrate that you see both the positive promise and the potential pitfalls, which is much more impressive. Limited scope, simple cause-effect. Because of climate change, people have to move. Hypothetical conditional structure. If global warming continues at its current rate, it could force significant population displacements over the next century. Don't just state a fact. By introducing if continues at its current rate, you are creating a full hypothetical scenario, making your prediction sound much more sophisticated. Weak linking vague suggestion. Also, I think governments should do something. Strong cohesion plus formal proposal. Furthermore, it is reasonable to suggest that governmental policy must evolve alongside technological advancements. Remember to use advanced discourse markers like furthermores or moreover. This links your speculation logically to previous points, making your entire argument feel cohesive and highly structured. Here are 4 ways to practice. Record yourself answering what if prompts. Focus on using modals and conditionals naturally. Don't stress about perfection. Focus only on the breadth of your speculation. The goal here is fluency in uncertainty. Record yourself multiple times, varying your tone. Some moments sound highly probable, others are just maybe. This builds muscle memory for hedging language. IELTS Part 3 Topic Swapping Drill. Take a simple question, e.g., do you like reading? And force yourself to answer it hypothetically. E.g., if I lived in a different era, how might my reading habits change? This drill forces you out of your comfort zone by shifting the scope dramatically. It trains your brain to access complex grammar structures under pressure, which is exactly what Part 3 requires. Structured paired speaking, shadowing. Find a model answer that uses excellent speculative language and record it several times. Focus on mimicking the speaker's pacing and rising intonation when predicting outcomes. Don't just read the words, copy the rhythm. Paying attention to where native speakers pause before introducing a highly qualified idea adds tremendous naturalness and credibility to your own speech. The opposite viewpoints drill. When discussing a topic, force yourself to spend 50% of the time arguing against your initial stance. Use phrases like conversely or however one could argue. Being able to advocate for the opposing viewpoint is perhaps the most advanced skill in IELTS speaking. It proves critical thinking and intellectual empathy, two traits examiners love to hear. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Topic: the future of work. In the next few decades, job roles are predicted to change dramatically due to AI and automation. Discuss: what skills will be most valuable in this new economy? How might education systems need to adapt? Will human creativity ever truly replace machines? Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, start with a strong, qualified hypothesis. Don't give one definitive answer, build an argument that explores multiple possibilities and counter-arguments. When you start speaking, immediately use a phrase like, "It seems highly probable." This sets the tone for speculation right away. By discussing not just what will happen, but also what might happen instead, you maximize your linguistic range. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is mastery of conditional clauses, if, then, and various speculative modals could, might, may. Focus on the complex conditional things that talk about hypothetical situations. If you can seamlessly integrate, if X were true, Y would potentially result, you will sound like a genuinely academic speaker. A strong body paragraph does more than just list points. It builds an argument sequentially. Effective cohesion means that every sentence logically connects to the one preceding it and supports a main topic sentence. We are moving beyond simple transition words like furthermore and focusing on deep structural links using advanced grammar. These structures include employing relative clauses, introductory participial phrases, and sophisticated subordination techniques. Mastering these elements is vital because they demonstrate grammatical control, which significantly boosts your lexical resource and grammatical range scores in IELTS. Remember that cohesion isn't just about the words you use, it's about the invisible ropes connecting your ideas grammatically. Think of your paragraph as a single, flowing river. The reader should never feel like they hit a dam or a sudden disconnect. When using these complex structures, always ensure the connection is logical, not just grammatical. Here are 4 examples. Given the rising use of digital devices, which has fundamentally altered social interaction patterns, face-to-face communication skills are at risk. Consequently, institutions must integrate mandatory workshops into curricula to mitigate this decline. Effective use of participles and subordination. Notice how the phrase, "given the rising use," immediately establishes the cause for the entire paragraph without needing a simple connector like because. This technique makes your writing feel authoritative and highly academic. The government's recent policy shift regarding renewable energy sources necessitates immediate changes in consumer behavior. Those who fail to adapt their lifestyle choices risk economic instability. Pronoun reference and impersonal tone. Using those who is a sophisticated way of referring back to an entire group or concept, which keeps the argument moving forward seamlessly. It maintains a formal, analytical tone suitable for IELTS Task 2. Academic research suggests that early exposure to diverse cultural narratives fosters greater empathy in youth, thereby improving their global understanding. Gerunds and nominalization, turning acts into concepts. By using fostering and understanding, you are treating actions as concrete nouns. This technique elevates the entire sentence structure, making it sound more formal and academic in nature. Analyzing historical data reveals that economic fluctuations, which were previously viewed as cyclical, are instead being driven by geopolitical instability. Non-defining relative clauses, commas. The use of the relative clause, which were previously viewed, provides extra, non-essential information about the subject. This adds depth and nuance without disrupting the core meaning of your argument. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people think technology is bad for society. It makes us spend too much time online. Concerns regarding excessive screen time suggest that modern digital connectivity may negatively impact social development. Elevating vocabulary and nominalization. The improved version replaces simple verbs and nouns with academic equivalents like concerns and connectivity. This small change immediately raises the perceived complexity of your writing. Because people are busy, they do not read books anymore. Libraries must do something. As modern life increasingly demands time from its inhabitants, libraries must develop innovative strategies to re-engage readers and counter declining literary participation. Restructuring the causal relationship. Instead of starting with because, which is grammatically basic, we started with a complex introductory clause, as modern life increasingly demands. This sets a more sophisticated tone right from the start. If governments want clean energy, they must invest money. They should make rules. In order for governments to successfully transition towards sustainable energy models, substantial investment is crucial. Therefore, robust regulatory frameworks must be implemented, using semicolons and formal connectives. The semicolon helps link two closely related independent clauses, showing a stronger connection than just using a period. This structure demonstrates control over complex punctuation. Reading outdoors is good because it helps concentration. Engaging in activities such as reading outdoors proves beneficial for concentration, given the focus required to process natural stimuli. Adding elaborate phrasing and causal language. By adding given the focus required, you are explaining why it is beneficial. This depth of explanation turns a simple statement into an analytical observation. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak. The internet is popular. It gives information to people all over the world. Strong. Because the internet provides vast access to global information, it has become an indispensable resource for people everywhere. The primary error here is sentence fragmentation and weak linkage. By subordinating the second idea, it gives into a dependent clause starting with because we create one cohesive flowing thought. Weak. Education helps society. Students learn skills in school. Strong. Education contributes to societal advancement by equipping students with necessary practical and theoretical skills during their schooling years. We need to avoid listing. We must synthesize. The corrected version combines the two ideas into a single, comprehensive statement that uses stronger verbs like contributes and equipping. Weak. Policy change is needed for better health. Governments should handle this. Strong. Achieving improved public health standards necessitates proactive policy changes, which governments are uniquely positioned to implement effectively. The mistake here is the abrupt shift in focus. The fix uses a non-defining relative clause starting with which, smoothly connecting the necessity of policy change directly to the role of government. Here are 4 ways to practice. The topic sentence, T. Start with a clear, complex statement that presents the main argument of the paragraph. Do not simply state your point, frame it as an analytical assertion. This forces you to use advanced grammar from the outset and sets a high standard for everything that follows. The evidence, E. Introduce supporting details using complex linking phrases like, for instance, or such evidence suggests. Instead of just saying, a study found X, try embedding the evidence into a grammatical structure. For example, use a relative clause to modify the subject and introduce your data point. The elaboration, E. Explain how the evidence supports your claim using cause and effect language. This is where most students lose points. Don't just state the connection, analyze it. Use phrases like consequently or this implies that to demonstrate deep critical thinking. The link concluding sentence, L. Conclude by linking back to the main essay thesis or transitioning smoothly to the next paragraph's idea. A strong conclusion sentence never simply repeats the last point. It must elevate the discussion, showing how this single argument contributes to your overall answer and maintains thematic momentum. A run-on sentence occurs when 2 or more independent clauses are joined together without proper punctuation. Think of an independent clause as a complete thought that could stand alone as its own sentence. When you connect them merely with a comma, or worse, nothing at all, the reader gets lost and the intended meaning becomes unclear. Mastering this skill is essential for achieving true academic clarity in your writing. We are learning to build strong boundaries between powerful ideas. The core problem here isn't just running on, it's a lack of clear separation between two distinct, complete thoughts. When you write academically, each sentence should carry maximum weight, and the punctuation must support that weight by clearly demarcating where one idea ends and another begins. Here are 5 examples. The committee debated the policy for hours. It finally reached a consensus. Fused sentence. Notice that this example lacks any punctuation whatsoever. This is perhaps the most common and jarring type of run-on sentence to encounter. To fix it, we must insert strong separation, such as a period or a semicolon, because the two thoughts are equally weighted. The climate changed rapidly. Scientists advised immediate global action. Comma splice. Here we see what is called a comma splice. The writer used only a comma, which was insufficient to connect two complete sentences. To correct this, you could replace the comma with a semicolon or restructure it entirely using a coordinating conjunction like so's or and. Although the data was limited, the researchers proceeded with the study. They needed preliminary results. Semicolon plus, conjunctive adverb. This example demonstrates a high-level fix using a semicolon followed by a conjunctive adverb. This structure shows a close relationship between two independent clauses while maintaining grammatical separation and flow. The report was lengthy, therefore the reader started to lose focus. Using therefore. When using a transitional word like therefore, remember that it signals cause and effect. This relationship requires strong punctuation, a semicolon before the adverb and a comma after it. Since resources were scarce, the project was delayed significantly. Subordinate clause connection. This structure is different because we are using a subordinating conjunction like since. Remember that when you begin a sentence with such a word, everything that follows it is dependent on the main clause. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Degree of connection matter. Not all related ideas require the same punctuation. Grammar isn't just about rules, it's about logic. When two ideas are closely linked like cause and effect, or contrast, you want your punctuation to reflect that subtle relationship for maximum rhetorical impact. The semicolon's role. It suggests a stronger link than a period, but more separation than a comma. Think of the semicolon as an equalizer between ideas. It tells the reader these two thoughts are separated by enough distance to be independent, yet close enough that they belong together emotionally. This is key for sophisticated writing. Subordination versus coordination. Knowing which conjunction to use changes the entire meaning. Understanding subordination means recognizing which idea is secondary or dependent on the main action. If you confuse these, your logical flow and, thus your argument, will fall apart. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the housing crisis worsened rapidly. It impacted many low-income families. Say, the housing crisis worsened rapidly. Consequently, it impacted many low-income families. When you see a fused sentence like this, your first instinct should be to pause. You are connecting 2 full thoughts without any bridge. Using a conjunctive adverb and the proper semicolon creates that necessary sophisticated bridge. Incorrect. We must improve our education system because technology is changing the workforce. Correct. We must improve our education system because technology is rapidly changing the workforce. Sometimes the comma is unnecessary if the subordinating conjunction immediately follows the main clause. In this case, removing the comma makes the sentence tighter and more natural for spoken English rhythm. Don't say, the government proposed new tax laws. It faced immediate public backlash. Say, the government proposed new tax laws. However, they faced immediate public backlash. When you are showing contrast like proposing a law but facing opposition, the semicolon and however is the most formal and powerful way to convey that intellectual conflict. Here are 4 ways to practice. Read it out loud to yourself. If you naturally pause or stumble over a sentence boundary, chances are punctuation is needed. This is perhaps the single most powerful tip for revising writing. Our natural speaking rhythm helps us detect where 2 separate ideas should be separated by a period or semicolon. Identify independent clauses. Circle every subject and verb pair that signals a complete thought. When you are editing, don't look for commas first. Instead, hunt for the core action units, the subjects, and verbs to confirm if they are truly independent clauses. The break it apart test. If removing the punctuation still leaves two complete, meaningful thoughts, split them into separate sentences. When in doubt between a semicolon and a period, always favor splitting the sentence. Over-punctuating is safer than under-punctuating when aiming for absolute clarity. Use transitions intentionally. Only use complex connectors like consequently's or furthermore's when your logic demands it. Remember that every strong transition word must be grammatically supported by punctuation, usually a semicolon before and a comma after, unless the sentence structure requires otherwise. Use them sparingly for maximum impact. Graph description is essential for IELTS Academic Task 1. It requires you to report data accurately and objectively without giving opinions. We must move beyond simple verbs like went up or dropped. The key is mastering the nuances of change, sharp increases, gradual stability, volatile fluctuations, and steady declines. Remember that academic writing demands precision. Avoid informal language at all costs. When describing trends, don't just list what happened, group similar movements together to create cohesion in your report. Using varied vocabulary for these movements is crucial for hitting a high lexical resource band score. Here are 4 examples. Following a gradual rise throughout the decade, the figure finally peaked in 2015, reaching an all-time high of 85 units. Effective use of prepositions and sophisticated nouns. Peak, units. Notice how following creates smoother flow than starting a new sentence. Using terms like all-time highs is more academic than simply saying the highest point. This structure helps your writing sound authoritative. The period between 1990 and 2000 was characterized by extreme volatility, with figures alternating sharply between high and low points. Using the perfect structure was characterized by to describe a sustained condition. When you need to summarize an entire time period, using phrases like was marked by's or was characterized by's is excellent. It gives your report a sophisticated, analytical tone that reviewers look for. Despite initial dips in the early years, consumption quickly plateaued after 2010, maintaining a steady level of sales. Using plateaued and linking it with contrasting conjunctions, despite. The verb plateaued is incredibly useful because it precisely describes when growth stalls without falling. Always look for synonyms that describe stability, not just a random pause. From 2018 to 2023, the trend exhibited an exponential climb before stabilizing at parity with neighboring countries. Highly advanced vocabulary, exponential, parity. If you see a curve that is getting steeper and steeper, think exponential growth. Similarly, instead of saying two things are equal, use the term at parities to elevate your writing immediately. Let's compare 4 pairs. Sales went up a lot between 2010 and 2015. From 2010 to 2015, sales experienced a considerable upward trajectory. Using formal vocabulary, trajectory, and quantifying the movement. The difference here is the shift from simple statements to analytical observation. Replacing went up with experienced an upward trajectory immediately boosts your academic score. After 2018, it stayed the same for a while. Following 2008, the data remained relatively stable over a sustained period. Using formal adverbs relatively and sophisticated synonyms sustained. Never just say stayed the same. Use words like plateaued, remained steady, or maintained parity. This shows you have precise language tools for every situation. There were big changes in figures over the years. The figures throughout the period displayed significant volatility and marked fluctuations. Using strong vocabulary to describe inconsistency. When a line graph is erratic, don't just say big changes. Use academic phrases like significant volatility or erratic pattern. This is much more precise reporting. It went sharply down and then slowly back up. The figure plummeted initially, but subsequently saw a modest recovery in the latter half of the period. Using precise verbs for direction, plummeted, recovered, and adverbs modest. We need strong verbs to describe movement. Instead of went down, we might say plunged or nosedived. Using these varied, high-impact action words adds dynamism to your description. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, opinion-based, the graph shows that more people like coffee and less people like tea. Strong, objective summary, overall, the data suggests a marked preference for coffee over tea among the surveyed population. The biggest mistake is inserting opinion. You must only report what the graph shows, not what you think it means. Replace subjective statements with objective reporting phrases like, the data suggests, or it appears that. Weak, choppy listing. It went up, then down, and then stayed stable. Strong, cohesive narrative flow. The trend first increased dramatically before declining sharply, eventually leveling off for the remaining years. Avoid choppy writing. Instead of listing actions sequentially, connect them using subordinating conjunctions like before, subsequently, or eventually. This makes your report feel like a single, flowing analysis. Weak, causal assumption. The figures were stable because nothing changed. Strong, pure description. The figure remained remarkably steady throughout the decade, indicating consistent demand. Never assume cause and effect. The graph only gives you numbers. It never tells you why those numbers happened. Stick strictly to describing the pattern of change, maintaining scientific neutrality. Here are 4 ways to practice. The overview statement, the big picture. Always start with a general summary of the main trend or key contrast before diving into detail. This overview is crucial because it sets the stage for your entire report. It acts as a roadmap, telling the reader immediately what the most important takeaway from the graph is. Don't save this for last. Grouping data points. Instead of describing every single point in time, group them into distinct phases, e.g., the initial phase, by 2010. This is how you achieve efficiency and coherence. By grouping data into phases, your report flows logically and avoids sounding like a mere data recital. Focus on this pattern of change within that group. Using comparison language. Constantly compare one line category to another, e.g., while A increased, B declines. To score highly, you must show comparison skills. Use comparative structures like in stark contrast to or contrasting conjunctions such as whereas and while. This adds complexity while keeping the focus on the data. Structuring sentences for variety. Mix your sentence openers, start with time markers, transition adverbs, or dependent clauses. Varying how you begin sentences makes the writing sound more natural and sophisticated. Don't rely on subject-verb, object every single time. Try fronting a temporal phrase like, by 2015. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The graph illustrates the percentage of global households using 3 different technologies: smartphones, laptops, and tablets between 2010 and 2025. Write a summary report, 150 words, describing these trends. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear overview statement followed by specific vocabulary to describe contrasting rates of change. The prompt requires you to summarize and report. Remember that summarizing means identifying the main takeaway, not listing every number. You must dedicate at least 1 sentence to this overarching conclusion. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the overall contrast, e.g., smartphones show exponential growth, while laptops exhibit stability. A high-scoring answer will start by immediately contrasting the technologies, for example, noting that one technology dominated growth while another remained static. This comparison shows advanced analytical depth right from the opening paragraph. A balanced discussion essay requires you to explore 2 opposing viewpoints equally before forming your own conclusion. It is not enough simply to list arguments. You must analyze them and demonstrate critical thinking about their validity. This structure forces the writer to consider nuances, acknowledging the strengths of a position even if they ultimately disagree with it. Remember that this type of task moves beyond simple description. It demands sophisticated evaluation. The key takeaway here is not just writing two sides, but integrating them into a cohesive discussion. Good academic writers don't dismiss opposing views outright. Instead, they contextualize them, showing how both arguments contribute to the overall complexity of the issue. This ability to hold multiple viewpoints simultaneously is what earns high marks for coherence and critical depth. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that virtual learning environments provide unparalleled flexibility for working adults, others contend that the lack of physical interaction diminishes crucial social development skills. Effective concessional linking, while others contend. Notice how this single sentence achieves balance. It doesn't just state two facts, it uses a subordinating conjunction to create an immediate contrast, signaling that both points are valuable for the discussion. This immediately establishes sophisticated argumentation. The economic benefits of remote work, such as reduced overhead costs for businesses, often overshadow the intangible detriment to corporate culture and spontaneous innovation. Sophisticated vocabulary selection, overhead, detriment, focusing on implications. Strong academic writing goes beyond simple verbs and nouns. By using terms like detriments or overhead, you elevate your register and demonstrate precision in expressing complex ideas. This shows the examiner that you are comfortable with formal, abstract language. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that geographical constraints once limited educational reach. Modern technology has effectively dismantled those traditional boundaries. Using strong contrast markers, nevertheless, to pivot the argument. The word nevertheless acts as a powerful signal to the reader, indicating a shift in perspective or a concession. It's much stronger than simply using but, adding formal weight and emphasizing that you are actively structuring your thought process for maximum clarity. Ultimately, while both approaches hold merit on focusing on efficiency, the other on human connection. A hybrid policy represents the most sustainable path forward. Concluding statement that synthesizes multiple opposing ideas into a third way. The best discussion essays rarely pick a winner. Instead, they synthesize. This example suggests a hybrid policy, which is academic gold because it shows you've listened to both sides and created a thoughtful solution that addresses the weaknesses of both models. Let's compare 4 pairs. Cars are bad for the environment because they make pollution. Although vehicular emissions undeniably contribute to air quality degradation in urban centers, alternative transport methods such as electric public transit offer a significantly more scalable and sustainable solution. Moving from simple statement to nuanced comparison. The weak version is too absolute. The strong version reframes the problem by acknowledging the initial negative point, but immediately pivots to a qualified, measured counter-argument. This demonstrates true critical evaluation rather than just stating an opinion. Companies should stop using physical offices because they are expensive, while opponents highlight the considerable financial savings achieved by adopting remote work models. They frequently overlook the established role of in-person collaboration in fostering spontaneous innovation and team cohesion. Introducing a counter-argument, the while clause. Remember to use concessive structures like, while X is true, this structure allows you to fully address the opposing side's point before dismantling it, which is crucial for developing high fluency and complex grammar structures in your writing. Studying abroad is always good because you learn a new language. The primary benefit of studying internationally extends far beyond linguistic acquisition. It cultivates adaptability, cross-cultural competence, and an invaluable global perspective. However, logistical planning remains a key challenge for many students, expanding the scope from one point to multiple dimensions. Notice how we expanded learning language into 3 distinct benefits: adaptability, cultural competence, and global perspective. By broadening your vocabulary of outcomes, you make your argument richer, showing that the topic has complex ramifications. Governments must fund art because it is important for culture. Funding the arts is vital not merely for cultural preservation, but also because artistic expression serves as a critical mirror to society, fostering public dialogue and emotional intelligence among citizens, explaining the mechanism of importance, why it matters. The best arguments explain the how and the why. Instead of saying art is important because it is cultural, this version explains that art acts as a mirror to society, which gives your argument weight and analytical depth. This shift from declaration to explanation is key. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. People should stop using social media because it wastes time and makes people anxious. Strong. While the detrimental effects of excessive social media use on mental well-being are undeniable, outright prohibition overlooks its utility as a vital tool for community organizing and democratic engagement. A common mistake is committing to an extreme stance. The improved version uses hedging language, while are undeniable, which shows that you recognize the complexity of the issue, avoiding simplistic generalizations. Weak. If governments spend money on green energy, they will fix climate change completely. Strong. Although governmental investment in renewable sources is undeniably crucial for mitigating climate change, its effectiveness must be viewed alongside global policy changes and shifts in consumer behavior. This corrects the fallacy of oversimplification. The strong version doesn't promise a solution. It quantifies the outcome by linking government action to other necessary factors like policy and consumer habits. This is mature academic reasoning. Weak. Some people prefer manual labor because it is better than office jobs. Strong. The appeal of physical labor often lies in its tangible sense of immediate accomplishment and direct connection to the environment. However, modern professional roles also offer unique forms of deep satisfaction through problem-solving and intellectual mastery. The key improvement here is moving away from betters versus worse. Instead, we analyze the source of satisfaction for both types of work, tangible versus intellectual. This comparative analysis shows a depth of understanding that goes far beyond simple preference. Here are 4 ways to practice. The T-charts outline method. Before writing a single sentence, draw a T-chart. Label one side view A and the other view B. Under each view, list 2 main arguments and a specific piece of evidence or example. This visual method forces you to dedicate equal mental energy to both sides before drafting. It ensures that your essay body paragraphs are perfectly symmetrical in scope, preventing you from spending too much time on the side you personally agree with. The bridge sentence strategy. After completing a paragraph discussing one viewpoint, write a 2-sentence transition that explicitly references the opposing view. This acts as a bridge to your next point. These bridge sentences are structural signal boosters. They maintain high cohesion and ensure the reader never loses track of the essay's overall balance. It's a sophisticated way to link ideas while keeping the argumentative flow moving forward. Balancing thesis statements. Your thesis should not simply state your opinion. It must acknowledge both sides and then suggest a synthesis or qualified position, mirroring the essay's balanced structure. A weak thesis is, I agree with X. A strong one might be, while X presents undeniable advantages. Years consideration leads to a more equitable outcome. This immediately signals to the marker that you are capable of complex discussion. Time allocation practice. Divide your 25 minutes strictly, 3 minutes for planning and outlining, 18 minutes for drafting, balanced paragraphs, 4 minutes for review, checking transitions, and session markers. Never underestimate the importance of dedicated review time. In this essay type, check specifically that you have used at least one concessive marker like although or while in every body paragraph to prove your balance. In IELTS Speaking Part 1, examiners are not just checking if you can answer the question, they are assessing your ability to develop an idea spontaneously. To elevate your response, you must move beyond simple yeses or no answers and provide genuine depth. Aim to structure your reply by giving a clear opinion first, then supporting it with evidence like examples, reasons, or personal anecdotes. This technique of expanding your thoughts demonstrates complex cognitive processing, which is what truly boosts your fluency score. Remember that fluency isn't just about speaking quickly, it's about demonstrating controlled complexity. When you structure an answer using, I think this because, followed by a specific example, You are showing the examiner not only vocabulary, but also advanced rhetorical skills. This ability to build arguments spontaneously is essential for high scores. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, generally speaking, I find that. Say it again, generally speaking, I find that. This phrase is excellent for starting an answer because it immediately signals to the examiner that you are about to give a nuanced opinion rather than a simple fact. Use it when the question asks for general consensus or personal preference, giving you a moment to gather your thoughts and structure your response. The word is, for instance, when I was at. Say it again, for instance, when I was at est. Nothing proves an idea better than a concrete example. This phrase is the perfect bridge between stating a general point and providing personal evidence from your life or experience. Always try to make the example specific. Don't just say sometimes, describe when and wheres. The word is, the main reason for this is dos. Say it again, the main reason for this is. If you are asked why or how, use this structure to clearly outline your argument's route. Remember that simply giving one reason isn't enough. Try to elaborate on the impacts of that reason. For example, how it affects other areas of your life. The word is, while it's true that, I also think. Say it again. While it's true that, I also think. This sophisticated structure shows balance and critical thinking, which is highly valued in academic English. It allows you to acknowledge the opposition's point before pivoting back to your own developed argument. This complexity dramatically increases your lexical resource score. The word is, all in all, I would say that. Say it again, all in all, I would say that. Never end an answer abruptly. Use a concluding phrase like this to wrap up your thoughts neatly and confidently. It gives the impression of having fully processed the question and delivered a thoughtful, comprehensive reply. Let's compare 4 pairs. I like going to the park. I find spending time in green, open spaces incredibly rejuvenating. Using strong verbs and academic nouns. Notice how we shifted from a simple verb phrase to using more descriptive adjectives like rejuvenating and academic phrasing like spending time. The goal is always precision. Use vivid vocabulary instead of common, basic words. It's hard because I don't have time. Primary challenge stems from a lack of sufficient available time. Formalizing casual excuses. In an academic setting, vague statements are weak. By replacing hard with challenging or difficult and swapping personal pronouns for objective nouns, you sound more authoritative. This builds credibility in your speaking performance. I guess maybe I should try it sometime. I believe I would eventually be inclined to give it a try at some point. Softening uncertainty gracefully. Instead of the very casual, I guess, using phrasing like, I am inclined to, or I might consider sounds more thoughtful and prepared. This subtle shift in register helps you sound measured, even when speaking about something speculative. It's good for everybody. Its benefits are quite extensive and would benefit the wider community. Expanding general claims. Never settle for good or bad. Always strive to specify how something is beneficial, using scope-defining words like extensive, paramount, or crucial. This specificity adds intellectual weight to your statements. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak spoken response, vagueness. I think I went to the cinema last weekend. It was fun. Better, specificity and detail. My trip to the cinema last weekend was incredibly enjoyable, particularly because the mistake here is merely stating a fact without elaboration. To correct this, you must add the why and the how. Focus on describing what made it fun. Was it the acting, the plot, or the atmosphere? Details are your best friend. Overqualification hedging, lack of conviction. Yeah, I like my job. Yeah, it's okay. Better, balanced and assertive. While I find some aspects challenging, overall, I really enjoy my profession because of the consistent opportunities for growth. Avoid weak fillers like I mean or excessive use of maybe. Instead, structure a balanced answer that acknowledges complexity using the while it is true that Pattern helps you sound thoughtful without sacrificing confidence. Circular reasoning repetition people should exercise because they need to be healthy. Better, deepening the scope. Regular physical activity is paramount because it plays a crucial role in maintaining both physical and mental well-being. Simply repeating healthy or good for you is insufficient. You must deepen the concept by explaining its scope. Is it just physical health, or does it include mental state? This technique, called broadening the scope, instantly elevates your response. Here are 4 ways to practice. Structured role-play conversations. Select a random topic and force yourself to use at least 2 new linking phrases from the drill section in one conversation. This method integrates theory into practice. By forcing yourself to incorporate those structural phrases, you move them from merely being vocabulary items to becoming automatic parts of your speaking rhythm. It simulates real-life pressure effectively. The why example impacts framework. For every answer you give, train yourself to structure it. Opinion as why. As example, impact. This is the ultimate scaffolding technique. It gives your speech a natural, logical architecture, ensuring that no matter how brief the question, your response will always feel comprehensive and fully developed. Shadowing advanced speakers. Listen to expert podcasts or TED Talks and immediately repeat complex sentence structures and linking phrases after hearing them. Shadowing is excellent for mastering the rhythm and intonation of advanced English speakers. You are not just mimicking words, you are picking up natural pacing, which makes your own speech sound much more fluent and less robotic. The self-correction drill. Record yourself answering a question, then listen back and actively interrupt your recording to correct any weak phrases or grammar slips. This is perhaps the most valuable exercise for self-awareness. By listening critically to your own mistakes, you train your brain to catch errors before they leave your mouth in a high-pressure situation like the exam. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a piece of technology that has significantly improved your daily life. You should say what this technology is, how you first started using it, in what ways it changed your routine, and explain why this improvement was so significant. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, don't just list features, describe the change. Use cause and effects language throughout your response. Focus on how this technology solved a previous specific problem you had. The key takeaway here is moving from description to analysis. Don't stop at saying it saves time. Instead, analyze why saving that time matters. Does it give you more time for hobbies? Does it reduce stress? Explore the ripple effect of the technology. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is demonstrate concession and elaboration. Use. While X is true, Y also applies to show a balanced, nuanced view, followed by specific examples using, for instance. By blending the concessive structure with detailed examples, you prove that your thinking process is dynamic. This shows high fluency because you are not just recalling facts, you are constructing an entire argument in real time. The key to mastering IELTS Speaking Part 2 is not just having detailed content, it's structuring that content with grammatical variety. We are moving beyond simple topic sentences and basic coordination. Instead, aim to embed ideas using subordinating conjunctions, relative clauses, and conditional structures. Think of your talk like a complex piece of writing, where every sentence should connect logically to the one before it. This shows fluency and advanced command over English syntax. Varying how you link ideas demonstrates grammatical flexibility, which examiners notice immediately. Remember that using varied grammar makes your narrative sound more sophisticated and much easier to follow for the listener. Varied grammar doesn't mean throwing in difficult structures just for show. It means using the right tool like a relative clause when you need to add extra descriptive detail about something specific. Aim for smooth transitions between these complex ideas so that it sounds natural and effortless. Here are 4 examples. If I could choose any historical figure to speak with, it would undoubtedly be Leonardo da Vinci. His intellectual breadth is so compelling that I imagine our conversation would last for hours, exploring his theories on flight and anatomy. Uses a strong conditional structure, if, it would, combined with sophisticated vocabulary, intellectual breadth. Starting with an advanced conditional immediately establishes your high level of English. By framing the answer hypothetically, you give yourself room to elaborate on multiple related ideas without getting stuck. The local market is fascinating because it's a hub where tradition and modernity intersect. Vendors still use ancient methods alongside digital payment systems. Effective use of a semicolon and a complex linking structure because, where? Using punctuation like the semicolon helps you link 2 closely related but grammatically independent thoughts. This creates rhythm and prevents your speech from sounding like one long run-on sentence. Having lived in several cities, I've realized that the pace of life dictates much about a person's general outlook. Starts with an advanced participial phrase, having lived, to introduce background information concisely. Opening your response with a participle phrase is highly sophisticated. It allows you to deliver complex backstory efficiently, signaling to the examiner that you have a deep pool of life experience to draw from. It was an event which taught me invaluable lessons. I believe understanding failure is practically as important as celebrating success. Uses relative pronouns, which, and comparative equative structures as important as. Instead of simply stating failure is important, using the full structure, understanding failure is. As important as adds weight and philosophical depth to your point. This elevates the discussion beyond mere recounting. Let's compare 4 pairs. I liked the trip because we saw many animals and it was fun. The safari proved quite memorable, largely due to its diverse wildlife and the sheer joy of discovery. Replaces simple conjunctions with sophisticated vocabulary and nominalization. Notice how we saw becomes wildlife, which is a more academic noun form. Stronger writing uses synonyms and grammatical transformations like nominalization to sound more formal. If I go back, I will eat there again because the food was good. Should I have the chance to return, I would eagerly recommend that restaurant given how exceptional the cuisine proved to be. Uses inversion, should I, and more formal phrasing for conditions. The structure, should I, is an advanced conditional form. It instantly elevates your language level by sounding less direct and more reflective. My job helps the environment, so I feel good about it. Because my profession directly contributes to environmental sustainability initiatives, I find a profound sense of personal satisfaction in it. Replaces simple cause and effect, so with formal causal phrasing because profound sense. Moving from I feel good to a profound sense of personal satisfaction is crucial. It shows you possess a rich vocabulary for describing abstract emotions. The city has many museums, and they are very old. Among the city's attractions are several museums, some of which date back to the early Victorian era. Uses some of which relative pronoun instead of a simple coordinating conjunction. Relative clauses like which date back allow you to pack descriptive information into one flowing sentence without losing grammatical coherence. This is key for fluency. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, I remember going to the park. It was really green and peaceful. Strong, the memory of visiting the park remains vivid. It was a sanctuary, remarkably verdant and tranquil. Instead of 2 simple sentences, we combined them using a semicolon to show a clear relationship. We also replaced basic adjectives like green with the more academic word verdant. Weak, I think technology is good because it connects people and it makes life easy. Strong, technology improves connectivity, thereby making daily routines significantly more manageable for most individuals. Watch out for repetitive phrases like it and it. Using transitional adverbs or participles, such as thereby, helps you connect ideas smoothly and professionally. Weak, if I had more time, I would read books about history because I love learning. Strong, were I granted more time, I would devote myself to historical literature, given my deep passion for knowledge acquisition. This example uses both an inverted conditional, were and academic nouns like knowledge acquisition. These two changes instantly boost your perceived grammar level. Here are 4 ways to practice. The Grammar Toolkit's warm-up. Before the test, write down 5 advanced structures you want to attempt, e.g. passive voice, inversion, conditionals. Don't just memorize grammar rules, anticipate where and when you can naturally deploy them within a narrative. By pre-selecting these power tools, you build confidence in using complex syntax under pressure. The topic sentence laddering. Start with a simple main idea, then draft supporting sentences that progressively increase in grammatical complexity. This technique helps you ensure variety throughout the entire 2 minutes. If your first sentence is simple, make sure the next one uses subordination to keep momentum and interest high. The why, how much prompt. For every point you make, force yourself to answer not just what, but also why does this happen or to what extent. Asking these deeper questions forces you naturally into using comparative language and conditional grammar. For example, answering to what extent requires phrases like to a great degree or only partially. Self-correction cue cards. Prepare small notes reminding yourself to check for tense shifts, past versus present, and pronoun agreement mid-speech. Even the best speakers make small mistakes. By pre-planning your focus on specific errors, you give yourself a mental checkpoint. This self-awareness is just as important as deploying advanced grammar. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe an ideal weekend trip. You should say what kind of place it would be, who you would go with, and what activities you would do. And explain why this trip would be so meaningful to you. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the explicit focus on varied grammatical structures, conditionals, subordination, used throughout a cohesive narrative. Since this is part 2, remember to structure your answer logically using an introduction, several body points that elaborate on the prompt's parts, and a conclusion. The grammar variety must feel like it supports the story. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structuring the opening paragraph with an advanced conditional or hypothetical statement to immediately hook the listener. Don't waste time. Start strong by using a structure like, if resources were unlimited, I would. This instantly signals your ability to handle complex English and sets a high bar for the rest of your talk. Timed essay writing is not just about getting words on the page, it's a performance test. It requires you to fluidly execute multiple skills simultaneously: coherence, grammatical accuracy, advanced vocabulary usage, and structural integrity. The key rule here is efficiency. You must synthesize all these elements under pressure without sacrificing quality. For IELTS, this simulates real academic writing where time constraints are expected. Mastering this means moving past simply knowing the rules and achieving automatic recall of complex structures. The goal of integrated practice is to train your writing muscle memory so the sophisticated language use feels natural and immediate. When you write under a clock, you don't have time to pause and check every conjugation. Therefore, practicing speed and accuracy together is crucial for high scores. Here are 4 examples. The escalating prevalence of urban sprawl necessitates a paradigm shift in municipal planning, demanding the re-evaluation of car-centric infrastructure. Uses high academic register and sophisticated vocabulary, paradigm shift necessitating. Notice how necessitates immediately elevates the tone. Using collocations like escalating prevalence sounds far more authoritative than simply saying more and more. Always aim to replace common verbs with stronger, more precise synonyms. While some argue that economic growth is paramount, this perspective fails to account for the cumulative damage caused by unchecked industrial output. Employs concessive clauses while, effectively to introduce counter-arguments smoothly. The use of while here doesn't just link ideas, it signals a nuanced debate. This structure is perfect because it shows the examiner you can acknowledge an opposing view before firmly refuting it. It is only by implementing robust global regulations that we can mitigate the adverse consequences of deep-sea mining. Uses inversion only by, for emphasis and advanced sentence structure. Inversions like this are powerful tools to draw attention to a crucial point or condition. They immediately signal fluency and grammatical mastery, making your writing sound highly polished. Consequently, policymakers must pivot toward decentralized renewable energy sources if they wish to secure long-term climate resilience. Strong conclusion using precise linking adverbs and expert vocabulary. Pivot, resilience. The word consequently provides clear logical flow. Pairing strong verbs like pivots with abstract nouns like resilience showcases a high level of academic command over both action and concept. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government should do more about climate change. Governments must implement stricter policies to address the urgent crisis of climate change. Replacing vague language with specific, formal terminology. This comparison shows the immediate shift in tone. Instead of sounding like an opinion piece, the strong version adopts a formal, policy-driven register expected in academic writing. Because people use phones too much, it is bad for their focus. Given the pervasive nature of mobile phone usage, cognitive function and attention spans are demonstrably deteriorating, moving from simple cause-effect because to complex causal relationships. By utilizing given the pervasive nature, you signal sophisticated vocabulary while structurally linking the cause to its measurable effect. This level of specificity is what separates Band 6 from Band 8 writing. If we change things, maybe it will be better. Should radical reforms be implemented, a significantly improved quality of life could subsequently materialize. Using conditional structures, e.g., should plus subject plus verb for formal speculation. The structure should X happen is much more advanced than a simple if. It's a highly elegant way to speculate on policy outcomes while maintaining a confident academic voice. I think education is important for people's future. Education serves as the primary catalyst for socio-economic mobility and individual advancement in modern society. Shifting from personal opinion, I think, to objective, authoritative statements. Never start a formal essay with, I think. Instead, use strong topic sentences that make a declarative assertion. This immediately positions your writing as an academic analysis rather than a personal reflection. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wordy nominalized, the increasing use of technology leads to the acceleration of poor communication. Concise active voice, increased reliance on technology accelerates the decline of effective communication skills. Watch out for nominalization, where you use abstract nouns like acceleration instead of powerful verbs. Converting these back to active voice makes your writing punchier and far more direct. Too general weak claim. It is generally true that people are happier when they have money. Nuanced qualified argument, while correlation exists, attributing personal happiness solely to wealth oversimplifies complex human motivations. Avoid sweeping generalizations like generally true. Instead, introduce nuance by acknowledging the complexity of the issue. This demonstrates critical thinking and raises your argumentative level. Informal vocabulary repetitive. Many people have to study hard and they need good teachers. Academic collocations precision. For effective learning outcomes, students require rigorous academic support coupled with highly competent educators. The key here is replacing simple, everyday words like goods or need with precise academic collocations. This refinement instantly boosts your lexical resource score. Here are 4 ways to practice. The reverse outline method. Before writing, quickly list the main points and supporting evidence for every body paragraph. This ensures structural balance. Don't start with the introduction. Dedicate your first 2 minutes solely to outlining. Knowing exactly what you plan to say prevents rambling when the pressure is on. Targeted grammar focus. During drafting, consciously use one advanced structure like the passive voice or a specific perfect tense every other paragraph. Instead of trying to fix everything at once, pick one challenging grammar point and force yourself to integrate it strategically. This controlled practice solidifies retention under pressure. The 10-minute review. Do not stop writing until the clock runs out. Use your final minutes only for checking flow, linking words, and major errors. Resist the urge to rewrite entire paragraphs. Focus your review time strictly on cohesion, checking that every paragraph flows logically from the last one. Vocabulary preloading. Keep a bank of 10 strong collocations relevant to common essay topics, e.g., economic, environmental. Always try to incorporate at least 5. Having these high-level phrases preloaded means you won't have to stop and think of them during the actual test. This strategic preparation is invaluable for maintaining fluency. Self-assessment requires more than just knowing definitions. It demands rapid recall under pressure. We are focusing on high-level academic vocabulary essential for testing and critical analysis. These words help you accurately describe gaps in knowledge or the complexity of a subject. Learning these terms boosts your ability to articulate precise ideas quickly. Remember, true mastery isn't just about recognition, it's about immediate retrieval. When we talk about rapid recall, we are simulating the pressure of an exam setting. Our goal today is to transition these words from passive knowledge to active, instant use. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is synthesize. Say it again, synthesize. Think of synthesize as building something new from existing parts. You aren't just listing facts, you are weaving them together to create an original conclusion or argument. A common error is confusing this with simply summarizing. Synthesis requires more intellectual blending. The word is discrepancy. Say it again, discrepancy. When you identify a discrepancy, you are pointing out an inconsistency, usually in data or accounts. This term is highly valuable in academic writing when comparing sources. It sounds much more formal than simply saying difference and elevates your analytical tone. The word is evaluate. Okay, say it again, evaluate. Evaluate means to judge worth, which is a step beyond merely describing something. When you evaluate, you are applying criteria and forming a judgment based on those standards. Use it when your writing needs to show critical judgment. The word is fluency. Say it again, fluency. While fluency often relates to speaking, it can also describe writing a text that flows seamlessly without abrupt changes in tone or structure. When discussing language skills, this word is far more precise than just saying someone speaks well. The word is robust. Say it again, robust. Robust is an excellent adjective for academic contexts, especially in science or policy. It implies strength that isn't just physical, but structural or conceptual. It will plan needs to survive unexpected challenges. It must be described as robust. The word is mnemonic. Say it again, mnemonic. A mnemonic isn't just a trick, it's a formal tool for memory retention. When you are studying hard vocabulary, creating these devices like rhymes or initialisms is key to moving information into long-term memory. It shifts your study method from passive reading to active creation. Here are 5 examples. The author managed to synthesize complex philosophical ideas into a single, accessible argument. Synthesize verb. Notice how the phrase single, accessible argument emphasizes that the synthesis was successful. It suggests the writer took disparate pieces of information and made them work together smoothly for the reader. The report highlighted a major discrepancy between the recorded sales figures and the physical inventory count. Discrepancy, noun. Here, discrepancy is used to signal an investigative problem. It tells the reader that there is a mismatch that needs explaining or correcting, giving your writing immediate tension. Before we can recommend changes, we must first properly evaluate the current system's limitations. Evaluate verb. The structure must first. Evaluate shows a necessary process. You cannot propose solutions until you have thoroughly judged what is currently in place. This establishes credibility. Despite initial hesitations, her public speaking fluency grew significantly with consistent practice. Fluency, noun. In this context, fluency speaks to the smoothness of delivery. It's not just about using many words, it's about making those words flow naturally and at an appropriate pace. The engineering team developed a robust framework capable of withstanding extreme temperature fluctuations. Robust adjective. When you use robust, you are promising reliability. It gives the reader confidence in your subject matter, suggesting that whatever system or concept you describe is highly resilient and dependable. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, synthesize. Compare it with summarize. Synthesis creates new meaning, summarizing reports' existing points. The difference is crucial. Summarizing means boiling down what others said, while synthesizing means using those ideas as raw material to build something entirely original. Always aim for synthesis when you want to demonstrate deep thought. First, assess. Compare it with evaluate. To assess is general measurement. To evaluate requires forming a value judgment. While these words are close, assesses can be objective like counting items. But evaluates forces you one step further, determining if those counted items are good or bad. Think of it as moving from data collection to critique. First, clarity. Compare it with fluency. Clarity is precision. Fluency is smooth delivery. You can speak with great fluency sounding very natural and fast, but if your ideas lack clarity, the listener will be confused. True mastery requires both, effortless speech combined with crystal clear thought. First, vague. Compare it with robust. Describes weakness, lack of detail versus strength, resilience. These are structural opposites in description. If your argument is vague, it lacks specific support. If it is robust, it means the core structure, the evidence, and logicis unshakable. Here are 4 ways to practice. Contextual mapping. Don't memorize isolated definitions. Connect the word to an entire scenario. Instead of writing discrepancy difference, write a mini-story where you must use that word. Linking vocabulary to vivid mental images drastically improves retention and recall speed. Spaced repetition. Reviewing material at increasing intervals prevents decay. This is scientifically proven for memory. Review your difficult words today, then again in 3 days, then a week, and finally 2 weeks later. This spaced effort solidifies the knowledge without unnecessary cramming. Collaborative gap filling. Test yourself by having a partner fill in blanks using the target word. Teaching or testing others is one of the most effective ways to cement your own knowledge. It forces you to not only know the answer, but also to articulate why it fits, which builds fluency. Minimal pair practice. Drilling word pairs, e.g., assess, evaluate, quickly improves distinction. When 2 words are similar in meaning but different in usage like assess and evaluate, you must drill them together. Quick contrast practice solidifies the subtle, high-level distinctions needed for academic fluency. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The research team faced a significant challenge when they noticed a major discrepancy between the initial field reports and the newly acquired satellite data. To overcome this, they decided to evaluate both datasets independently. They had to synthesize these varied inputs into one robust model. This process demanded high analytical fluency and required them to create several mnemonic aids for complex variable tracking. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means a lack of consistency or agreement. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is discrepancy. The context made it clear that the contradiction was between 2 types of data, the reports and the satellite images. Use this question to activate your knowledge, demonstrating immediate recall under a time constraint. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence, showing its academic power. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the policy needs a more robust framework to ensure long-term success. When you answer, try to make it sound like formal speech. Don't just write the definition, build an entire thought around the word. This shows true mastery and prepares you for high-level academic writing. Achieving high band scores means moving beyond simply performing 4 separate skills. Instead, you must adopt an integrated performance mindset where listening informs your speaking and reading structures your writing. This requires viewing English not as a collection of isolated rules, but as a fluid system for complex communication. When preparing, always ask yourself, how can I use this grammar point to improve my argument structure? Or, how can I describe this data using more varied vocabulary? The goal is seamless transition and constant cross-referencing between skills. Many students still think of reading, writing, speaking, and listening as separate checklist items. However, true fluency means they operate simultaneously. When you integrate these skills, you are showing the examiner that your language knowledge is deep and versatile, which is exactly what top marks reward. Here are 5 examples. After hearing the speaker mention resource scarcity, I argued that local policy changes are necessary. Listening, speaking, synthesis. This example shows how listening is not just comprehension, it's fuel for your output. You must actively reference specific points from an audio source to make your response highly credible and detailed. The dramatic dip in Q3 suggests a market correction, which could be attributed to global supply chain issues. Reading, writing, academic tone. When writing, don't just repeat the data. Use sophisticated linking phrases and academic vocabulary to interpret what the reading material is telling you, rather than merely reporting it. If authorities had implemented stricter zoning laws earlier, we might not be facing this housing crisis now. Speaking, advanced conditional use. Don't just use the third conditional, practice embedding it within a longer narrative. This demonstrates both grammatical control and ability to speculate on complex causal chains. The correlation between increased leisure time and higher reading rates is significant. Writing, synthesizing, 2 sources. In writing tasks, try to synthesize information from multiple prompts or readings. This forces you to create a unique argument that combines different pieces of provided evidence. The primary challenge is not the lack of funding, but the difficulty in coordinating departmental efforts. Speaking, identifying core conflict. Higher-level speaking involves pinpointing the core tension or central conflict within a discussion. This ability to summarize the essence shows profound understanding beyond surface details. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Holistic understanding of context. Language use changes depending on the situation and audience. Top-scoring English speakers register the appropriate tone for a job interview versus an academic presentation. Integration forces you to constantly check if your language matches the context. Developing argumentative depth. It moves beyond stating facts and into analyzing implications. A high-band response doesn't just say X happened. It answers, why did X happen? And what does X mean for the future? This depth requires drawing connections between disparate pieces of information. Building fluency through cognitive load. The brain becomes more efficient at switching between language functions. Practicing integration increases your cognitive flexibility. You are training yourself to switch gears quickly from listening for key verbs to recalling the correct grammatical structure and then producing it all fluidly. Focus intensely on nuance markers that elevate your discourse. These are the small linguistic details that separate a good response from an excellent one. This includes using hedging language, which allows you to express opinions without sounding overly absolute or dogmatic. Remember phrases like, it appears that, or one might argue that. Furthermore, mastering nominalization turning verbs into nouns is crucial in academic writing. Instead of saying, the government decided, write, there was a governmental decision. This immediately elevates your vocabulary and formality. Academic nuance is about controlling certainty. You are not just stating facts, you are discussing hypotheses. Using hedging language doesn't make you sound weak, it makes you sound thoughtful, balanced, and highly aware of complexity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3P framework for speaking. Practice. Providing prediction, purpose, and parallel examples. When answering a question, never give just one point. Adopt the 3Ps framework. State your main point, provide proof evidence, and then predict the policy implication. This structured approach guarantees depth. The triple passes writing check. Proofread for structure, grammar, and lexis separately. Do not proofread everything at once. First, check your flow and paragraph structure. Second, scan only for grammar errors like articles or prepositions. Finally, polish your word choices. This segmented approach prevents you from missing small details. Time management mapping. Allocate fixed time slots for each section, regardless of difficulty. Under pressure, the biggest mistake is spending too much time on one difficult question. Create a mental map and stick to it. If you finish early, use the remaining time for a final review pass. Embrace ambiguity in listening. Listen not just for facts, but for underlying assumptions or omissions. The best students don't just listen to what is said, they listen to what isn't said. Pay attention to shifts in tone, hesitation, or sudden changes in topic. These often reveal the speaker's true point of view. IELTS Writing Task 2 requires you to write a cohesive essay responding to a prompt. It is not enough simply to list ideas. You must build a sophisticated argument that addresses all parts of the question. A strong response maintains an academic tone while developing complex, focused points. Remember that successful writing relies on mastering structure, clear introductions, topic-specific body paragraphs, and concluding summaries. When we talk about argumentative structure, we are moving beyond just linking sentences together. Think of your essay as a pyramid. The thesis statement is the peak, and every subsequent paragraph must support it with increasingly detailed evidence. Always ensure your main points flow logically from one another to build undeniable momentum toward your conclusion. Here are 4 examples. While some believe that mandatory uniform policies stifle creativity, the primary benefit lies in fostering a sense of community and reducing socioeconomic visibility among students. When all pupils wear the same attire, the focus shifts from material possessions to academic achievement and personal growth. Effective thesis topic sentence directly addresses the counterargument while pivoting to the main claim, focusing on community. Notice how this first sentence is powerful. It doesn't just state an opinion, it acknowledges the opposing view, while some believe structure. This immediately shows the examiner that you have considered the topic from multiple angles, increasing your band score potential. Furthermore, governments must dedicate resources to improving public transport infrastructure. Investing in reliable rail links and expanding bus networks will alleviate urban congestion, making city life more sustainable for all residents. Strong transitional linking uses furthermore and provides clear cause-effect reasoning, alleviate congestion, sustainable life. The strength here is the direct link between problem and solution. Instead of just saying transportation is bad, the writer specifies what needs to be done investing in rail links and explains the resulting benefit, which makes the argument concrete. The rapid proliferation of digital media has fundamentally altered traditional journalism. Today's audience consumes news instantly across varied platforms, requiring journalists to adapt their narratives for maximum engagement and speed. High-level vocabulary in noun use uses proliferation, fundamentally altered, and narratives to maintain an academic register. Pay attention to the vocabulary choice here. Using words like proliferations instead of increase shows a high lexical resource, which is crucial for scoring well. It elevates the entire paragraph from mere description into sophisticated analysis. In conclusion, while economic factors play a role, cultural initiatives are more critical in preserving historical sites. Local community engagement and educational funding provide the necessary sustained interest to prevent decay. Powerful conclusion restates the thesis using different words, paraphrasing, and offers a final, conclusive thought. A great conclusion doesn't just summarize, it provides closure by synthesizing your main points into a broader, impactful statement. By rephrasing your original argument without repeating exact phrases, you demonstrate mastery of paraphrasing skills. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people think that studying late is good for grades. The belief that prolonged study sessions enhance academic performance warrants critical examination. Shifting from simple statement to complex, nuanced phrasing. The first version is too direct and casual. The improved version immediately establishes a formal, objective tone by using phrases like warrants critical examination. This signals to the marker that you are engaging in academic debate rather than just stating facts. Technology makes life easier for people everywhere. Technological advancements have fundamentally simplified daily existence across global populations. Using stronger verbs and more abstract nouns to generalize the claim. Instead of makes easy, notice the shift to fundamentally simplified. This upgrade in vocabulary combined with using the plural populations broadens your scope, suggesting a deeper understanding of the topic's global implications. If we don't fix pollution, the planet will get worse. Failure to mitigate environmental pollutants risks severely degrading planetary health and biodiversity in the coming decades. Replacing vague warning phrases with specific academic terminology, mitigate, degrade. This is a key example of upgrading your register. Instead of get worse, we use degrading or deteriorating. Using specialized vocabulary related to the topic like biodiversity shows that you are genuinely engaged with academic discourse. I think government should give more money to art. It is argued that governmental investment in cultural arts and humanities is a vital economic and social priority. Adopting formal, impersonal structures, avoiding I think. Never use I think in task 2 unless specifically told to give personal opinion. The strong version uses phrases like, it is argued that, which allows you to present an informed perspective without staking your entire argument on your own voice. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak grammar word choice. Due to the rain, we could not go outside. Strong. Because of the heavy rainfall, our outdoor plans were cancelled. A common error is confusing due to and because of. Remember that due to usually follows a form of the verb, while because of introduces a noun phrase. Using precise grammar makes your prose sound highly polished. Weak subject, verb agreement clarity. The main reason for this problem are lack of planning. Strong. The primary cause of this issue is insufficient preliminary planning. This mistake focuses on subject-verb agreement. When the subject, like reason, is singular, the verb must be singular and agree accordingly. This simple fix instantly boosts your grammatical accuracy score. Weak redundancy. In conclusion, to sum up everything that was said. Strong. To conclude, in summation, it can be argued that be careful with redundancy. Phrases like in conclusion and to sum up mean the same thing. Selecting varied signposting language or choosing just one strong phrase is a mark of advanced writing control. Here are 4 ways to practice. The time allocation rule. Spend exactly 5 minutes planning before writing a single word. Outline your introduction, 3 body paragraphs, and conclusion. Many students rush into the essay without planning, which leads to underdeveloped ideas. By dedicating focused time purely to outlining, you ensure that every paragraph has a mandated purpose, keeping you on track for the full 250-word count. The topic sentence anchor. For each body paragraph, write one clear topic sentence first. This acts as a mini-thesis guiding your reader and yourself. Think of the topic sentence as a promise to the reader. In this paragraph, I will prove X. If you can confidently state that central idea in one strong sentence, the rest of the paragraph is simply elaboration. Brainstorming. Keywords first. Before writing sentences, list 5 high-level academic verbs and 5 advanced nouns related to the prompt. This builds your vocabulary toolkit. Don't wait until you are drafting to think about better words. Actively pre-select sophisticated language so that when writer's block hits, your brain automatically pulls from a pool of appropriate, high-scoring vocabulary. The counter-argument mapping. Always map out the opposite viewpoint and dedicate one section or sentence to it. This boosts your task response score. Showing that you are aware of opposing arguments is arguably the single most effective way to improve your analytical depth. It transforms your writing from a simple defense of an idea into a nuanced, objective discussion. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some people believe that all university education should focus purely on career-specific skills. Others argue that the humanities and arts are equally vital for a well-rounded life. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the prompt requires you to discuss two distinct viewpoints, career skills versus humanities, before concluding with your own position. Because this is a discuss both views and give opinion essay, failure to dedicate equal time and space to both sides will immediately lower your score. You must balance the discussion equally before you present your final stance. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the response should spend its introduction clearly defining the scope of career specifics and humanities, setting up a balanced yet argumentative roadmap for the reader. A high band response doesn't just answer the question, it manages expectations. By spending time in the introduction to define terms and structure the debate, you prove sophisticated control over the entire piece from the very first sentence. Pronouns are powerful linguistic tools that allow us to avoid repetition. However, their power comes with a responsibility. They must always clearly point back to something already mentioned, which is called the antecedent. When this link is unclear, we face pronoun ambiguity. Advanced usage requires precision, ensuring that every pronoun has one unmistakable noun it refers to. This isn't just about grammar. It's fundamentally about maintaining logical flow for your reader. A strong grasp of pronoun reference shows sophistication in writing. Remember that the antecedent doesn't have to be the immediately preceding word. Sometimes, you need to look back several clauses to find the noun the pronoun is meant to replace. Always ask yourself, could this pronoun refer to two different things? If the answer is yes, you likely need to restructure your sentence. Here are 4 examples. The committee decided to postpone the meeting because it lacked proper funding. Ambiguous reference it. Here it is unclear. Did the committee lack funding or did the meeting lack funding? The reader has to guess, which breaks immersion and clarity. You must rewrite this sentence to clarify whether the subject of the problem was the meeting or the group itself. When the researchers spoke to the students, they were surprised by the enthusiasm. Ambiguous reference, they. Who was surprised? The researchers or the students? Since they could grammatically refer to either group, the sentence is confusing. To fix this, restructure it so that the subject of the surprise is explicitly named. The machine requires calibration before its use. Agreement. In this case, it clearly refers back to the machine. This demonstrates precise agreement. The possessive pronoun matches the singular noun in a simple and effective way. Since the policy affects businesses and consumers alike, all must adapt. Unspecified antecedent, all. The pronoun all is acting as a collective reference. While understandable in context, it's much stronger to name the groups directly. Both businesses and consumers must adapt. This removes any doubt about who needs to take action. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Maintaining reader credibility. Ambiguity forces the reader to pause and logically backtrack. In formal writing, every sentence should propel the argument forward without friction. When you create ambiguity, you are forcing your expert reader to do extra cognitive work just to understand who is doing what. This detracts from your overall authority on the subject. Achieving logical cohesion. Clear reference ensures that causality and relationships between ideas remain intact. Pronouns are critical for cohesion, acting like invisible threads tying sentences together. If the thread is attached to the wrong object, the entire argument structure can unravel. Strong pronoun usage guarantees a tight, logical mesh. Elevating academic tone. Precision in language is synonymous with intellectual rigor. Writing that avoids ambiguity sounds polished and highly professional. Skilled writers rarely leave anything to chance. They control every single pointer, including those invisible pronouns. Mastering this detail significantly boosts the perceived quality of your work. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "The management and the staff held a meeting, but it was chaotic." Say, "The management and the staff held a meeting. However, the discussion was chaotic." Here, it could vaguely refer to the meeting or the people involved. By splitting the sentence and replacing the pronoun with a clear noun phrase like the discussion, you eliminate all doubt about the antecedent. Incorrect, she told her colleague that she needed to submit the report by noon. Correct, she told her colleague, you need to submit the report by noon. This is a classic example of ambiguous she. Is it her, the speaker, or colleague? When using pronouns that could refer to people, restructuring the sentence to use direct speech or rephrasing often provides the most clarity. Don't say, "The car needed oiling because its engine was making strange noises." Say, "The car's engine needed oiling because it was making strange noises." While not a pronoun substitution issue, observe how using the possessive form on the noun car's engine is often clearer and more direct than relying on its. Sometimes, simply changing the syntax is the best fix for ambiguity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The substitution test. If you are unsure of a pronoun's antecedent, temporarily replace it with the actual noun. Does the sentence still make sense? This is your most powerful editing tool. If substituting the noun makes the sentence clunky or requires excessive rephrasing, then the original structure was flawed. Don't be afraid to rewrite the entire clause for better flow. The noun-heavy approach. When possible, favor using full noun phrases over pronouns. This increases word count but boosts clarity significantly. While repeating a noun sounds repetitive to the ear, on paper, it guarantees zero ambiguity for the reader's brain. In academic or legal writing, sacrificing some stylistic flair for absolute precision is always the right choice. Visual mapping. When proofreading complex paragraphs, physically draw arrows connecting each pronoun back to its specific antecedent. Treat your writing like a diagram. By literally mapping these connections, you force yourself to acknowledge every single linguistic link. This physical act of reviewing builds an unconscious habit of checking coherence. Read aloud and slow down. Reading the text aloud forces you to pause at potential points of confusion, allowing you time to adjust. Our brains often skip over these minor logical gaps when we are focused on meaning. Reading slowly, especially complex passages, activates a different part of your brain that is much better at catching subtle grammatical mismatches and unclear references. Discourse markers are small words or phrases that act as signposts in your speech. They don't carry the main grammatical meaning. Instead, they guide your listener through your thought process. Mastering them allows you to structure arguments logically and transition between ideas smoothly. We are focusing on 3 specific functions today. Concession, which acknowledges an opposing point. Emphasis, used to highlight a critical piece of information. And qualification, which shows that your statement is conditional or limited in scope. Think of discourse markers as the invisible architecture of your speech. They tell the listener not just what you are saying, but how they should interpret it. Understanding these 3 functions, concession, emphasis, and qualification, moves you from merely speaking to building a sophisticated argument. Here are 5 examples. Although the data is limited, we must proceed with caution. Concession, despite although. Notice how although sets up a contrast. You are acknowledging the weakness of the data before stating your necessary action. This makes your argument feel more balanced and credible. In fact, the primary obstacle is not funding but public buy-in. Emphasis, indeed, in fact. Using in fact signals to your listener that you are correcting a potential misunderstanding or elevating the importance of a specific point. It adds immediate weight and conviction. It is important to note that this theory applies only within urban settings. Qualification, however, only. Phrases like "it's worth noting" or "only" are key for qualification. They prevent your statement from sounding too absolute, showing the speaker has considered limitations. Granted, costs are high, nevertheless, the long-term benefits outweigh them. Concession, nevertheless. When you start with granted, you signal that you have fully considered the counter-argument. This structured approach makes your final conclusion much stronger. To be clear, this policy aims to reform, not abolish, the existing framework. Emphasis, to be clear. To be clear is a powerful way to pause and reset the listener's understanding. It acts as an immediate corrective tool, ensuring that your core message lands with maximum impact. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Building credibility and tone. Effective use shows that you are a measured, thoughtful speaker. A skilled communicator doesn't just present facts, they manage the listener's perception of those facts. By using these markers, you demonstrate metacognitive awareness. You know how your own thinking works. Avoiding monotone logic. Without variation, speech can sound like a list of disconnected points. Think of it this way: if every idea connects with "and," the speech becomes dull. These markers inject rhythm and intellectual movement into your delivery. Controlling the narrative flow. They allow you to dictate when a point is secondary, primary, or conditional. This gives you control over the pacing of the conversation. You can slow down dramatically with a qualifying phrase, forcing the listener to pay acute attention. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "It is undeniable that we should act now. Moreover, it saves money." Say, "It is undeniable that we should act now. Furthermore, this will save money." The mistake here is confusing markers of addition with specific causal links. Moreover, implies a slightly stronger, more formal connection than simply adding another point. Incorrect, given that the report was delayed, therefore we cannot meet the deadline. Correct, since the report was delayed, we cannot meet the deadline. When you use 2 markers of cause and effect, given that, and therefore you are redundant. Choose one strong marker to streamline your argument and sound more authoritative. Don't say, "I think it is necessary, but also acceptable." Say, "While I believe this is necessary, it remains an acceptable alternative." Using commas or simple coordinating conjunctions here makes the relationship weak. By restructuring with while, you create a sophisticated concessive clause that accurately reflects complexity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The pausing technique. Before using a marker like however or nevertheless, take a slight, deliberate pause. This signals to the listener that you are about to change your line of thought. Pacing is crucial when mastering these markers. The momentary silence gives gravity to the words that follow, making your transitions feel less like grammatical requirements and more like natural rhetorical shifts. The topic sentence drill. Structure practice by writing 3 points: a main idea, a conflicting idea, and a concluding qualification. Use markers to connect them all. This exercise forces you to move beyond simple conjunctions and actively engage with the function of concession or emphasis in your own written arguments. It builds muscle memory for advanced linking. The mirror recording. Record yourself speaking on a complex topic, but force yourself to use at least 1 marker for each function: concession, emphasis, qualification. Listen back critically. Self-correction is the fastest way to improve. When you listen back, pay less attention to your content and more attention to how you linked your ideas. Was the transition abrupt or smooth? Varying intensity. Don't overuse strong markers like indeed. Cycle through varying levels of intensity, e.g., initially, perhaps, however, critically. The goal is variation, not volume. By having a toolkit of different markers from the gentle, it seems that to the forceful, in fact, you can fine-tune your tone and rhetorical impact for any audience. Inversion is a grammatical structure where we change the usual word order in English. Instead of subject-verb-object, the auxiliary verb often comes before the subject. This shift in structure isn't random. It serves a powerful rhetorical purpose. We use inversion specifically to draw attention and add dramatic emphasis to certain ideas. By changing the natural flow, we elevate the formality and sophistication of our writing and speaking. Think of it as giving your statement a formal spotlight. It immediately signals to the listener that this point is particularly important and warrants deeper consideration. Remember that inversion does not happen in every sentence. You should use it strategically, reserving it for moments when you want maximum impact. Overusing it can sound unnatural or overly dramatic, so pace yourselves. Here are 4 examples. Never have I seen such a beautiful display of cooperation. Negative adverbial never. Notice how the auxiliary verb have jumps right before the subject I. This structure immediately makes the sentence sound more formal and academic. It's much stronger than simply saying, I have never seen. Rarely do we encounter such complex data sets in this field. Negative adverbial rarely. When you start a sentence with rarely, the auxiliary verb do takes its place. This pattern is highly useful for academic discussions because it emphasizes how unusual or infrequent the subject matter is. Not until did the committee realize the depth of the problem. Line clause, not until. The phrase, not until, requires this inversion structure. It forcefully emphasizes that the realization or event only happened after a specific condition was met. This precision is key in academic writing. Little did he know about the potential impact of his research. Negative expression, little. This structure gives a sense of dramatic revelation. The placement of little at the start allows you to build suspense and highlight the speaker's ignorance regarding the outcome. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Increased emphasis and impact. It gives weight to the information that follows. The primary function is emphasis. By altering the expected pattern, you force the listener's attention onto the opening phrase or adverbial clause. It's a rhetorical device, not just a grammatical trick. Elevating academic tone. It signals formality and mastery of structure. In academic contexts like presentations or formal essays, using controlled inversion makes your English sound highly polished. It shows that you are comfortable with complex syntax. Varying sentence structure. It prevents monotony and keeps the audience engaged. If every sentence follows the standard SVO order, your writing can become predictable. Incorporating inversion is a way to vary rhythm and keep your readers interested throughout an entire piece. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, rarely the students understand such complex theories. Say, rarely do the students understand such complex theories. The most common mistake is forgetting to introduce an auxiliary verb. When you invert, you must swap out do, does, or did if the original sentence did not have one. Some learners say, not until I finished writing did the professor leave. The better way to say this is, not until I finished writing did the professor leave. When using not until, remember that the auxiliary verb always precedes the subject, even if the original clause was in a different tense. This structure is very rigid. Don't say, only by studying diligently success will be achieved. Say, only by studying diligently will success be achieved. If the inversion involves a prepositional phrase starting with only, make sure that the auxiliary verb comes immediately after the initial clause, before the subject. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-write and plan your emphasis. Identify the single most important point you want to make in a paragraph. This is your target for inversion. Do not try to force inversion everywhere. Instead, choose 1 or 2 pivotal moments in your speech or essay where the emphasis will have the greatest impact. Practice converting standard sentences. Take simple statements and manually rewrite them using rarely or never at the start. This builds muscle memory for the syntax shift. This active conversion process is fantastic for solidifying the pattern. Start with topics you are already familiar with, like your field of study. Use it in academic introductions. A strong opening inversion immediately grabs the reader's attention and sets a high academic tone. Starting an essay or presentation with an inverted structure is a sophisticated way to hook your audience. It signals immediately that this content requires careful listening. Read academic texts for models. Paying attention to high-level academic writing, such as published journal articles, will expose you to natural usage. When reading complex material, keep a pen handy and circle any sentence that feels unusually structured. Analyzing these models is the best way to internalize the rhythm. Synthesizing ideas means doing more than just summarizing. It requires weaving together distinct viewpoints into a cohesive whole. It is the active process of identifying patterns and connections across different sources. Instead of presenting source A's idea, then source B's idea, you are building a new understanding that incorporates both. This integrated perspective gives your argument depth and complexity. Think of synthesis as forming a third idea that didn't exist before you started reading. Common mistake learners make is confusing summary with synthesis. Remember, summarizing acts like a report card, listing what each source said individually. True synthesis acts more like an architect, using the materials from all sources to design an entirely new and stronger structure. Here are 4 examples. Climate change is accelerating due to human activity, source A. Yet economic growth remains the primary focus for developing nations, source B. A synthesis suggests that carbon-neutral development must be financially incentivized at a global. Bridging conflict. Notice how this example doesn't choose a side. It identifies the conflict environment versus economy and then proposes a third, synergistic solution. This model is highly effective in academic debates because it shows nuance. While early studies focused on genetics, source A, recent behavioral data highlights the role of social media interaction, source B. Therefore, a holistic approach requires examining both biological predisposition and digital environment. Broadening scope. This example demonstrates how new evidence expands old models. Instead of dismissing one field for another, you show that they must be examined together to gain a complete picture of human behavior. The historical narrative emphasizes political treaties, source A, but archaeological finds suggest the true drivers were shifts in agricultural patterns, source B. We must therefore re-evaluate power dynamics through an ecological lens. Third, shifting focus. Here, you are changing the lens of analysis. You aren't just adding 2 facts, you are suggesting that one source's perspective is incomplete without integrating the insights from another discipline. One policy argues for deregulation, source A, while another fears market instability, source B. The synthesized conclusion suggests targeted regulation focused only on high-risk sectors. Mitigating extremes. This technique is vital when dealing with polarizing arguments. You take the core premise of each extreme view and use it to define a moderate practical middle ground that addresses both concerns. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Demonstrates critical depth. Synthesis proves you can think beyond reading and into analysis. In academia, the goal is rarely to repeat information, it's to contribute new knowledge. By synthesizing ideas, you are actively participating in the conversation and proving your ability to critically process complex material. Builds credibility. It positions you as a well-read and balanced thinker. When an audience sees that you have considered multiple sides, they trust your final conclusion more. It moves your writing from being merely informative to being genuinely authoritative. Creates nuance. It prevents overly simplistic or black and white conclusions. The world rarely has simple answers, and strong academic writing reflects that complexity. Synthesis allows you to acknowledge the limitations of any single perspective while still forming a robust argument. The most advanced step in synthesis is identifying the unstated assumptions underlying each source. Every perspective operates on a set of beliefs that are never explicitly stated. Ask yourself, what must source A believe to be true for its argument to hold? And what does source B take for granted? By mapping these hidden assumptions, you can reveal points of conflict or potential synergy. Simply noting that 2 sources disagree is basic level analysis. However, identifying the underlying assumption, the roots belief system, is deep critical thinking. This allows you to critique not just the conclusion, but the entire foundation upon which the argument was built. Here are 4 ways to practice. The question matrix method. Create a grid with sources on the columns and key theme/questions on the rows. Fill in the intersections. This is a highly visual tool that forces you to compare concepts systematically rather than just reading them one after the other. It makes the gaps and overlaps immediately visible for synthesis. The Thesis Statement Challenge. Before writing, write 3 possible thesis statements, one based on source A, one on source B, and a third that synthesizes them. Drafting multiple competing theses forces your brain to recognize the points of friction between ideas. This exercise is excellent preparation for finding that ideal middle ground. The "so what" filter. After reading a section, immediately ask, "So what does this mean when combined with source X?" Write down the implication. This active filtration technique stops you from passively absorbing information. It keeps your focus on generating connections rather than just recalling facts. Outline by concept, not source. When writing your outline, use themes and ideas as headings, not the names of the sources. This structural change is critical. If you title sections Source A and Source B, you are summarizing. If you title them Economic Impact, Social Equity, and Environmental Cost, you are synthesizing. When we articulate alveolar plosives like d and d, remember that they are produced with minimal effort. For both sounds, your tongue tip must make contact near or against the ridge right behind your upper front teeth. The difference lies solely in the airflow release. To create, you momentarily stop all air, then sharply release it. 4. You perform the exact same build-up, but instead of a sharp burst, the air escapes with a more voiced vibration. In academic speech, precision matters greatly, especially with common function words or transitional phrases. Think about how data versus daytime requires that distinct voicing difference. Focusing on this subtle laryngeal activation will instantly make your delivery sound more measured and authoritative. Practice differentiating these sounds even when they are surrounded by other syllables. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is hypothesis. Say it again, hypothesis. The challenge here is maintaining that subtle yet crucial unvoiced sound. Do not let it become a simples. Remember to place your tongue lightly between your teeth for that characteristic hiss. Try saying the word while visualizing placing a small feather on your tongue tip. The word is determine. Say it again, determine. Notice how the sound is often reduced when spoken quickly, which can undermine clarity. When you are presenting or discussing findings, exaggerate this middle vowel slightly to ensure listeners correctly perceive the root structure of your verb. It lends weight and carefulness to your statement. The word is criteria. Say it again, criteria. Many speakers struggle with the final unstressed vowels. Remember that this word has an important stress pattern starting on the second syllable. It is not a single stressed unit, it's built around 3 smaller vowel sounds. Articulating these small internal steps gives your speech a more sophisticated rhythm. The word is analyze. Say it again, analyze. This word is often mispronounced with too many syllables or a misplaced stress. When you analyze data, your voice should mirror that careful process. Start by exaggerating the initial an sound, making it robust and clear before moving through the remaining syllables. The word is context. Say it again, context. When you discuss context, be meticulous with the final consonant cluster. The combination of and must sound crisp and distinct. This clarity shows that your understanding of the material is comprehensive and highly detailed. The word is disseminate. Say it again, disseminate. This is a powerhouse academic verb, and its rhythm can be tricky. Focus on separating the syllables clearly so your speech doesn't become a single rush of air. A methodical pace here suggests that you are delivering important, well-vetted information. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, compliment. Compare it with compliment. The difference is in the vowel sound and initial consonant tension. While these words are challenging to distinguish visually, phonetically, they require a change in your tongue's position. The key here is realizing that compliments often carries a slightly more forceful, contained energy in its articulation compared to the other word. First, theory. Compare it with theory. The second word needs a distinct vowel sound and an extra syllable. Listen carefully to how your mouth molds itself around the central vowels. The difference between these two words is not just one letter, it's a fundamental shift in rhythm and where you place the main stress beam of your speech. First, analyze. Compare it with analyst. The word for the action versus the person doing the action. Thinking about this pair helps us understand how function words are pronounced differently based on their grammatical role. When you use analyze, think of it as a continuous process. When you say analyst, give yourself a small pause to emphasize the noun. First, hypothesize. Compare it with suppose. The formal, academic alternative for suggesting an idea. Choosing to use hypothesize over a simpler verb elevates your register immediately. Focus on delivering this word with impeccable clarity and measured pace. It signals that you are operating at a highly advanced level of discourse. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wrong, data pronounced as data. Right, data pronounced as die-ta. The most common error is making the initial vowel too open, almost like saying dairy. Remember that the intended sound is a diphthong, which requires your mouth to start in one position and glide smoothly into another. Practice gliding the air from the first to the second vowel. Wrong, impartial. Right, impartial. Be careful not to soften or drop the sound in this specific word. The L needs to be clearly articulated against your alveolar ridge, giving a crisp quality to the middle section of the word. This precise articulation conveys neutrality and objectivity. Wrong, furthermore. Right, furthermore. Many speakers reduce this complex transitional phrase into 3 separate syllables, which ruins its authoritative rhythm. Instead, practice linking it smoothly so that the entire word flows as a single unit of thought. A seamless delivery makes your argument feel cohesive and undeniable. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twister focus. Practice rapid shifts between dental and alveolar sounds. Try combining challenging consonant clusters like sis followed by L or followed by T. This forces your articulators to shift quickly, improving the speed and mechanical efficiency of your speech without sacrificing accuracy. Speed is not the goal, rhythmic precision is. Minimal pair drill. Pair academic words that differ by only 1 vowel sound. Selecting minimal pairs like theories versus theory or critical versus critical helps you isolate and strengthen the muscles responsible for forming those specific vowels. Treat each difference as a tiny, targeted workout for your mouth. Shadowing technique. Listen to native speakers giving authoritative lectures and mimic them immediately. This is arguably the most effective method because it forces you to reproduce not just the words, but the entire music of the speech, the pitch changes, the pauses, and the pacing. Record yourself shadowing, then compare your recording directly against the original speaker for objective feedback. Read script. Reading a formal script while whispering forces extreme control over breath and articulation. Because you cannot rely on vocal volume, whispering demands that every single consonant and vowel be fully formed with minimal effort. This controlled delivery builds incredible muscle memory for clarity, which you can then transfer to speaking at full volume. Quantifiers are words we use to indicate quantity or amount. They are essential for precise communication in English. The biggest challenge here is knowing whether a noun is countable or uncountable. Countable nouns refer to things that can be counted individually, like apples or books. Uncountable nouns, on the other hand, refer to substances, concepts, or collections that we cannot count one by one, such as information or advice. Think of this distinction not just as a grammar rule, but as understanding how things exist in the physical world. If you can put a number in front of I-tone chair, 2 chairs are countable. If you must use units like a glass of or a piece of, it is uncountable. Here are 5 examples. I have many friends who live in this city. Friends, countable. Because friends are distinct individuals, we use the quantifier many. We can count them one by one. Using much here would sound unnatural and grammatically incorrect. We don't have much time before the train leaves. Time, uncountable. When we talk about times as a general substance or duration, it is treated as uncountable. We measure it in hours or minutes, but we cannot say 3 times, therefore we use much. She published many articles last year. Articles, countable. Article is countable because you can list them sequentially. If she had only written a little amount of writing, we would use little, not many. Did you buy much food for the picnic? Food, uncountable. While food is made up of countable items like sandwiches and apples, when we refer to food as a general category or bulk quantity, it functions as an uncountable noun. This requires much. They spent too little money on the trip. Money, uncountable. Although we use dollars or pounds to count amounts of money, the word money itself is always uncountable. We say a lot of money, not many monies. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Units of measure versus items. Some nouns require a unit to be counted. This is the deepest layer of understanding. When we talk about concepts like information, we aren't counting discrete units. We are dealing with a conceptual mass that requires measurement, not individual enumeration. The role of abstract nouns. Concepts like happiness or advice are always uncountable. Abstract nouns represent ideas and feelings. They cannot be physically tallied. Think about happiness. You can feel a lot of it, but you cannot count 10 instances of it. Why we use partitive phrases? We use phrases like a cup of or a piece of to make uncountable nouns countable. This technique, called using partitives, is incredibly useful because it allows us to talk about large amorphous quantities in specific measurable chunks. It bridges the gap between count and non-count. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, I need many advice for my career. Say, I need much advice for my career. Remember that advice, even though it is so useful, operates as an uncountable noun. It is a mass concept, so you must pair it with much. Using many suggests you are counting discrete pieces of advice. Incorrect. How much people came to the concert? Correct. How many people came to the concert? Since people are individual beings, they are always countable. The error here is treating a clearly plural and count-based noun as an uncountable mass. Don't say, I have few patience for this situation. Say, I have little patience for this situation. This is a tricky one because patience feels like an abstract countable thing. But grammatically, it functions as an uncountable noun requiring the quantifier little. Focus on the concept of duration or emotional state. Here are 4 ways to practice. The can I count it test. Quickly ask yourself if you can assign a specific number to the noun. If yes, use countable quantifiers. If no, use uncountable ones. This is your most reliable mental shortcut. If you struggle with the rule, revert to this test. It forces you to break down the noun into its core physical or abstract nature. Use context clues. Look at surrounding words. Does the sentence suggest counting items or measuring a substance? Pay close attention to verbs and prepositions in the sentence. If the verb is measuring or giving, you are likely dealing with an uncountable noun. Practice partitive phrases. When unsure, practice framing your answer using units like a slice of bread or a gallon of milk. This reinforces the measurement concept. Actively forcing yourself to use these partitives helps lock in the idea that even if we talk about a large amount, it must be broken down into quantifiable, smaller units. Listen for native speakers. When consuming media, pay attention to how native English speakers naturally use these quantifiers. Notice their rhythm and word choice. Listening is key because it trains your ear to recognize the natural patterns of usage. Over time, hearing correct structures repeatedly will make the right grammar feel instinctive. Effective test-taking isn't just about knowing grammar, it's about pacing. In the IELTS academic module, you have 60 minutes for both tasks. The key rule is distributing your time proportionally to the task weight and complexity. Task 1, reporting visual data, should take approximately 20 minutes. This includes analysis, structuring the overview, and writing the body paragraphs. For Task 2, the essay, allocate at least 40 minutes. This longer block requires more critical thinking and complex argumentation. Never spend too much time perfecting a single sentence if it means sacrificing structure or depth in other areas. Remember that pacing is arguably as important as the quantity of your writing itself. When you feel yourself getting bogged down on minor details, take a deep breath and move forward. You can always return for revision later. Think of time management as an active strategy, not just passive awareness. Here are 4 examples. The graph reveals a dramatic upward trend in solar power adoption between 2015 and 2025, suggesting rapid investment. While fossil fuels saw minor increases initially, their percentage share declined steadily throughout the decade. Excellent overview sentence directly addresses the main trends without needing complex data points. This is a perfect moment to pause after writing your overview and check your clock. By stating the overall trend immediately, you signal competence and save time later by not having to keep referencing the primary findings. Furthermore, proponents argue that remote work significantly boosts employee morale and local community engagement by reducing daily commutes. Uses strong linking phrases, furthermore, and presents a balanced argument point efficiently. When writing arguments, grouping ideas under clear thematic transitions is vital. These concise topic sentences allow you to quickly hit your word count while maintaining an academic flow. While some critics suggest that technological reliance diminishes human interaction, this overlooks the capacity for virtual connection and specialized learning opportunities. Addresses a counterargument quickly using while, showing sophisticated concession while maintaining momentum. The ability to handle nuance acknowledging an opposing view only to refute, it shows control over both vocabulary and time. This saves you from writing 2 separate, disjointed paragraphs. In conclusion, given the escalating climate crisis and technological advancements, prioritizing sustainable energy is not merely advisable. It is an economic necessity for future global stability. Strong concluding sentence that synthesizes main points and offers a definitive, high-impact final thought. The conclusion must feel decisive. Don't introduce new ideas here. Instead, rephrase your core arguments using elevated language to leave the examiner with a sense of completeness and authority. Let's compare 4 pairs. Traffic increased a lot in the cities over time. The data clearly illustrates a substantial and sustained increase in urban traffic congestion throughout the period. Replaces simple, emotional language with precise, academic vocabulary. Notice how the strong version doesn't just say increased, it specifies what's increased congestion and how sustained. This precision is key when you are under time pressure. People should use public transport because it is better for the earth. Utilizing public transportation offers significant environmental benefits, reducing individual carbon footprints and mitigating urban pollution. Shifts from vague opinion to concrete, technical claims that support the argument. When you feel yourself making broad statements, pause and try to quantify or specify the benefit. Moving from better for the earth to reducing carbon footprints instantly raises your band score. It is important to look at these numbers before writing anything. A careful initial analysis of the provided figures must precede any discussion, ensuring that all claims are evidence-based. Focuses on process and academic necessity rather than simple suggestion. This demonstrates meta-awareness. You're telling the examiner how you think. This kind of structural language is highly valued because it shows maturity in your writing approach. Overall, education helps people get jobs and live better lives. In summary, while socioeconomic factors play a role, expanding access to quality education remains the most potent catalyst for upward mobility and improved global well-being. Use a stronger academic phrasing, catalyst, upward mobilities, instead of cliché language. The difference here is moving from obvious common sense to nuanced analysis. Instead of stating a basic fact, you are explaining the mechanism by which that fact operates. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The biggest problem is that people don't save enough money. Strong. A primary challenge facing modern economies is the persistent issue of insufficient personal savings rates. This mistake shows a casual tone. Whenever you write for IELTS, you must elevate your diction immediately. Replace everyday phrases with formal academic terminology to instantly raise the perceived sophistication of your writing. Weak. I think that this happened because of poor government planning. Strong. This outcome can be largely attributed to systemic failures in governmental planning and policy implementation. Avoid using personal pronouns like I think or we believe. The examiner wants you to sound objective and authoritative as if you were presenting established academic knowledge. Weak. Many people waste time on social media, which is bad for everyone. Strong. The pervasive use of social media platforms contributes to decreased productivity and has proven detrimental to overall mental well-being. Notice the shift from a judgmental statement, which is bad, to an analytical one. You are presenting evidence of harm, which makes your argument much more robust and convincing. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 2-minute blueprint. Before writing a single word, dedicate 2 minutes to quickly jotting down 3 main points and 1 counterpoint. This brief flash planning prevents you from getting lost in complex vocabulary. Simply mapping out your core arguments ensures that even if time runs short, the structure of your essay will remain solid. The time-boxed body paragraph. Commit no more than 10 minutes to writing both body paragraphs for task 2. Focus on development over perfection. If you spend too long perfecting your transitions, you lose time needed for actual argument support. Treat setting a hard stop as a crucial part of the planning process. The skeleton first rule. Drafting the first pass should focus only on linking ideas and content flow. Save grammar refinement for the final 5 minutes. It is tempting to stop and correct every comma or tense agreement as you write. Resist that urge. Focus on getting your main idea down quickly, creating a solid skeleton first. The final 5-minute sweep. Use the last 5 minutes solely for checking cohesion, checking linking words, and ensuring grammatical flow across paragraphs. Do not use this time to rewrite entire sentences. Instead, focus your energy on the connective tissue, checking plurals, subject-verb agreement, and making sure your transitions feel natural. Now, it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The use of electric scooters and bicycles for urban commuting has risen sharply in major cities over the last decade. However, this trend creates new challenges regarding infrastructure safety and public space management. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, analyze the provided statement by discussing both the benefits and the associated infrastructural challenges in approximately 250 words. Dedicating no more than 10 minutes to planning and outlining your response. The crucial element here isn't just answering, it's managing that 10-minute period. You must allocate time, 2 minutes for brainstorming, benefits, challenges, 5 minutes for writing the first draft, and 3 minutes remaining for review. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the introduction should immediately establish both sides of the argument. The growth-bound scamber tech, the challenge toe show immediate structural control. A high-scoring candidate will not wait until the conclusion to mention the challenges. By weaving the tension between benefits and challenge throughout, they demonstrate analytical balance right from the start. Writing about problems is often easy. Describing actionable solutions requires a higher level of critical thinking. Actionable solutions are suggestions that are not only viable but also practical and implementable within real-world constraints. They must answer the how question, detailing specific steps, responsible parties, and measurable outcomes. Simply stating that a problem needs addressing is insufficient for high scores. You must explain exactly what should be done. The key takeaway here is moving from abstract statements to concrete proposals. When developing solutions, always use conditional language like implementing, requiring the allocation of resources to, or mandating. This shift demonstrates not only understanding, but also mastery of a persuasive academic tone. Here are 4 examples. To mitigate urban smog, municipal authorities should mandate the creation of low-emission zones in city centers. Furthermore, subsidies must be offered to encourage residents to switch from private gasoline vehicles to public electric transport options. Effective because it names specific actions, mandate, subsidy, and gives clear mechanisms, low-emission zones, electric transport. Notice how this example doesn't just say reduce pollution, it suggests a policy, low emission zone, and an economic tool, subsidies. This level of detail shows the marker you have thought through the feasibility of your ideas. Educational institutions need to integrate mandatory financial literacy courses into their curriculum. These modules should cover budgeting, investment basics, and debt management to better prepare students for economic realities. Strong because it identifies the specific what financial literacy courses and defines its scope, budgeting, investment basics. When proposing educational changes, avoid generic terms like better learning. Instead, define the curriculum change. By specifying modules, you transform a vague suggestion into a concrete policy proposal. To combat waste management issues, local government should establish centralized composting facilities. This would divert organic waste from landfills and generate nutrient-rich soil for community farming initiatives. Highly actionable because it proposes a physical infrastructure, centralized facility leading to a tangible benefit, soil generation. The power of this solution lies in the cause and effect chain. You are proposing facility A, which leads directly to outcome B and C. Always structure your solutions as a clear, logical process. Employers must invest significantly in upskilling their workforce, focusing particularly on digital competencies. Government grants could incentivize small businesses to adopt remote work infrastructure, maximizing both flexibility and talent access. Very strong because it addresses two different stakeholders, employers and government, with specific interventions, grants, adopting infrastructure. Excellent solutions often address multiple levels of governance or industry. By naming the responsible parties like employers or local governments, you increase your credibility and depth of argument. Let's compare 4 pairs. Governments should do more to protect the environment. To mitigate climate change, governments must implement carbon pricing mechanisms and invest in renewable energy infrastructure nationwide. The strong version replaces vague verbs, do more, with specific economic tools, carbon pricing, and sectors, renewable energy. The difference between these two sentences is accountability. The weak version is passive, while the strong version forces the reader to consider a viable policy mechanism. Always aim for that level of specificity. People need to recycle more and be less wasteful in their daily lives. Local communities must establish easily accessible recycling points, complemented by educational campaigns that incentivize waste separation at the household level. The strong version moves beyond blaming the individual peoples and proposes systemic changes, accessible points, incentives. Remember that in IELTS Task 2, you are writing an academic essay, not a personal plea. Therefore, shifting the responsibility from the general public to policymakers or institutions is always safer and more persuasive. Schools should teach students about career choices so they know what jobs exist. Curricula must be reformed to include mandatory modules on emerging industries, such as artificial intelligence and green technology, providing practical pathways for student engagement. Specificity is key. Instead of career choices, the strong version names modern, high-demand sectors, AI, green tech. When discussing education, don't just say add classes. Be precise about which classes and how they should be structured. For example, linking theory to practical application like internships or modules. The city needs better ways for people to get around without cars. Urban planners should prioritize the expansion of segregated bicycle superhighways and enhance public transit networks through dedicated rapid bus lanes, improving both safety and efficiency. This version uses technical language, segregated bike superhighways, and names specific infrastructure improvements, making it sound authoritative. Good academic writing employs precise terminology. Using words like superhighways, dedicated rapid bus lanes, or infrastructure elevates your vocabulary and demonstrates subject matter knowledge. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Government should just make people care more about the planet. Strong. The government must implement a national conservation fund, allocating tax revenue specifically to reforestation projects and protected marine areas. The mistake here is relying on emotion or willpower. Policy solutions require measurable actions funds, targets, mandates. Always anchor your suggestions in governmental or institutional mechanisms. Weak. This problem will fix itself eventually if we wait long enough. Strong. To prevent a decline in infrastructure quality, mandatory cyclical inspections must be instituted, coupled with timely budgetary allocations for proactive maintenance. Never suggest inaction as a solution. Instead, focus on preventative measures and cycles of review. Using phrases like mandatory cyclical inspections shows systematic thinking. Weak. We need businesses to cooperate more with the community. Strong corporate social responsibility (CSR) initiatives should be legally mandated, requiring large enterprises to allocate a fixed percentage of profits toward local educational or environmental revitalization projects. The weak version is too vague. Cooperate mores means nothing. The strong version adds weight by invoking legal mandates and quantifiable metrics, turning a wish into an enforceable policy. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3-part solution framework. For every solution you propose, address 3 elements: the agent who, the mechanism how, and the outcome what. Think of this as a mini essay structure within your paragraph. Naming the agent prevents weak, general statements because it assigns responsibility. This immediate clarity boosts your coherence score significantly. Stakeholder brainstorming. When tackling a problem, list every group affected: government, corporations, students, parents, local councils. Each stakeholder needs a different solution. This exercise forces you to think critically about the multifaceted nature of global problems. By addressing multiple stakeholders, your essay demonstrates sophisticated critical thinking that goes beyond simple agreement. Action verbs and noun phrases. Upgrade verbs like helps or do to academic phrasings. Mitigate, mandates, facilitates, institutes. Use nouns like framework, protocol, or incentive. Elevating your vocabulary isn't just about sounding smart, it's about specificity. Using a precise, high-level adverbial phrase can make your argument sound much more authoritative and convincing to the examiner. The if, then, bridge. Structure your solution paragraphs using clear cause and effect logic. If X policy is implemented, then Y problem will be mitigated because Z resource will become available. This connective structure builds logical flow and coherence. It tells the reader exactly why your proposed action is necessary. Practice linking your proposals with strong transitional phrases like consequently or furthermore. A diagnostic module is not just another practice test. It is a targeted assessment designed to pinpoint your exact academic weaknesses across all 4 skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Instead of simply giving you a score, this process forces you to identify the why behind any underperformance. It helps separate gaps in knowledge like poor vocabulary recall for writing from gaps in technique, such as time management during reading passages. The goal is precision, ensuring that your study time is spent only on areas where improvement will yield the highest return. The key thing to remember about diagnosis is that it requires honesty with yourself. You cannot simply guess which skill is weak. You must actively analyze why you struggled in the test environment. Think of this module as a highly detailed X-ray for your English skills, not just a simple temperature check. Here are 4 examples. Listening, difficulty following rapid academic lectures. Focus, note-taking, speed, complexity. The diagnostic confirms you catch details but lose the main thread when speech is dense. This isn't a listening comprehension issue, it's a processing speed issue under pressure. Your brain needs to simultaneously write down information and interpret complex context, which takes significant practice. Reading, failing to distinguish between inference and direct fact. Focus, reading for implication. The test shows you are great at finding explicit answers, but miss the author's hidden meaning. Inference questions require you to read between the lines, connecting 2 pieces of information that aren't directly linked by a comma or period. This skill is about making logical leaps based on textual evidence. Writing, over-reliance on simple sentence structures. Focus, grammatical range and complexity. The diagnosis reveals solid grammar but repetitive syntax. To boost your band score here, you need to move beyond subject-verb-object sentences. You must actively practice using dependent clauses and transitional phrases to build sophisticated sentence architecture. Speaking, pausing too frequently when searching for specific vocabulary. Focus, fluency versus lexical retrieval. The diagnosis shows you know the words, but your retrieval process significantly slows down your pace. Fluency isn't just about speaking fast, it's about minimizing those noticeable pauses where you are mentally scrambling for a word. This is often fixed through structured, timed conversation practice. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Efficiency and time management. You stop wasting time on topics you already understand. Since your study hours are limited, targeting weak spots is the most efficient use of energy. It prevents burnout from reviewing material that is already solid. Build in confidence. Knowing your exact limitations reduces general test anxiety. When you approach a challenging skill with a concrete plan, for example, I need to improve my use of linking adverbs, the task feels manageable. This structured focus dramatically boosts confidence. Creating an actionable plan. Diagnosis turns vague goals into measurable steps. A goal like, I want a better scores, is meaningless. A diagnosis, however, allows you to set micro goals, such as, in the next 2 weeks, I will write 5 paragraphs incorporating transitional phrases of contrast. This makes progress visible. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, assuming a single low score means you are fundamentally bad at the skill. Say, recognizing that one weak area simply indicates where targeted effort is needed. A poor performance on a single test day does not define your ability. It only defines your readiness on that particular day. Use the score as data, not as a permanent judgment of self-worth. Incorrect balance, studying every skill equally regardless of diagnostic results. Strategic focus, allocating 70% of your time to the weakest area and 30% to maintenance on strong areas. This is the core principle of efficiency. If the diagnosis shows speaking is your biggest hurdle, you must dedicate significantly more time there than in listening. Surface level fix, focusing only on the content gaps, e.g., missing vocabulary. Deep analysis, investigating the root cause. Is it poor memory, or is it a lack of exposure? Sometimes you don't know a word because you never encountered it in academic material. The fix isn't just memorizing. The fix is increasing your exposure to high-level, topic-specific discourse. Here are 4 ways to practice. Implement timed micro-practice sessions. Instead of full-length tests, dedicate 20 minutes solely to the single skill you flagged as weakest. Micro-sessions are less overwhelming and allow for intense focus on one specific mechanism. For instance, if your weakness is linking words and writing, only write 5 paragraphs focused only on integrating those structures. Curate resource pools. Build a dedicated folder of materials, academic articles, or TED Talks that specifically challenge the skills you identified as weak. Do not rely only on textbook exercises. Consume high-quality, authentic English content that forces your brain to engage with complex language structures and academic registers naturally. The feedback loop. After every practice session, document 3 things: what went well, what failed, and 1 specific technique to try next time. This step is crucial for self-correction. Never end a practice session without analyzing it. You must be your own most critical coach by noting exactly where you deviated from the optimal strategy. Integrate revision into daily life. Use targeted vocabulary and grammatical structures in your everyday English conversation or writing, even if it's just a journal entry. The ultimate goal is integration. If you diagnose a weakness in using conditional tenses, don't just practice them on paper. Try to use them actively when speaking with friends or family. Testing resilience isn't about eliminating stress. It's about building the ability to function effectively despite high levels of pressure. It means recognizing that anxiety is a normal physiological response, not necessarily a prediction of failure. Instead of fighting the feeling, we learn to use controlled breathing and refocusing techniques to manage it. Think of resilience as mental muscle strength. The more you practice these coping mechanisms in low-stakes environments, the stronger they become when it really matters. This preparation allows your true knowledge base to shine through. It's vital for students to understand that anxiety is a perceived threat, not an objective reality. When we reframe stress as excitement or focused energy, our bodies react differently, which can trick us into performing better. Remember that psychological preparation is just as critical as academic study time. Here are 4 examples. Instead of, "I hope I do well," try, "I am prepared to give my best effort." Shifting focus from outcome to process. Notice how the first phrase is passive and uncertain. The second statement puts you in an active role, which gives you a feeling of agency. This subtle shift changes your brain's internal conversation from worry to action. When stuck on a question, move on and come back later. Tactical self-regulation. The core mistake high achievers make is getting trapped by one difficult question. This technique teaches you to accept imperfection in the moment and prioritize moving forward, maintaining momentum. Visualizing success. Imagine walking out of the exam feeling calm and confident. Positive mental rehearsal. Visualization is a powerful tool because it primes your brain for the expected experience. Don't just picture getting an A, picture the feeling of finishing and being proud of your effort. Preemptive breathing, taking 3 slow breaths before starting any module. Physiological reset. This isn't just a nice tip, it physically impacts your nervous system. Deep, controlled exhalation activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for calming you down. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. The fight-or-flight mechanism. High stress triggers adrenaline, preparing you for immediate physical danger. Our bodies are wired to react to predators, not multiple-choice questions. When we mistake a test for a life threat, the resulting cortisol spike actually narrows our focus and impairs higher cognitive functions. Cognitive load theory. Anxious thoughts consume working memory that should be used for problem solving. Think of your brain's working memory like a limited amount of RAM on a computer. If you are spending processing power worrying about failing, you literally have less memories left to solve the actual problems. The Yerkes-Dodson law. Performance improves with moderate arousal but declines sharply with excessive stress. This law explains that there is an optimal level of excitement. We want to be energized, but we must avoid the point where anxiety completely overtakes focus. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Thinking in extremes, I must get a perfect score to be okay. Setting realistic metrics, my goal is to perform my absolute best, given the circumstances. Perfectionism often masks itself as high standards, but it's actually a form of self-sabotage. It sets an impossible bar that guarantees disappointment when reality falls short. Emotional linkage. If I don't know the answer immediately, I am failing. Separating knowledge from self-worth, it is acceptable to pause and acknowledge what I do not know right now. We must learn that a blank answer does not equate to a flawed identity. Our value as individuals is entirely separate from our performance on any single test. Catastrophizing, I need this score to define my entire future. Perspective taking, this score is just one data point in the incredibly complex picture of my life. When we catastrophize, our minds jump to the worst possible outcome. By forcing ourselves to see this test as just one data point, we regain perspective and reduce the emotional stakes. Here are 4 ways to practice. Simulate stressful conditions. Take practice tests in timed, uncomfortable settings to normalize the pressure. Don't just do a practice test, make it feel like the real thing. Sit somewhere you usually study, use limited breaks, and simulate the time constraints. This desensitization is key. Establish a pre-game routine. A consistent routine like light exercise or meditation the night before helps calm the nervous system. Routines are anchors for our minds. By performing the same calming actions consistently, you signal to your brain that even on test day, a predictable sense of safety is available. The 5-minute wind down. Before bed and before the test, avoid intense study sessions. Focus instead on relaxation. Your brain needs time to consolidate memories, which happens during rest. Cramming right up until bedtime often leads to burnout rather than retention. Post-test self-compassion. After the exam, regardless of how you think you did, acknowledge your effort and give yourself a reward. The recovery phase is often overlooked. By showing self-compassion immediately after, you teach your mind that even if performance was imperfect, it was safe and acceptable. Reaching a Band 5 generally means you can communicate your meaning effectively enough for the task. You are understood, even if the language is simple or hesitant. However, Band 7 and above require something more than just clarity. They demand sophistication. It's about depth of thought, structural complexity, and natural fluency. Essentially, we are moving from merely communicating an idea to building a compelling argument. It's critical to understand that the examiner isn't looking for perfect grammar in every single sentence. Instead, they are evaluating your ability to manage complex ideas under timed pressure. Think of it less as a test of vocabulary and more as a demonstration of intellectual maturity. Here are 5 examples. It is important to remember that Band 5 transition phrase. This phrasing works, but it's very common and repetitive. To elevate this, try using a more sophisticated connective phrase that shows contrast or addition. Furthermore, data suggests that Band 7 plus transition phrase. Using academic signal phrases like this immediately raises your register. It shows you are integrating formal research or evidence into your argument flow. This problem is bad because simplistic causal link. Avoid overly simple causal language. Instead of saying something is bad, explain why it presents a detriment or obstacle to progress. A key factor contributing to this is advanced causal link. This phrase allows you to introduce complex causality. It signals that the underlying cause is multifaceted and worth detailed discussion. Consequently, policymakers should consider reforms. Strong conclusion recommendation. A Band 7 plus response doesn't just summarize, it offers concrete, actionable recommendations. Using consequently links your evidence directly to a proposed solution. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Conceptual depth. Moving beyond surface-level descriptions to analyzing underlying causes. A Band 5 might list symptoms, but a high-scoring response explains the pathology. You must show that you can handle abstract ideas like globalization or systemic inequality. Cohesive mastery. Using linking words naturally so the text flows seamlessly from one idea to the next. Excellent cohesion isn't just about using however and therefore. It's about pronoun reference, thematic continuation, and ensuring every sentence feels organically connected to the preceding thought. Precision in register. Selecting vocabulary that is formal, objective, and appropriate for an academic audience. This means avoiding colloquialisms or overly emotional language. Your tone must remain detached and analytical, even when discussing highly charged topics. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Informal language and vague adjectives. This issue is a very big problem for the economy. Precise academic phrasing. This issue poses a significant challenge to economic stability. The key difference here is elevating simple adjectives like very bigs and vague nouns like problem. Always replace them with specific academic vocabulary. Passive voice and vague subjects. Many people agree that the government must do something. Academic nominalization. There is a prevailing consensus that governmental intervention is required. Instead of saying many people agree, use nominalizations like prevailing consensus. This immediately lends an air of formal, objective academic writing. Grammatical redundancy. The reason for this is because money is short. Concise, high-level vocabulary. This stems from a scarcity of capital. Watch out for common grammatical redundancy traps like the reason is because. Always opt for the most concise and sophisticated phrasing possible. Here are 4 ways to practice. The paraphrasing challenge. Take 5 complex sentences from academic articles and rewrite them 3 different ways without losing the core meaning. This exercise forces you to manipulate syntax and vocabulary simultaneously. It builds flexibility, which is crucial for high-scoring writing. Model analysis reading. Read Band 8+ essays or reports and actively highlight every transition phrase and advanced linking structure they use. Don't just read for content, read like a linguist. When you see a perfect link, analyze why it works as a contrast. Consequence? Condition? Topic: specific vocabulary banking. Instead of learning random words, build themed lists, e.g., environmental degradation, economic policy. Focusing vocabulary into thematic units ensures that when you write about a topic, your language sounds cohesive and highly specialized. The outline method. Before writing any piece, create a detailed outline focusing only on the logical connections between paragraphs and ideas. A strong outline guarantees structural coherence. If your argument flows logically from point A to B, the examiner will reward you with a higher score in organization. The IELTS test is a marathon, not a sprint. Effective time management means knowing exactly how much time to allocate to each of the 4 skills. For example, in the listening section, you must balance careful note-taking with anticipating potential distractions. In reading, don't spend too long on one difficult passage, move on and come back if necessary. The writing module requires pacing, enough time for planning, writing the body, and crucially, reviewing your grammar and cohesion. Even speaking needs timing. You must fill the allotted minutes without rambling or falling silent. By treating time as a resource you are actively managing, you greatly reduce stress and improve performance across all sections. Many students approach the test reactively, letting one difficult section dictate their pace for the rest of the exam. Think of timing not just as speed, but as strategic allocation. Learning to move efficiently between skills is key to maintaining cognitive energy throughout the full test duration. Here are 5 examples. Listening, active prediction. When the audio plays a gap-fill question, immediately predict the word type and length. Instead of just writing down what you hear, pause mentally and categorize the missing information, e.g., it's a measurement or a proper noun. Prediction is your superpower here. It forces your brain to listen for specific sounds rather than just processing general speech. If you know it needs a date format, your ear will be primed for numbers and slashes. Reading, skimming the main ideas. Spend the first 2 minutes skimming all passages to determine topic flow and structure. Do not get bogged down in details initially. Your goal is mapping the article's overall argument before tackling specific questions. Skimming helps you build a mental roadmap of the material. When you encounter a question, you know exactly where to look because you've already mapped out the text geography. Writing Task 1. Time boxing data analysis. Dedicate no more than 5 minutes to analyzing graphs and charts. Focus only on the highest highs and lowest lows. Do not list every single data point presented. Task achievement relies on selection, not exhaustive reporting. High scorers select only the most impactful trends and comparisons to keep their report concise and analytical. Writing Task 2. The outline rule. Spend exactly 10 minutes planning your essay structure before writing a single sentence. Your outline should detail topic sentences for every body paragraph and the conclusion's key takeaway. Planning prevents writing paralysis. By having a solid structural foundation, you can write with confidence, knowing that every subsequent sentence serves a clear purpose. Speaking, the buffer phrase. Start complex answers using flexible introductory phrases like, to address your point, or I would argue that. This buys you valuable thinking time while sounding natural and coherent. These buffer phrases are linguistic safety nets. They give your brain a microsecond pause to organize the next idea without the examiner noticing any hesitation, maintaining fluency. Let's compare 4 pairs. Spends too much time on one difficult reading passage. Reads quickly for main ideas and allocates equal time across all passages. Pacing mastery. A weak candidate gets stuck in the details, which drastically lowers their overall score. The strong candidate manages risk by moving on, knowing they can return to challenging material if time allows. Ushers through writing tasks due to anxiety. Practices a strict 4-stage cycle: plan, draft, review grammar, polish cohesion. Structured drafting. The difference here is methodical effort. Rushing often leads to grammatical errors and structural collapse. The high scorer controls their output through intentional review stages. Stop speaking mid-sentence when unsure of vocabulary. Use a circumlocution describing a word or concept using simpler, known vocabulary. Maintaining flow. Fluency is more important than perfect vocabulary. When you can't recall the exact word, describing it effectively keeps your speaking momentum going and impresses the examiner with adaptability. Reads instructions multiple times, wasting precious minutes. Pre-reading strategies: quickly scan all question types first to understand the testing format. Or active preparation. Don't waste time figuring out how you are going to be tested. Before starting any section, quickly reviewing the instructions helps your brain switch into test mode, conserving valuable seconds. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Reduces cognitive load. When you manage time well, your brain doesn't waste energy worrying about running out of time. Worrying distracts you from the actual task. By being efficient with timing, you free up mental bandwidth that can be used to focus purely on complex language features or nuanced meaning. Ensures comprehensive coverage. It guarantees that all 4 skills are addressed proportionally and that no section is left incomplete. A high band score requires balance. If you perform perfectly in 3 sections but fail to finish the 4th due to poor pacing, your overall score will suffer significantly. Builds test stamina. Regular time-pressured practice trains you to maintain peak focus for extended periods. Taking a test is physically and mentally exhausting. By simulating time conditions repeatedly, you build the necessary stamina to perform at your best even when fatigued. Here are 4 ways to practice. The timed simulation drill. Take a full passage or listening test section and strictly time yourself. Count down the minutes to force maximum efficiency. Do this at home using only your phone timer. The goal is not perfection right now. The goal is simply building the habit of adhering to rigid time limits. The micro goals technique for writing. Break down writing tasks into segmented mini deadlines, 3 minutes for thesis, 7 minutes for body paragraph 1, etc. By setting these smaller targets, you make the intimidating task of writing a long essay feel manageable. Success in one micro goal builds momentum toward the next. Speed reading game. Find articles on topics you like and practice reading them aloud while strictly timing yourself to see if you can maintain speed without losing comprehension. This bridges your reading skills with your speaking stamina. It's a fantastic way to build the automaticity needed for fast, accurate output under pressure. The Zero Distraction Mock Test. Take at least 1 full past paper mock test in an environment where phones are off and you cannot take breaks. Treat it like exam day. Consistency is key to performance optimization. Simulating the real-life, uninterrupted pressure of the actual exam helps normalize the time constraints and build true confidence. Effective goal setting is much more than just wishing for a higher score. We need to make our goals highly specific and measurable. Think about applying the SMART framework: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Instead of simply saying, "I want to improve my IELTS score," we must operationalize that desire into clear academic targets. This detailed approach turns vague hopes into actionable plans, giving you a true roadmap for success. Remember that the goal isn't just getting a high band, it's about mastering specific skills. By making your goals measurable, you create checkpoints that allow you to track progress objectively. Don't confuse important with measurable. If you can't quantify the effort or the outcome, it's probably too vague. Here are 4 examples. Vague goal: I need to improve my speaking. Goal setting fail. This statement is too broad because it doesn't tell us how or what part of speaking needs work. Improvement could mean anything from pronunciation to vocabulary, so we lose focus immediately. Specific goal: I will use 3 new cohesive devices in every speaking part 2 response. Highly specific and measurable. This is excellent because it gives you a clear action and accountable metric. You know exactly what to listen for, practice, and count during your next mock test. Vague goal: I need to read more academic articles. Action lacking. While reading is great, simply saying more doesn't guide your practice. We need to link the activity to a specific IELTS skill requirement, like understanding complex arguments or identifying main ideas. Actionable goal: I will read 3 articles from The Economists this week and summarize the core argument for my writing task 2 practice. Integrated and time-bound. This goal is powerful because it integrates multiple skills: reading comprehension, summarizing, and writing. It connects a routine activity directly to an exam requirement. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Provides direction and focus. A roadmap keeps you from wasting time on low-impact activities. When you have a defined target, every study session has a purpose. This structure helps eliminate drift, which is when studying feels busy but unproductive. You are moving toward a specific destination. Boosts motivation and momentum. Seeing small victories builds confidence more effectively than just aiming for the final score. Achieving micro goals, like mastering one complex grammar structure or scoring highly on a single writing task, provides immediate dopamine hits. This positive reinforcement is what sustains your motivation over months of study. Allows for targeted review. It forces you to identify and prioritize the areas that need the most attention. Goal setting naturally acts as a diagnostic tool. If your goal is high in vocabulary, but you keep failing practice speaking tests on idiomatic language, you know exactly where to focus your next week of effort. Your roadmap needs to be cyclical, not linear. We must allocate time and energy across all 4 skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking, while also focusing on the systemic gaps we identified in our earlier diagnostic modules. Dedicate specific skill days rather than just vague study blocks. For example, one week might focus 60% of your effort on academic vocabulary acquisition, while another focuses intensely on essay structure and coherence. The most crucial element is reviewing and adjusting your goals every 2 weeks. Testing yourself against these revised targets ensures that the plan remains realistic as your proficiency grows. The biggest mistake students make is treating their roadmap like a rigid contract. Life happens, and sometimes you get stuck or bored. Treat it more like a flexible guided consensus between you and your goal. If one area feels too overwhelming, break it down into even smaller steps to make the load manageable. Here are 4 ways to practice. Start with a minimum viable goal. Identify the one single most impactful change you can make in the next 7 days. Don't try to fix everything at once. That leads to burnout. Instead, pick one small area like expanding your linking words or mastering a specific article type and commit fully to it for 1 week only. Implement goal check-ins. Reviewing your goals and progress weekly builds accountability. Set a time once a week, maybe Sunday evening, just to look at your roadmap. Ask yourself, did I meet my mini goal? If not, why? And what is the smallest adjustment we can make for next week? Gather resources strategically. Match resources directly to a current goal. Don't collect materials randomly. If your goal this month is improving academic register in writing, then every book or article you read should be analyzed through that specific lens. This prevents information overload and maximizes efficiency. Celebrate the process. Acknowledge effort and consistency, not just final scores. Remember that the journey itself is where the real learning happens. Taking time to genuinely appreciate how far you've come builds a powerful positive association with studying, which is crucial for long-term success. Advanced listening isn't just about hearing words, it's an active process of constructing meaning. It requires focused attention and the ability to predict what comes next based on context clues. Instead of passively receiving sound, you must engage critically with every segment of speech. These strategies include anticipating shifts in topic and monitoring for subtle changes in tone or emphasis. Remember that sometimes the most important information is conveyed through inference, not explicit statements. Think of listening as detective work, where you are gathering clues rather than just taking notes. When a speaker pauses, don't assume they finished their thought. Instead, use that moment to predict what logical points might follow. This predictive skill keeps your brain engaged and ready for complex information. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The lecture today focused on the concept of cognitive load in professional learning environments. It's crucial that trainees aren't simply overloaded with theory, they need practical application immediately. We observed a significant discrepancy between self-reported knowledge and actual performance during simulations. Therefore, I recommend structuring modules to incorporate short, mandatory breakout sessions every 30 minutes. These breaks allow the brain time to consolidate recent information without losing momentum. Furthermore, using real-world case studies rather than abstract hypotheticals will greatly enhance comprehension and retention rates among participants. Question 1. What is the main problem identified regarding trainee learning? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the discrepancy between self-reported knowledge and actual performance during simulations. This question tests your ability to pinpoint the central conflict. Often, advanced listening passages bury the key finding within descriptive language, so listen for contrasting ideas like discrepancies or however. Question 2. According to the speaker, what is the optimal break structure? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is short, mandatory breakout sessions every 30 minutes. This requires precise listening for specific numbers and recommendations. Don't just hear breaks, capture the timing recommendation because that is the core actionable data point. Question 3. What type of learning material does the speaker suggest using to improve comprehension? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is real-world case studies rather than abstract hypotheticals. This tests your ability to distinguish between general suggestions and specific recommendations. The phrase rather than is a major indicator that a contrast or preferred method is coming up. Here are 5 examples. It's crucial that means it is essential or vital. Use this when making a strong recommendation. When you hear crucial, the speaker is elevating the importance of the following statement. It signals that the information coming next is a core takeaway point for you to remember. Significant discrepancy. A notable difference or inconsistency between two things. This phrase is common in academic reports. It alerts you that the speaker is about to compare two variables that do not align perfectly, which is often where the main argument lies. Without losing momentum, maintaining pace or energy, continuing smoothly. This type of idiomatic phrase relates to process management. It helps you understand that the goal isn't just rest, but effective rest that keeps productivity high. Enhance comprehension, to improve or deepen understanding. Instead of simply saying help you understand, using enhanced signals a more formal academic context. This is vocabulary that will elevate your own speaking and writing. Abstract hypotheticals. Theoretical scenarios that are not based on reality. This phrase helped you categorize the type of example being given. If they contrast this with real-world case studies, you know exactly what kind of evidence is preferred. Listen again and fill in the missing words. It is crucial that trainees aren't simply blank with theory. They need practical application. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is overloaded. The verb overload here describes an excessive amount of input. When you hear a warning about too much information, training your ear to catch the root word will help you grasp the meaning quickly. A significant blank was observed between self-reported knowledge and actual performance. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is discrepancy. This noun is used for inconsistencies. If a passage mentions two things that don't match, pay close attention to nouns like gap, variance, or discrepancy. These breaks allow the brain time to blank recent information without losing momentum. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is consolidate. Consolidating means making something stronger or more stable. In learning, it refers to the process of moving short-term memories into longer-term storage. Using real-world case studies will greatly blank comprehension and retention rates. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is enhance. To enhance means to improve quality or value. This word is key for describing how a method improves the learning outcome, making it perfect for summarizing findings. Here are 4 ways to practice. Shadowing technique. Immediately repeat what you hear, mimicking pronunciation and rhythm. Shadowing is highly effective because it forces your mouth muscles to keep up with native speed. It bridges the gap between understanding speech and physically producing it. Targeted dictation. Listen for specific phrases or vocabulary, writing them down word for word. This technique builds auditory accuracy. Instead of transcribing everything, pick a challenging phrase like cognitive load and drill that one until it feels automatic. Pre-reading prediction. Skim the topic or article title before listening to guess key vocabulary. Never listen with zero context. By predicting the general theme, you prime your brain for related vocabulary and structures, making the actual input much easier to process. Summarizing in your head. After a paragraph, pause and internally summarize the main idea before moving on. This is pure active listening. It prevents mental drift where you hear words but don't connect them logically. You are constantly self-testing your comprehension. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Effective communication in a professional setting requires more than just grammatical correctness. It demands clarity and conciseness. When drafting emails or presenting data, always assume your audience is time-poor and highly intelligent. Therefore, the opening lines must immediately state the purpose of your message. Avoid unnecessary jargon unless you are certain everyone understands it. Furthermore, structure complex ideas using bullet points and clear headings to guide the reader's eye. Remember that brevity does not equal simplicity. True professionalism means conveying depth in the fewest possible words. Question 1. What is emphasized as being required for professional communication? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is clarity and conciseness, beyond just grammatical correctness. This question helps you shift focus from a single skill, like grammar, to the overall quality of the interaction. Listen for contrast words like more than or beyond. Question 2. What is the most important action when starting an email or presentation? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is immediately stating the purpose of the message. This tests your ability to identify a crucial, actionable piece of advice. The phrase must immediately state signals this non-negotiable requirement for professional writing. Academic lectures are designed not just to test your comprehension, but also your critical thinking. A distractor is any piece of information presented in the lecture that sounds plausible or even true on its own, but which ultimately contradicts or fails to fully address the core question being asked. Identifying these false answers requires you to listen for implication rather than simply listening the key words. You must determine if the speaker's full intent supports the initial idea you picked up on. This process moves beyond simple note-taking and into active cognitive filtering. Think of a distractor as an excellent decoy. It looks real, but it's designed to throw you off course. Your goal isn't just to capture every word. Your objective is to track the main argument thread. Always keep asking yourself, is this the most important point the speaker wants me to remember? Here are 5 examples. Listen for keyword overload, the too specifics trap. If a speaker uses highly technical or very specific vocabulary to describe an example, take caution. Sometimes they use excessive detail simply to make the point sound authoritative, even if that detail is irrelevant to the main academic conclusion. The generality of the concept usually outweighs the specificity of the supporting fact. Track speaker pivots and transitions. The change point. Speakers rarely stick to one idea. Pay close attention to transitional phrases like however, on the other hand, or what is more important. These markers signal that the speaker is explicitly correcting or refining a previous, possibly misleading, statement. Watch for qualifiers and caveats. The limitation clause. A qualifier limits the scope of an idea. Phrases such as, in most cases, under certain conditions, or generally speaking, are massive clues. They tell you that what was just said is not a universal academic truth, but rather an exception. Identify negation and correction. Direct reversal. The clearest signal of a distractor is direct negation. If the speaker says something and then immediately follows it up with no, wait, or actually, that's incorrect, you must treat the second statement as the definitive answer. Filter for main idea versus supporting detail. Focus priority. Every lecture has a central thesis or core message. When you hear supporting details like names, dates, or secondary examples, mentally assign them a lower priority unless they are explicitly stated as crucial evidence for the main point. The highest level of listening comprehension involves tracking context shifts. This means recognizing when a speaker changes their frame of reference, moving from discussing history to methodology or from causality to consequence. When you detect this shift, mentally pause and re-evaluate the premises they just established. A common distractor is the historical anecdote. While interesting, it might only serve as an illustration of a concept, not the core academic principle itself. Therefore, always ask, does this specific example change the general rule being discussed? If the answer is no, treat that detail as secondary information. Successful listeners don't just follow the path, they map the entire intellectual landscape the speaker draws for them. When you hear a pivot, it's not just a topic change, it's usually an opportunity to clarify the most important takeaway point. Let's compare 4 pairs. General anecdote, example. Core academic principle, rule. The difference between illustration and law. An anecdote is a single story that happened once, while the academic principle is the tested theory that applies universally. Always be skeptical of singular examples. They rarely represent the full scope of human knowledge or scientific law. Immediate description, what? Underlying implication, why? Focusing on cause versus effect. Sometimes a lecturer describes what happened, but the core answer you need relates to why it happened or how it impacts a broader system. Always listen for the causal relationship that links the action to the academic theory. Strong assertions, declarative. Qualified statements, hypothetical. The certainty level. When a speaker uses definitive language, they are making a strong claim. However, the most accurate academic answers often come from qualified statements that acknowledge complexity or multiple variables at play. High-frequency vocabulary. Content relevance idea. Don't over-index on specific words. It is tempting to believe that if you hear a word repeatedly, it must be the answer. Instead, focus your energy on tracking the concept or idea that surrounds that word. The idea itself carries more weight than the specialized terminology used. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-lecture setup. Predict the scope. Before listening, identify 3 key terms or questions you expect to be covered. This directs your focus. Preparing this way doesn't guarantee answers, but it primes your brain to listen for specific relationships between those concepts. If a distractor appears that doesn't connect back to one of your anticipated themes, dismiss it immediately. Active note, taking track relationships. Instead of writing full sentences, use symbols like TAS for causality and CAST for contrast. This system forces you to process the logical structure of the argument as it is spoken. If a speaker contradicts themselves, your symbol tracking will make that reversal visually obvious. Post-lecture review, map the thesis. Immediately write out the main thesis in one single sentence, using only your own words. This step forces you to synthesize all the information and discard the minor details. If you cannot create a clear, overarching thesis statement, it means you may have been misled by too many distractors. Mock practice, transcribe for shifts. Find academic podcasts or lectures and transcribe them specifically, marking every time the speaker changes direction. This structured practice helps you build muscle memory for identifying transitions. You are training your ear to hear the linguistic signals that accompany a shift in thought. Inferential listening is the advanced skill of understanding what is implied but not explicitly stated. It means picking up on the speaker's true meaning, their underlying emotion, or the tone they are conveying through subtle cues. Instead of just processing facts, you are reading between the lines, decoding the subtext of a conversation. This requires paying close attention to word choice, pauses, and changes in volume. Mastering inference moves your listening ability from simply understanding words to truly grasping intent. Think of it like being a detective. The speaker gives you clues, but they don't solve the case for you. You have to connect those scattered pieces of information like tone shifts or hesitation to deduce the overall message. This is crucial because in real-world conversations, people rarely say exactly what they mean. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The gallery attendant smiled politely. "Is there anything I can help you find today?" Mark sighed quietly. "Well, those Roman busts are lovely, naturally. But finding a clear label for the provenance of these pieces?" That was surprisingly difficult. The attendant nodded quickly. Yes. We do have detailed records, but they are kept off-site." Mark shifted his weight. "Of course. I just thought it might be inconveniently managed. It makes appreciating the history feel a bit disorganized, don't you think?" A slight pause followed. "We try our best," the attendant finally replied, sounding much more hesitant than before. Question 1. What does Mark imply about the museum's record-keeping process? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, he implies that the system is inefficient or poorly organized. This question tests inference because Mark never uses negative words. Instead, he framed his criticism using polite language like inconveniently managed. You must interpret his gentle suggestion of disorganization as a complaint about process. Question 2. What is the attendant's true feeling after hearing Mark's comment? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, she feels slightly defensive or uncomfortable. Listen for her change in tone. The initial polite smile gives way to a noticeable pause and a hesitant response, suggesting that Mark hit a nerve. Her words are minimal, but her tone conveys discomfort. Question 3. Why might the speaker have used the phrase naturalies? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, to act as a polite conversational buffer while making an underlying point. The use of filler or intensifier words like naturalies can signal that the speaker is trying to soften a criticism or introduce a sensitive topic. It acts as padding, making what follows sound less confrontational. Here are 5 examples. Surprisingly difficult. Meaning, it was harder than expected. Implied tone, mild disappointment. When someone says something was surprising, they are usually drawing attention to a negative element that they feel should have been obvious or easy to access. I just thought it might be. Meaning, I want to suggest this without being aggressive. Implied tone, tentative criticism. Starting a sentence with, I just thought, is almost always a softening mechanism. It allows the speaker to introduce disagreement or critique while maintaining plausible deniability. A bit disorganized. Meaning, messy, not well planned. Implied tone, dismissive criticism. The use of qualifiers like a bit or slightly often weakens a statement, but in this context, it does not lessen the underlying meaning, it merely makes the critique sound more polite. We try our best. Meaning, we are doing what we can. Implied tone, defensive but apologetic. This phrase is classic defensive language. It acknowledges the mistake while simultaneously signaling that external circumstances or lack of resources were the real blockers, not incompetence. Slightly more hesitant. Meaning, less confident, more uncomfortable than before. Implied tone, increased tension. Paying attention to subtle shifts in vocal delivery like hesitation or a sudden change in pace is often more informative than listening to the actual words used. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The curator explained that the artifacts were moved to a separate storage area because they were too fragile for display, so visitors needed to blank their visit. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is plan. Using plan here is key because it suggests an action required by the listener. It moves beyond simply understanding information. You must infer what action or preparation is necessary based on the limitations mentioned. Mark noticed that despite the attendant's smile, her body language was tense, suggesting she felt quite blank about the conversation. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is uncomfortable. This tests non-verbal listening cues. When a speaker's words contradict their physical mannerisms, you must listen for the deeper meaning that is being communicated through body language. The attendant failed to fully address Mark's concern about organization. She merely offered vague assurances and tried to blank the topic. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is change. Inference here relates to conversational strategy. Changing the topics is a linguistic maneuver used when someone realizes they cannot defend their original position, thus signaling avoidance or defensiveness. Instead of apologizing directly, she instead minimized the issue by saying it was only a slight logistical hurdle which attempts to blank its importance. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is downplay. To downplay means to make something seem less important than it is. Recognizing this rhetorical tactic allows you to understand the true emotional weight of the original problem. Here are 4 ways to practice: active listening and paraphrasing. Don't just hear the words, rephrase them mentally. Ask yourself, what is the speaker really saying? When you actively paraphrase, you force your brain to summarize the core meaning rather than getting stuck on specific vocabulary. This habit trains you to look for the main idea and the underlying emotion, focusing on contrastive pairs. Listen out for contrasting words like but, however, or although. These signal a tone shift or correction of an initial point. These conjunctions are linguistic signposts. They tell you that the speaker is about to pivot, correct themselves, or present opposing evidence. This moment is where most subtle meaning is hidden. Dictation and transcription. Transcribe short audio clips, paying special attention to filler words, like, and changes in pace. Transcribing forces you to slow down and analyze the sound of language. Hesitations and dramatic pauses are often indicators that the speaker is struggling with the truth or formulating a careful response. Shadowing. Repeat what native speakers say immediately after they say it, mimicking their rhythm and tone. This tip improves your auditory muscle memory. By focusing on matching natural intonation rises and falls, you become more attuned to the emotional coloring that accompanies spoken text. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. We must prioritize theoretical advancements in this field, suggested Dr. Chen. The current findings are merely incremental, nothing revolutionary. Professor Diaz leaned forward slightly. With all due respect, I think that approach neglects the practical reality of funding cycles. Theory is wonderful, but if we can't demonstrate immediate, measurable impact on real-world systems, who will even fund it? The department requires concrete data points, not just beautifully constructed models. Failing to acknowledge constraints makes our research sound rather idealistic. Question 1. What does Professor Diaz imply about Dr. Chen's focus? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, he implies that the theoretical approach is impractical or unrealistic given current funding limitations. Professor Diaz uses politeness, with all due respect, to deliver a sharp critique. He doesn't say, "Your theory is useless." He frames it as being idealistic, which carries the same critical weight but sounds more academic. Question 2. What tone does Professor Diaz take when mentioning concrete data points? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a tone of urgency and pragmatism, bordering on skepticism. The shift to demanding tangibles like measurable impacts signals a change from academic discussion to professional accountability. The underlying message is, we need results now, not just ideas. When faced with rapid-fire questions, generalized reading strategies like skimming or scanning are not enough. We need a technique called active filtering. This is the ability to instantly triage information, deciding what detail is essential and discarding everything else that distracts you. Think of your brain as having multiple high-powered filters running at once. Instead of trying to absorb every word, your focus narrows immediately to keywords and transitional phrases that signal an answer or a limitation. This process requires compartmentalizing the information flow so you can maintain speed without sacrificing accuracy. Active filtering is essentially mental triage. It's not about reading faster, it's about thinking smarter while you read. When pressure mounts, our natural tendency is to panic and try to reread everything we just saw. By intentionally practicing active filtering, you train your brain to trust the first few keywords that suggest relevance, allowing you to move on immediately. Here are 4 examples. The primary cause of the disruption was insufficient resource allocation. Focusing on primary cause and insufficient resource allocation. Notice how the student's eyes don't just follow the words. They zero in immediately when they see a core noun phrase like primary cause. The selective reading tells you exactly what kind of information to listen for next. It acts as an immediate mental flag, which led directly to a cascade failure across the entire network. Identifying consequential language directly to and cascade failure. The phrase led directly to is an indicator of causality. In rapid-fire questioning, these connectors are gold mines because they establish cause and effect instantly. They signal that the following piece of information is crucial for answering a wise question. However, preliminary data showed promising results in the beta trial. Recognizing contrasting signals, however. When you see a contrast word like however, it's critical to pause your filtering process for a microsecond. These words signal an unexpected shift or complication, and failing to register that change is often the mistake that leads to a wrong answer. The final recommendation remains cautious until further longitudinal studies are published. Identifying limiting language remains cautious and until. The use of words like remains, cautious, or until often signals a limitation or condition. If you hear this, your job isn't to memorize facts, it's to remember the conditions under which those facts are true. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading a narrative essay, flow. Processing rapid-fire questions, staccato. Focus on continuity versus discrete points. A narrative essay requires you to maintain emotional and thematic flow from sentence to sentence. In comparison, rapid-fire questions force your brain into a staccato mode. You are extracting isolated facts quickly. You must switch from storytelling absorption to bullet point retrieval. Academic definition, single concept. Interview transcript, multiple perspectives. Focus on scope, deep dive versus breadth. When reading a single academic definition, your focus is deep and narrow. You are seeking one perfect understanding. But in an interview transcript, the subject might give 5 conflicting opinions in 10 minutes. Your skill must broaden to track who said what and when. Scanning for names, inferring tone. From what to how. Sometimes the question isn't about a specific date or name. It's about whether the speaker sounded skeptical, enthusiastic, or regretful. This requires moving beyond surface-level keywords and actively listening for subtle shifts in tone and emphasis throughout the passage. Reading to confirm, recall, verification. Reading to adapt strategy, problem solving. From checking known facts to planning unknown ones. If you are simply verifying what you already think you know, your filtering is passive. But if the question requires you to solve a problem using the text, for example, proposing an alternative solution, your reading becomes active and adaptive. Complete the summary using words from the passage. To maintain speed under pressure, candidates must first establish a clear mental framework and identify core concepts. This process requires active one-eyes of information rather than passive absorption. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is filtering. The word filtering is key because it encapsulates the entire strategy we discussed. It implies that you are not taking everything in, you are deliberately selecting only what passes your mental criteria for relevance, which saves massive amounts of cognitive energy. When processing rapid-fire data, pay special attention to linguistic cues like however and, consequently, as these signal a change or important relationship between ideas. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is linguistic. Linguistic here refers specifically to the language markers that transition words. Being aware of these connectors allows you to predict what kind of information is coming next, giving your brain a head start before the speaker even says it. Effective preparation involves simulating high-pressure environments and practicing focused retrieval drills rather than just rereading material. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is retrieval. The difference between rereading and retrieval drilling is monumental. Rereading gives you a false sense of security because the information is right there on the page. Retrieval practice forces your brain to build stronger, faster memory pathways. Remember that speed should always be balanced with accuracy. Never sacrifice careful analysis for the sake of simply moving quickly. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is accuracy. Accuracy is the ultimate goal. Speed is merely a tool to reach it, not an end in itself. If you prioritize going fast and miss one critical detail, like a negation or a qualification, the entire answer becomes incorrect. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-visualization, mental warm-ups. Before the assessment begins, spend time visualizing yourself successfully navigating a rapid Q&A session. Picture specific moments where you will apply active filtering. Visualization is a powerful cognitive tool. It helps bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and actual performance under stress. By rehearsing the feeling of calm focus, you prime your brain to execute that strategy when the real pressure hits. Physical grounding techniques. If you feel overwhelmed or panicky during the test, take a single deep breath and use grounding techniques. This resets your physiological state before you try to read again. Stress triggers a fight or flight response that severely impairs complex thinking skills like active filtering. A controlled breathing exercise immediately signals safety to your nervous system, allowing the prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for advanced thought, to come back online. The pause and verifies habit. After answering a question, resist the urge to rush to the next one. Take half a second to mentally confirm that your answer addresses the exact prompt given. Many students lose points not because they don't know the information, but because they answered an adjacent or related question. This brief pause acts as a crucial quality control checkpoint, ensuring alignment between the query and your response. Simulated environment, timed drills. Practice receiving rapid-fire questions from peers or tutors with extremely tight time limits. Treat these sessions like the real thing to build stamina. You cannot improve endurance without training for it. The goal here is not just content mastery, but conditioning your mind to operate at peak efficiency when resources, time, and focus are scarce. Consistent time drills simulate that scarcity. Following complex arguments requires more than just paying attention to words. You need to listen like a map maker, tracking how the speaker moves from one point of view to the next. The challenge isn't understanding vocabulary, it's maintaining focus through shifts in logic and evidence. Key strategies involve identifying signposting language words that signal a transition or a contrast and building mental frameworks for the information. Always ask yourself, how does this new piece of information relate to what was just said? When you hear a complex monologue, resist the urge to take notes on every single detail. Instead, focus your listening energy on identifying the structural pillars of the argument. Think of yourself as an academic researcher who is organizing the talker's outline in real time. This meta-awareness, knowing how they are building their cases, what distinguishes advanced listeners. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The transition from industrial manufacturing to a service-based economy represents one of the most profound shifts in modern history. Initially, wealth was measured by output by goods produced in factories. However, today, value is increasingly derived from intangible assets like data, knowledge, and human interaction. This shift has fundamentally altered urban planning, leading to the growth of specialized business districts rather than homogeneous factory towns. Consequently, workers are now required to possess emotional intelligence alongside technical skills. Moreover, this reliance on information means that education must constantly adapt. Simply accumulating facts is no longer sufficient. Instead, adaptive critical thinking and cross-disciplinary fluency have become the most valuable commodities in the contemporary market. Question 1. According to the passage, what defines values in a service-based economy? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is intangible assets such as data, knowledge, and human interaction. This question tests your ability to synthesize a definition. You shouldn't just listen for one word. You must capture the scopes of what defines value in this new economic model. This is crucial when speakers use broad generalizations. Question 2. How has the shift in economy impacted urban development? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it led to the growth of specialized business districts rather than homogeneous factory towns. Here, we are tracking a cause and effect relationship. Listen specifically for transition words like consequently or leading to. These signal that the speaker is explaining a physical result based on an abstract change. Question 3. What does the passage suggest about modern educational needs? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they must prioritize adaptive critical thinking and cross-disciplinary fluency. The key takeaway here isn't memorizing a list, but identifying the shift in priority. The speaker explicitly states what is no longer sufficient, which helps you pinpoint the most important concepts. Here are 5 examples. Consequently, used to show a direct result or effect of the previous point, signals a logical consequence. This is one of the most common signpost phrases in academic speech. When you hear consequently, mentally pause and prepare for the speaker to deliver the answer or outcome based on what they just said. It's your signal that the argument is concluding a point. Fundamentally altered indicates a deep and profound change, not just a superficial one. Notice how this phrase elevates the meaning. It tells you that the shift we are discussing isn't minor. It changes the core structure or nature of something entirely. Use this concept when identifying the magnitude of the speaker's claim. Intangible assets refers to non-physical things that have economic value, like data or reputation. This is powerful academic vocabulary. When you hear intangible, think of the contrast. They are stressing that these valuable items cannot be touched or seen, which helps solidify the concept in your mind. Cross-disciplinary fluency. The ability to connect and fluently use knowledge from multiple different academic fields. This phrase captures a modern challenge. It means the speaker isn't just talking about knowing many things. They are talking about connecting those disparate areas of knowledge in practical ways. Commodities. Goods or resources that can be bought and sold. Here, it refers to skills. The word commodities usually relates to physical goods like oil or grain. But here, the speaker uses it metaphorically for skills. Recognizing this figurative use shows a deeper grasp of academic discourse. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The primary challenge is that students often struggle to blank abstract concepts into concrete examples. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is translate. This sentence addresses a common academic difficulty. Translate here doesn't mean language, but moving from theory to practice from the general idea to a specific, usable example. Keep this figurative meaning in mind. To truly grasp the material, they must be able to blank multiple perspectives simultaneously. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is consider. The verb consider means more than just thinking about something. It implies giving equal weight and intellectual space to different viewpoints. When you hear this in a lecture, know that the speaker wants you to weigh pros and cons. Experts suggest adopting a system of visual aids to better blank complex relationships. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is visualize. If the speaker mentions visualization, they are telling you to stop listening solely with your ears and start imagining diagrams or maps in your mind. This is an active way to process difficult information. Therefore, reading deeply requires moving beyond simple skimming and instead blank a synthesis of ideas. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is requiring. The word synthesis is critical in academic writing. It means combining separate parts into a coherent whole. When you read or listen for it, your goal isn't to list facts, but to build the connections between them. Here are 4 ways to practice. Prediction and forecasting. Before the speaker moves on, pause mentally and predict 3 possible next points. This primes your brain for specific vocabulary or argument shifts. Don't wait for the expert to give you a topic. Start forming hypotheses yourself based on the last few minutes of the talk. If they are talking about globalization, predicting topics like cultural impacts or labor law keeps you ready. The power of summarizing mid-passage. After every major point, say 30 to 45 seconds, pause and orally summarize what the speaker just said in your own words. This forces immediate retrieval. This is an unparalleled technique for boosting active listening. By forcing yourself to speak the summary out loud, you move the information from passive hearing into active memory recall, significantly improving retention. Listening for rhetorical devices. Pay attention to humor, vivid examples, or rhetorical questions. These signal where the speaker wants your focus to land. Academics use these devices intentionally. If a speaker tells a really compelling story or uses hyperbole, they are almost certainly building up to their most important conclusion. Treat those dramatic moments as signposts. The signposting checklist. Keep an ear out for phrases like, on the other hand, to reiterate, or in summary. These signal a structural shift. These linguistic cues are your roadmap. When you hear, on the other hand, immediately know that what follows is not agreeing with the previous point. It's a direct counterargument, and you must adjust your mental framework accordingly. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Behavioral economics challenges classical assumptions that people always make purely rational decisions. For instance, studies show that we often fall victim to framing effects, where how information is presented influences our choices, regardless of the actual facts. People are far more likely to buy a product described as having 90% success than one with 10% failure. This bias isn't about intelligence. It's a deeply rooted psychological shortcut. Furthermore, decision-making in groups often suffers from herd mentality. Individuals tend to follow the perceived majority action even when they suspect a better alternative exists. Understanding these cognitive biases allows us not only to make better personal choices, but also to design more ethical public policies. Question 1. What is the core challenge that behavioral economics addresses? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the assumption that human decisions are always purely rational. This question requires you to grasp the thesis of the entire passage. Don't get bogged down in examples. Identify the main argument or foundational premise the speaker is disputing. Question 2. In what way does framing effects influence consumer choices? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it makes people more susceptible to how information is presented rather than just its objective content. Focus on the causality here. The key insight is that the presentation, the frame, overrides the factual reality. This shows a deep understanding of the speaker's warning. Multi-speaker dynamics refer to how conversation flows when more than one person is talking. It involves tracking who speaks, when they speak, and what their relationship is to the ongoing discussion. Instead of just listening for words, you must listen for changes in speaker and tone. This skill requires active attention to conversational cues like pauses or shifts in topic. Mastering this helps you understand the full scope of an interaction, not just isolated statements. Think of multi-speaker dynamics as a conversation's architecture. You aren't just gathering bricks the words, you are mapping the blueprint that shows how those ideas connect and move from one person to the next. This holistic view is key to advanced listening comprehension. Here are 5 examples. Well, she started, if we look at the budget, verbal turn, taking marker. The word well is a conversational placeholder. It signals that the speaker is about to pivot or begin their thought after a pause. Recognizing these markers helps you anticipate the direction of the conversation. No, wait, I disagree. Interruption. Disruptive turn. Interjections like this are powerful because they immediately change the focus and challenge a preceding statement. When you hear an interruption, it means disagreement or urgent clarification is incoming. Long pause followed by so, signaling transition hesitation. A noticeable pause often requires the listener to hold their thoughts and wait for the next segment. The speaker is gathering their ideas, so be prepared for a major shift in direction when they finally start talking. To build on what John said, affirmative continuation. This specific phrase tells you that the current speaker is supporting or expanding upon a previous point. It helps maintain continuity and shows how ideas are building together rather than being separate arguments. Shifting body language tone. Non-verbal cue. Remember that conversation isn't just sound, it includes tone and physical cues. A shift in posture or a change in pitch can signal emotional stress or sudden realization, even if the words remain neutral. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Academic settings, seminars. Understanding who is citing whom or which argument was refuted. In academic discussions, identifying the flow of evidence is critical. If you miss who said what, you lose the entire chain of logic. You need to be able to map out premises and conclusions accurately. Professional meetings. Distinguishing between an opinion, a factual statement, and a proposed action. Professionally, you must know the difference between someone merely venting frustration versus someone offering a concrete solution. Tracking voices helps you filter out noise and find actionable intelligence. Improving empathy. Gaining insight into underlying emotional states or relationship dynamics. Advanced listeners use this skill to understand the subtext, the emotions that aren't spoken aloud. It allows you to grasp the true intent behind a person's words, regardless of their tone. Beyond simply tracking who speaks next, high-level listeners analyze the act role each speaker is playing. Are they the questioner, forcing clarity? Are they the dominator, taking up most of the airtime? Or are they the supporter, validating previous points? Understanding these roles helps you predict what will happen next and where the conversation might be heading. Think of yourself as a literary critic analyzing human behavior. You aren't just listening for information, you are reading the script. By identifying if someone is dominating or questioning, you can anticipate areas of conflict or areas needing more detail. This moves your comprehension from passive reception to active analysis. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active note-taking. Don't write down facts, draw diagrams showing the flow of ideas and who introduced them. When you listen to a debate, try mapping it visually. Use arrows to show how idea A leads to counter idea B, which is then supported by speaker C. This physical act forces your brain to track relationships, not just words. Listen for the pivot point. When a speaker uses transitional phrases like however or on the other hand, prepare for an opposing view. These specific transition signals are massive clues. They don't just start a new topic, they signal a change in perspective, forcing you to recalibrate your understanding of the argument. Shadowing techniques. Listen and immediately try to summarize or paraphrase what you heard before moving on. This is excellent practice for real-time comprehension. It forces you to process information instantly, verifying that you understood the speaker's key takeaway before they could move past it. Watch structured media. Focus on TED Talks or courtroom dramas with clear speakers and structured arguments. These sources are ideal because they contain strong dramatic arcs, meaning the conversation flow is highly intentional. By practicing this skill in controlled settings, you build confidence for unpredictable real-life talks. Listening to English spoken with diverse accents can feel overwhelming at first. It's not just about hearing the words, it's about recognizing the patterns of rhythm and sound that deviate from what we are used to. The key strategy here is active anticipation. Instead of trying to catch every single word, try to predict the next concept or phrase based on the context provided. This mental preparation allows your brain to fill in those phonetic gaps caused by unfamiliar sounds. Remember that listening is a skill, not an innate ability. When you encounter an accent you don't recognize, resist the urge to freeze up. Instead, try focusing solely on the stressed syllables and the emotional tone of the speaker. This technique helps you maintain comprehension even when your ear hasn't mapped those specific sounds before. You're about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Speaking in an international setting, you must adjust to a wide array of English accents. For instance, the difference between Caribbean, Indian, and Australian English is immense. It requires more than just knowing vocabulary, it demands phonetic flexibility. Good global communicators don't get flustered by unfamiliar sounds. They employ active listening strategies, like paraphrasing what they heard immediately to confirm their understanding. This constant verification helps bridge the gap between varied speech patterns and clear comprehension. Remember that sometimes slowing down is necessary for both parties involved. It's more important to be understood than it is to sound perfectly polished. Question 1. According to the passage, what does phonetic flexibilities refer to? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it refers to the ability to adapt your hearing and understanding to various non-standard English sounds. This question targets your ability to infer meaning. The speaker doesn't define the term directly, so you must recognize its function in the context of diverse accents being mentioned. Question 2. What strategy do good global communicators use to confirm understanding? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they paraphrase what they heard immediately. This tests your ability to pick out specific, actionable advice. Pay attention to linking phrases like for instance or like, because the key information often follows those signposts. Question 3. Why is slowing down sometimes necessary? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it is needed for both parties involved during conversations with diverse accents. This requires you to synthesize two pieces of related advice. Notice how the passage frames this as a mutual benefit, not just a suggestion from one person. Here are 5 examples. Diverse accents, meaning many different types of speech patterns. This phrase is central to the whole lesson. Instead of just saying different accents, using diverse accents sounds more academic and professional, elevating your vocabulary immediately. Phonetic flexibility, meaning the mental ability to adjust how you hear and process varied speech sounds. This is a higher-level term that describes how you listen, not just what you hear. When discussing language skills, using this kind of terminology makes your argument sound much more informed. Global communicators, meaning people who communicate across various cultures and international boundaries. This noun phrase helps you pinpoint the subject of conversation, the person capable of handling these diverse challenges. It gives a clear picture of the role we are discussing. Paraphrasing what they heard, meaning restating someone's message in your own words to confirm accuracy. This is not just a listening strategy, it's also an excellent conversational tool. It shows the speaker that you are paying close attention and confirms mutual understanding, which builds rapport. Bridge the gap, meaning to connect two things or solve a difference between them. Idioms are fantastic for sounding natural and fluent. When you hear bridge the gap, think of it as solving a communication problem, making your speech much richer. Listen again and fill in the missing words. If you want to improve your listening skills regarding different accents, you should try to actively blank what is said. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is paraphrase. The word paraphrase here emphasizes active recall. It means immediately rephrasing the meaning in your own words, which forces your brain to process the information deeper than just recognizing sounds. To improve phonetic flexibility, listening to native speakers from various regions is very blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is beneficial. This sentence reinforces vocabulary related to learning. Beneficial is a strong adjective to use when talking about the positive outcomes of language practice. When you hear an unfamiliar sound, don't worry, simply focus on the main idea and try to blank it mentally. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is gist. The word gist means the core or general substance. This is a crucial tip for listening under pressure. If you miss details, aim to grasp the overall message instead. Remember that consistent practice will help your ear become more blank to unusual speech patterns. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is accustomed. Using accustomed shows familiarity with a concept. This word choice suggests that regular exposure leads not just to knowledge, but to comfort and natural ability. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active listening. Don't just wait for your turn to speak. Focus on the speaker's intent and tone, not just their words. Active listening is about being mentally present. Instead of preparing your reply while they talk, focus 100% on absorbing their message. The emotional context is often as important as the facts. Listen to short passages and write down exactly what you hear, including punctuation. This owns your spelling and phonetic accuracy. This technique links listening directly with writing. It forces you to pay attention to subtle sounds like versus is, which are often missed when just reading. Shadowing. Listen to a native speaker and immediately repeat what they say, mimicking their rhythm, intonation, and speed. This trains your mouth muscles and your ears simultaneously. It's not enough to understand the sound. You must be able to reproduce its music the flow of spoken English. Immersion media. Watch films or podcasts from various countries with captions turned off, forcing you to rely solely on your auditory skills. The key here is no safety net. Turning off subtitles forces a higher level of engagement. Try seeking out content specifically featuring multilingual dialogue. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. In professional meetings, you might encounter highly specialized jargon from different regional accents. For example, a financial report delivered with strong Scottish accents requires focused attention on industry-specific terminology. Effective professionals quickly filter out the accent variations and zero in on the core data points. They learn to interpret technical vocabulary regardless of how it is pronounced. This skill allows them to facilitate clear decisions, ensuring that no critical piece of information is lost due to phonetic differences. It's less about mastering every single dialect and more about achieving clarity under pressure. Question 1. What does the passage suggest is required when dealing with specialized jargon? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to filter out accent variations and focus intensely on core data points, regardless of pronunciation. This question tests your understanding of conditional skill. It tells us that in a professional setting, mere comprehension isn't enough. You need the ability to process complex information under challenging acoustic conditions. Question 2. What is the ultimate goal of developing this listening skill? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to facilitate clear decisions and ensure no critical information is lost due to phonetic differences. The passage frames this skill as having a high-stakes outcome. By linking the skill back to facilitating clear decisions, you understand its practical value in real-world, professional contexts. Listening note-taking is far more than just writing down words. It's about processing and structuring complex information in real time. The biggest challenge is managing cognitive load. You have to listen, understand, write simultaneously. To combat this, we need systems that prioritize structure over mere transcription. Instead of trying to capture every detail, focus on identifying the main arguments, key supporting evidence, and the overall relationship between ideas. Think of your notes like an outline, a clear hierarchy that shows how concepts connect. When you hear information presented in a lecture or meeting, your brain naturally wants to grab everything. The mistake most students make is trying to be stenographers. Remember that good note-taking isn't about quantity, it's about identifying the skeleton of the conversation, the thesis statements, and the major supporting pillars. This skill requires training you to listen for patterns. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Good project planning relies heavily on establishing clear milestones and resource allocation. First, always define the scope precisely. What are we including? And perhaps more importantly, what are we deliberately excluding? Second, break the overall goal into manageable phases. Instead of viewing it as one massive task, divide it into 3 or 4 distinct stages with measurable outcomes. For example, a software launch isn't just finished. It involves alpha testing, beta deployment, and final market review. Finally, ensure that every team member understands their specific role and deadline to avoid bottlenecks. Consistency in communication is key to keeping these milestones on track. Question 1. According to the passage, what is the first crucial step in effective project planning? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is defining the scope precisely by knowing what is included and excluded. This question tests your ability to identify a sequential process. Notice that while defining goals sounds right, the speaker emphasizes defining the scope, which is a more granular action. You must listen for specific verbs and modifiers like deliberately excluding. Question 2. How should large projects be approached structurally? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is they should be broken down into 3 or 4 distinct, manageable phases. When we talk about structure, the speaker gives a specific number and method, dividing it into manageable phases. This shows you need to listen for quantifiers and structural metaphors like dividing it into. Question 3. What is highlighted as key to maintaining project timelines? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is consistency in team communication, ensuring everyone knows their role and deadline. The conclusion of the passage wraps up with a critical takeaway. This question requires you to synthesize the final point. It's not just about deadlines, but the consistent communications that keeps everyone aligned. Here are 5 examples. Rely heavily on means depend strongly on. Use this when identifying core principles or requirements. When you hear rely heavily on, the speaker is signaling a foundational idea. This phrase helps you categorize information as essential, so you know it needs to be placed at the top of your outline. Deliberately excluding means purposefully leaving something out. It signals boundaries or limitations. This is excellent for structuring notes because it tells you where the conversation draws a line. It's not enough to know what they included. You must note what they actively decided not to include. Manageable phases. Small, achievable stages. Use this when the speaker suggests breaking down a big task. This phrase is key for outlining methodology. It tells you that a massive concept needs to be broken into smaller, bite-sized chunks. Always look out for synonyms like stages or steps. Measurable outcomes. Results that can be quantified or tested, e.g., a specific percentage increase. If the speaker mentions measurable outcomes, your note-taking focus should immediately shift to numbers and benchmarks. These are the concrete data points that define success and are highly valuable in reports. Avoid bottlenecks. To prevent slowdowns or blockages in a process. This is an idiomatic phrase related to workflow. When you hear it, think of the cause of the blockages at communication. Resources? Skills? And write that cause down as your note. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To ensure your notes are structured, always use a clear heading system for each section. This helps you to blank which idea belongs where. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is classify. The word classify is crucial here because it refers to grouping ideas by similarity or category. Simply writing bullet points isn't enough. You need distinct organizational labels like causes, solutions, and impact. When taking notes on a process, use numbered lists for sequence and headings for main subjects. This allows you to blank the overall flow of information. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is track. The verb track suggests monitoring progress or movement from one point to another. In note-taking, this means ensuring that your notes follow a logical path idea. A leads to idea B, make sure that connection is visible. Before the presentation begins, quickly skim the slides and review any provided materials. This process helps you blank key vocabulary. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is anticipate. The verb anticipate is about prediction. By pre-reading, you prime your brain to listen for certain terminology or concepts, which drastically improves your accuracy when the speaker uses those words. If a concept seems too large and overwhelming, remember the strategy of using subheadings to blank it into smaller parts. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is break down. This phrase, break down, is fundamental to analysis. When you hear a huge topic like global economics, your immediate thought should be, how can I break this down? Into regional impacts, for example, here are 4 ways to practice. Previewing and skimming. Before listening, quickly look at the title, headings, and any visuals. This gives your brain a framework to hang new information on. Never start listening with a completely blank slate. Previewing is like giving your mind an empty folder labeled Project Management. When the speaker talks about milestones, you already have a spot prepared in that mental folder. The outline method. Use Roman numerals for main topics, capital letters for subpoints, and numbers for details. This enforces hierarchy. This structure is your best friend when taking notes from academic sources or lectures. It visually represents the importance of information. The Roman numeral concept is always more important than the number underneath it. Mind mapping. Instead of linear lists, draw a central topic and branch out with related concepts. This works well for complex relationships. When you are listening to something that is highly interconnected like cause and effect chains or historical influencessa, mind map forces you to see those connections visually, which improves recall later. Summarizing in chunks. After every 3,060 seconds of listening, pause and briefly summarize what was said aloud. This confirms understanding immediately. This is the ultimate check for accuracy. If you can't articulate a quick summary of the last minute of speech, it means your note-taking system needs to slow down or adjust its structure. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Understanding context is vital for accurate note-taking. It helps you distinguish between a core idea and merely an example. For instance, if the speaker discusses the impact of climate change, the main point isn't just that temperatures are rising. That's an example. The true concept might be the resulting shift in global agricultural cycles. You must constantly ask yourself, what is the general rule being stated? Is this a specific case study, or is it the overarching principle at play? By focusing on the why and the so what, you elevate your notes from mere facts to insightful analyses. Question 1. What structural element does the passage advise listeners to focus on to improve note accuracy? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is distinguishing between a core idea, the general rule, and specific examples or case studies. This question tests your understanding of conceptual hierarchy. The speaker is teaching you to move beyond surface-level facts and instead identify the abstract principle that those facts are illustrating. Question 2. What 2 key questions should a student ask themselves while taking notes? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, what is the general rule being stated, and what is the overarching principle at play? The passage emphasizes developing a metacognitive skill thinking about how you think. By internalizing those guiding questions, you train your brain to automatically structure incoming information according to importance. Signposting refers to the verbal cues you use to guide your audience through complex information. It's like a roadmap for your presentation. Effective signposts tell listeners exactly where you are, where you have been, and where you are going next. We categorize these into 3 areas: introducing topics, structuring arguments, and concluding sections. By mastering them, you build trust with your audience immediately. Think of academic speaking as a journey. Signposting is the signage along the way. If you neglect it, your listener gets lost in your data or theory. Using phrases like moving on to or to summarize this point provides necessary intellectual scaffolding for everyone present. Here are 5 examples. To frame this argument, we must first consider the historical context. Topic introduction. This phrase is excellent because it doesn't just state a new topic, it emphasizes that the previous discussion was incomplete without considering history. It shows depth of thought and organization. Furthermore, empirical evidence suggests an inverse correlation. Adding supporting data. Using furthermore is much stronger than just saying and. It signals that this new piece of data is additive and strengthens the current point we are discussing. Having established these premises, I propose a novel model. Transitioning to thesis. This structure works wonderfully because it summarizes everything you just said, having established, before delivering your main point. It makes your thesis sound like the logical culmination of your research. In contrast to these findings, previous studies overlooked introducing counter-argument. Starting with in contrast immediately signals a shift in perspective. This is crucial for academic talks where you must show mastery of existing literature. Therefore, the primary takeaway from this research is concluding summary. This provides a definitive and powerful close to a section or the entire talk. It leaves the audience with one single actionable idea rather than multiple points. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Building credibility through structure. A clear structure makes you sound authoritative and knowledgeable. When your talk flows logically, the audience trusts your expertise more. They assume that if your presentation is organized, your research must be solid as well. Managing cognitive load. Listeners cannot track multiple complex ideas simultaneously. Academic talks are dense. They overload the listener's working memory. Signposting acts like a pause button, giving the audience time to process complicated concepts. Guiding Q&A sessions. Explicitly stating your scope helps direct future questions. By telling the audience what you did cover and what you didn't, you preemptively manage expectations. This prevents vague or off-topic questions during the highly stressful Q&A period. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Too assertive, my research shows X. Appropriately hedged, the data strongly suggests that X is the case. In academia, outright certainty can sometimes be interpreted as lack of nuance. Using phrases like suggests or indicates shows scholarly caution and intellectual humility. Too informal, blunt, so basically the theory is wrong. Formally challenging, our findings challenge the established theory by demonstrating that never dismiss existing work too casually. You must always acknowledge the current academic consensus before presenting your critique, making your argument respectful yet disruptive. Minimizing scope. This is just a quick look at it. Setting future boundaries. While this presentation offers an initial overview, future work will delve deeper into. Do not downplay your own achievement. Instead of saying it's just a quick look, frame it as an initial step towards a much larger body of work. Here are 4 ways to practice. The signpost sandwich drill. Practice summarizing the preceding point and previewing the next point before discussing the main idea. This is a physical drill. Mentally sandwich every major section. This forces you to slow down and articulate your structure, transforming natural speech into precise academic discourse. The contrarian rebuttal drill. Take 3 popular ideas and practice presenting a counter-argument using sophisticated transitions. This drill trains you to handle intellectual opposition smoothly. You must use hedging language while maintaining confidence, which is key for advanced speakers. The time constraint outline. Give yourself a strict time limit for each section, e.g., exactly 3 minutes, and adhere to it rigorously. Time management is often the hardest part of academic talk. Practicing under artificial constraints forces you to be highly selective with your content, keeping only the most impactful points. Recording and analyzing tone. Record yourself giving a practice talk. Then listen specifically for areas where your tone drops or becomes overly defensive. It is essential to self-critique how you sound, not just what you say. Pay attention to filler words, sudden shifts in volume, and monotone sections. These betray nerves. Attention drift is a natural cognitive process. It's when our focus wanders away from the material. To combat this, we need to move beyond simple listening and adopt deep engagement skills. This strategy involves actively predicting what the speaker will say next, rather than just passively receiving information. When you encounter unfamiliar terminology, pause momentarily in your mind and try to define it using context clues. By doing this, you force your brain into a continuous cycle of prediction and verification. This rigorous process keeps your mental faculties highly engaged throughout the entire passage. The key difference between surface listening and deep engagement is that one requires retention while the other demands interaction. Think of it like being a detective. Instead of just recording what you hear, you are constantly forming hypotheses about who said it and why they said it. This predictive element significantly boosts your focus. Here are 4 examples. Studies show that focused attention can be maintained for varying periods depending on the complexity of the task. Identifying the core controlling idea, topic sentence. Notice how this sentence acts as a powerful topic sentence. Always look for these structural anchors because they represent the author's main point. And knowing it early allows you to filter out secondary details that might cause your attention to drift. For instance, tasks involving complex problem solving required a sustained cognitive load. Recognizing transitional phrases, e.g., for instance. Transitional phrases are signposts. They tell you how the author is moving from one idea to the next. When preparing for a lecture, anticipating these transitions allows your mind to follow the logical path rather than getting lost between different concepts. Furthermore, research suggests that incorporating movement breaks can significantly improve long-term concentration. Identify supporting evidence and recommendations. This detail moves from theory to practical advice. When you see a word like furthermore or suggests, Your job is to capture the actionable takeaway, the recommendation, because that is often the most important piece of information. Therefore, integrating mindfulness exercises into daily routines may optimize these benefits. Recognizing a conclusion or summary statement, signal word, therefore. The concluding sentence summarizes the entire passage. Always pay close attention to signal words like therefore, in conclusion, or overall. These are goldmines for quickly grasping the ultimate takeaway without having to recall every single detail. Let's compare 4 pairs. Listening to a narrative story, informal. Reading an academic thesis statement, formal. Emotional versus logical focus. A narrative story relies heavily on emotional context and tone, so your focus is often directed toward character motivation. Conversely, the thesis statement requires you to ignore emotion entirely and zero in solely on logical structure and argument boundaries. Skimming for main idea, speed. Deep listening for nuance, pacing. Breadth versus depth of processing. When skimming, you are building a mental map quickly. You don't stop to verify small details. But when deep listening for nuance, you must pause repeatedly to identify subtle shifts in meaning or tone that could change the entire message. Listening to a debate, multiple voices. Reading an expert interview, single voice. Tracking dialogue versus tracking argument flow. In a debate, your focus is split across multiple viewpoints and rebuttals. In contrast, the expert interview allows you to maintain intense concentration on one person's thought process, which simplifies tracking the main line of argument. Identifying key vocabulary, specific words. Summarizing an entire section, synthesis. Recall versus rephrasing. Vocabulary tasks test your ability to recognize a specific term, requiring pure recall. Summarizing requires synthesis. You must take several pieces of information and rephrase them into one cohesive idea in your own words. Complete the summary using words from the passage. To combat attention drift, effective learners should utilize active prediction techniques when listening to academic material. This process helps maintain a high level of mental SIE. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is engagement. Remember that the core goal isn't just hearing words, it is maintaining cognitive engagement. By anticipating what comes next, you are essentially keeping your brain busy, which is exactly how we keep attention drift at bay. When analyzing a passage, pay close attention to signal phrases such as therefore or consequently because they introduce key ISSS. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is conclusions. Signal words are crucial structural markers. If you can spot the author's signposting language, the transition from evidence to conclusion, you know exactly where the most important argument is located. Moving beyond surface-level comprehension requires that we practice synthesizing information, meaning we must be able to assire. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is rephrase. Synthesis means combining ideas. It's the difference between merely listing facts and creating a cohesive paragraph that explains the relationship between those facts. Always practice summarizing in your own unique voice. Furthermore, incorporating short physical movement breaks can help to refresh cognitive function and improve overall eye. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is concentration. Learning is not solely mental, it involves the whole body. If you feel your focus slipping, take a moment to stand up or stretch. This brief physical break actually helps reset your brain's ability to concentrate when you sit back down. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading, previewing the material. Before listening or reading, quickly scan headings and bolded text to anticipate topics. Don't dive straight into the content. Spend 30 seconds just surveying the landscape, the titles, subheadings, and images. This simple step builds a mental framework, giving your brain something concrete to anchor its attention to while listening. The why questioning method. For every major statement you hear or read, mentally ask yourself, why is this true? Or why does the speaker think that? Asking why shifts your role from passive receiver to active investigator. This forces critical thinking and greatly reduces drift because you are constantly trying to map out the causal relationships between ideas presented. Mental mapping and chunking. Break complex information into smaller, manageable groups of 3 or 4 related points. Our brains can only hold so much working memory at one time. By chunking large amounts of data, for example, grouping all the causes together, then all the effects together you prevent cognitive overload and make the material feel less overwhelming. Self-correction prompts. If you realize your mind has wandered, do not panic. Simply repeat the last key word or phrase you heard. Recognizing that attention drift is normal is the first step. The second is self-correction. When you catch yourself drifting, gently pulling your focus back to a single keyword acts like a mental reset button, allowing you to seamlessly rejoin the flow of information. Listening for specific vocabulary means more than simply recognizing a word. It requires activating your existing knowledge base and deducing the precise meaning based on surrounding words and phrases. This process is called lexical recognition in context, and it's essential because many advanced English words have multiple meanings, or polysemy. Instead of listening for just the definition, you must listen for how the speaker uses that word to paint a clear picture. Mastering this skill transforms your listening from passive hearing into active linguistic detective work. The biggest mistake learners make is trying to translate every single word they hear immediately. Instead, train yourself to anticipate. By focusing on the surrounding context first, you give your brain enough information to narrow down the potential meanings of that tricky vocabulary item. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The research team needs to refine its initial hypothesis before submitting it. Currently, the scope is too broad and lacks sufficient focus on measurable variables. We must pivot towards a more granular analysis of user behavior. Specifically, I suggest we integrate ethnographic data. The qualitative observations, though, complement the quantitative metrics we already possess. This will help us pinpoint genuine correlations rather than just surface-level trends. Furthermore, the methodology needs to be rigorously vetted by an external panel. Relying solely on internal assumptions carries significant risk. If we can establish a clearer causal link between A and B using this deeper dataset, our proposal will gain substantial credibility with the funding committee. Question 1. What specific action does the speaker suggest to improve the research scope? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they suggest integrating ethnographic data, qualitative observations. This question tests your ability to filter out general statements and pinpoint a concrete, specialized solution. When you hear phrases like complement or integrate, remember that they are suggesting combination, not replacement. Question 2. Why is the speaker concerned about relying solely on internal assumptions? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, because it carries significant risk and lacks external validation. The key phrase here is significant risk. Listen carefully for adjectives that modify nouns, as they often carry the most critical information regarding potential pitfalls or limitations. Question 3. What does the speaker hope to achieve by establishing a clearer causal link? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to gain substantial credibility with the funding committee. This requires you to identify the ultimate goal, or the why. Often in academic discourse, the conclusion is tied directly back to the initial problem statement in this case. Gaining approval. Here are 5 examples. Refine its initial hypothesis. To make it clearer or more precise. Don't just change it, improve the detail. When a speaker asks you to refine, they are implying that something is already good but needs polish. Think of it like editing a first draft. You are tightening the argument, not starting over. Granular analysis. A very detailed or fine-grained level of examination. If something is described as granular, Visualize it like sand. It means the analysis must be broken down into tiny, manageable components. It suggests depth over breadth. Ethnographic data. Qualitative information gathered through observation of people in their natural environment. Unlike numbers, quantitative data, ethnographic data tells you why someone behaves a certain way. It's the human story behind the chart data, which is why it's so valuable. Measurable variables. Factors that can be quantified or assigned a number. This phrase immediately directs you to objective data. If you can put a percentage or a count next to it, it's likely a measurable variable. This is the opposite of subjective opinion. Causal link. A definite and verifiable relationship showing that one thing causes another. The word causal suggests cause and effect. When you hear this phrase in a scientific setting, the speaker is moving beyond mere correlation. They are making a strong claim about direct influence. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The committee advised that we first need to test our assumptions before presenting them. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is refine. We often default to general verbs, but refine carries a much more academic weight here. It implies taking an existing idea and making it stronger through careful revision. To understand the users better, we must implement a R study that observes them in their daily routine. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is ethnographic. Remember this modifier ethnographic. It immediately signals that the speaker is talking about culture and behavior, not just recorded metrics. It's a specialized term you need to catch. Our current report focuses too much on anecdotes. We need more variables. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is measurable. This contrast between anecdotes and measurable variables is key. It highlights the difference between compelling stories and statistically valid proof. The goal is not just to find a correlation, but to establish a firmer link. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is causal. This final blank tests your ability to grasp scientific certainty. You are moving from maybe related to definitely caused by, which requires strong evidence. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-listening prediction. What information is most likely to be discussed? This primes your vocabulary. This technique tricks your brain into being ready for specific types of words. Instead of waiting for every word to make sense, you are already anticipating where the specialized vocabulary will land. King speech. Don't try to process the entire message at once. Break the audio into 3 or 4 second segments and focus intensely on those small chunks. Listening is a processing skill, not just an intake skill. By chunking, you give yourself micro pauses to process difficult vocabulary items before moving on to the next idea. Inferring meaning. If you miss a word or don't know a specific term, do not panic. Use the surrounding context to guess what the speaker meant. This is critical for fluency. Advanced listening often involves educated guessing. If one key vocabulary word is opaque, but the rest of the sentence makes sense, you can usually deduce the intended meaning and keep the main thread of comprehension intact. Post-listening summary. After hearing a passage, immediately summarize the core ideas aloud or in writing. This forces your brain to retrieve and organize the vocabulary used. Summarizing solidifies learning because it moves you from passive reception to active production. You are essentially proving to yourself that you truly understood the specialized language that was just presented. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. To finalize the Q3 rollout, we need to solidify our market penetration strategy. Our primary competitors are currently underestimating the demand for sustainable tech solutions. We must pivot away from just selling products and instead focus on offering integrated service packages. This will significantly boost our perceived value and establish us as thought leaders in the sector. Furthermore, we should allocate resources towards streamlining our supply chain logistics to mitigate potential bottlenecks. If we can demonstrate a robust operational framework combined with superior localized customer support, we will be perfectly positioned for rapid scaling next year. Question 1. What is the speaker's core strategic shift recommendation? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to move from selling only products to offering integrated service packages. The key vocabulary here is pivot. It means making a major, deliberate change of direction. Recognizing this kind of high-level business jargon shows you are listening for strategy rather than just details. Question 2. Why should the company focus on streamlining its supply chain? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to mitigate potential bottlenecks and ensure robust operations. Operational vocabulary like mitigates, to lessen severity, and bottlenecks are crucial in a business context. Listening for these specialized terms helps you understand risk management within an industry. Simulated timed listening tests are challenging because they demand sustained focus under pressure. It's not just about understanding words, it's about maintaining concentration over an extended period while processing complex information. Our key strategy must be active, chunking, mentally breaking the long passage into smaller, manageable segments to prevent cognitive overload. Another vital technique is prediction. As soon as you hear a topic or phrase, predict what comes next. This shifts your listening from passive reception to active anticipation, allowing your brain to stay engaged even if a word is unclear. Finally, remember that pacing is everything. Don't panic if you miss one detail. Keep moving forward. The most common mistake students make in these simulations is trying to memorize every single piece of data, which leads to burnout. Instead, view the passage as a narrative arc. What is the main idea of this section, and how does it lead into the next? By focusing on structure rather than isolated facts, you manage your energy much more effectively. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The purpose of timed listening practice is to build stamina and confidence in high-pressure academic settings. Many test takers underestimate how quickly the pace accelerates once the simulation begins. To manage this, we recommend adopting a two-part strategy. First, listen for the general idea or main argument. Second, take quick notes, focusing only on key names, dates, and numerical data points that support the core claims. Remember to pay attention to transitions. Phrases like however or in addition signal shifts in thought, which are often crucial for understanding complex arguments. Furthermore, practice should simulate real-world conditions. This means using appropriate materials, maintaining a consistent time limit, and most importantly, treating every missed question as diagnostic feedback, not failure. Question 1. According to the speaker, what is the recommended two-pass strategy for test takers? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, first listen for the general idea or main argument, and second, take quick notes focusing on key names, dates, and numerical data points. This question tests your ability to follow sequential instructions under pressure. When you hear a list of steps, try repeating them mentally as they are spoken. This dramatically boosts recall accuracy. Question 2. What function do transition words like however or in addition serve in complex arguments? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they signal shifts in thought which are often crucial for understanding the core arguments. These types of inference questions require you to understand the function of language, not just the meaning. Treat transition words as road signs guiding you through the speaker's logic. Question 3. Why does the speaker suggest treating missed questions as diagnostic feedback? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is because it shifts the focus from feeling failure to using the mistake constructively for improvement. This requires listening comprehension on a conceptual level. Don't just listen for facts, listen for advice and underlying philosophy behind the speaker's words. Here are 5 examples. Sustained focus. Maintaining concentration over a long period. Use this when talking about required mental effort. When you hear sustained, think of endurance. It suggests that the activity requires stamina, much like running a marathon rather than just jogging. Not cognitive overload. Meaning, when your brain receives too much information to process fully. This is excellent academic vocabulary. If you are struggling during a test and feel overwhelmed, recognizing that feeling as cognitive overload helps you name the problem and find a solution. Transition words. Meaning, words like however, therefore, that signal shifts between ideas or paragraphs. These are linguistic signposts. Mastering them allows you to predict the speaker's direction change before they even finish their thought. Diagnostic feedback. Meaning, information that helps identify strengths and weaknesses used in testing. Instead of thinking of a test score as a final grade, think of it as diagnostic data. This mindset shift makes failure less daunting because the goal is information gathering. Underestimate how quickly. Meaning, to wrongly assume that something will happen faster than it actually does. This phrase helps you understand common test-taking pitfalls. It advises recognizing the reality of increased speed when the actual exam starts. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To counteract test anxiety, students should learn to blank their physiological responses. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is manage. The verb manage here means handling or controlling. It suggests that managing anxiety is an active skill you must practice, not just something that magically disappears. Instead of panicking when a question is difficult, they should first blank for supporting evidence. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is search. The preposition for tells us the direction of your search. You are actively looking for specific proof within the text to support your answer. Remember that poor time management often leads students to blank critical sections. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is skip. This illustrates a common behavioral consequence in testing skipping questions due to panic. It highlights the need for pacing control throughout the entire exam. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active listening, the why. Why? Don't just listen to the words. Listen for the speaker's intent and purpose. Ask yourself, why is the speaker mentioning this? Before moving on. This technique elevates listening beyond comprehension into critical thinking. You are analyzing rhetoric, the art of persuasion which is vital in academic settings. Dictation practice. Transcribe short passages, focusing not just on words but on connecting sounds and pauses. This strengthens your muscle memory for English pronunciation. Dictation forces you to slow down the information stream artificially, allowing you time to verify grammar and subtle vocabulary usage that might otherwise rush past. Shadowing. Immediately repeat what a native speaker says after hearing it. Mimic their rhythm, intonation, and speed exactly. Shadowing is arguably the single best way to improve fluency and auditory processing. It trains your mouth muscles and ears simultaneously, making you sound more natural. After practice, don't just check answers. Review why you got them wrong. Was it vocabulary, speed, or misunderstanding context? This is the debriefing phase we talked about earlier. The true learning doesn't happen during the test. It happens when you analyze and correct your weak points immediately afterward. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. A common concern among students preparing for high-stakes tests is managing performance anxiety. This stress often causes physical symptoms that disrupt concentration, such as rapid breathing or shallow focus. To combat this, it's vital to implement specific mental and physiological techniques right before the exam begins. Try deep diaphragmatic breathing. Inhale slowly through your nose while counting to 4 and exhale for a count of 6. Additionally, visualizing success can be powerful. Spend 5 minutes imagining yourself calmly reading an unseen passage and accurately recalling details. Remember that preparation isn't just about knowledge acquisition, it's equally about building mental resilience. Question 1. What physical symptoms are often caused by test anxiety? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is rapid breathing or shallow focus. Listen for the direct list of consequences. When a passage mentions causes and effects, make sure you clearly separate those two categories in your mind. Question 2. What is recommended as a mental tool to improve test-taking confidence? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is visualizing, success imagining, calmly reading an unseen passage. This question tests your ability to synthesize advice. The key takeaway isn't just relax, but specific, actionable mental exercises like visualization. Advanced reading skills require moving beyond simply identifying facts or summarizing points. The highest level of comprehension is synthesis, the ability to combine information from multiple sources or disparate sections of one text. When you synthesize, you are not just repeating ideas, you are creating a new understanding that the author may never have explicitly stated. This process involves inferring connections and evaluating the relationship between concepts. Think of it as building a mental model using all the pieces of evidence provided. Synthesis is arguably the most challenging reading skill because it requires you to become an active participant in generating knowledge, not just receiving it. Instead of asking, "What did the author say?" ask yourselves, "What does this information mean when combined with what I already know?" This shift from recall to connection is where true academic understanding begins. Here are 4 examples. The report noted the sudden decline in migratory bird populations last quarter. Crucially, it failed to mention any conservation efforts. Implied meaning, a lack of intervention is linked to the problem's severity. Notice how the text itself doesn't draw a conclusion, it just presents 2 facts, the decline and the omission. By annotating, we infer that the omission is significant because it suggests negligence or oversight in policy. The committee meeting was cancelled with only an hour's notice. No alternative arrangements were provided to the attendees. Inference. The cancellation may have been due to a lack of consensus or urgency. When authors provide logistical details like this, they are often providing emotional context. We infer poor planning or internal conflict because the suddenness and lack of effort suggest underlying issues. While the new policy promises efficiency improvements, early user feedback highlights a steep learning curve for all demographics. Synthesis. Efficiency gains are offset by practical implementation challenges. This sentence sets up a contrast. You can't just read efficiency and stop. You must synthesize it with the negative point about the steep learning curve. The main takeaway is that promise versus reality. Dr. Elena Reyes spent 2 decades researching deep-sea ecosystems before her groundbreaking discovery in bioluminescence. Inference, her current research credibility and expert authority are extremely high. We use prior knowledge here. If the text establishes a long, specialized career, it automatically builds trust with the reader. This is how authors establish expertise, and advanced readers must recognize that rhetorical tactic. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading for main idea. Reading for argument structure. Focus on the core message versus tracking support. If you're looking for the main idea, you are summarizing the what. But if you are mapping the argument structure, your job is to identify the sequence. What premise leads to which evidence, and where does it pivot to a counterargument? It's about tracking the logic flow. Identifying theme. Identifying topic. Theme is abstract, topic is concrete. The difference here is subtle but crucial. The topic might be global warming, which is a physical subject. But the theme, the underlying message about it might be human responsibility. Always look for the deeper, moral or philosophical statement. First, summarizing. Compare it with paraphrasing. Summary is big picture. Paraphrase is detail replacement. A summary reduces scope. It covers many pages in a few sentences. Paraphrasing, however, keeps the same core idea but completely rewrites the sentence structure and vocabulary. Use paraphrasing when you want to incorporate specific ideas without plagiarizing. Identifying tone. Identifying bias. Tone is emotional coloring. Bias is slanted perspective. Bias tells you why the author might be favoring one side, often through selection or omission. Tone tells you how they feel about what they are writing. Are they skeptical? Self-explanatory? Analyzing both helps reveal the true reliability of the source. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Climate change is not merely a natural cycle. It represents a significant human-driven shift in global atmospheric composition. The primary source of concern involves excess greenhouse gases, specifically those released by industrial activities and burning fossil fuels. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is anthropogenic. When blanks require highly specific academic terminology like anthropogenic, you must recognize that the author is elevating the discussion from general conversation to scientific discourse. These words imply a measured, objective approach. Addressing this requires a multi-pronged strategy focusing on technological innovation and mandatory policy shifts globally. Individual action is important, but systemic change demands coordinated efforts across nations and industries. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is systemic. The distinction between individual action and systemic change is key to the author's argument. Systemic implies that the problem needs a structural or institutional solution, not just better individual recycling habits. Furthermore, sustainable energy sources like geothermal and advanced solar power must be prioritized in infrastructure development worldwide. This transition cannot occur quickly enough without substantial governmental investment and deregulation of older, carbon-intensive models. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is deregulation. Identifying words like deregulation requires you to read the context surrounding the term. The author isn't just listing energy types, they are arguing for specific governmental mechanisms to enable that transition. Ultimately, mitigating these risks involves not only reducing emissions, but also fostering global cooperation and developing resilient economies capable of adapting to inevitable environmental shifts. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is mitigating. When a word like mitigating is used, remember that the author isn't just solving the problem, they are discussing how to lessen or soften the impact. Advanced reading means understanding degrees of change rather than absolute fixes. Here are 4 ways to practice. Predictive reading, the journalist's mindset. Based on the introduction, anticipate what techniques or evidence the author will use next. Don't wait for the information to appear on the page, actively predict it. This forces your brain to engage with the material immediately, transforming passive reading into an active prediction exercise that vastly improves retention. Chunking information, mental grouping. Divide long paragraphs or complex arguments into 2 to 3 smaller conceptual units. Process one unit before moving to the next. When faced with dense academic writing, chunking prevents cognitive overload. Treat each paragraph not as a single block of text, but as a mini-argument that needs its own distinct label in your mind. Question-based reading. Before reading, formulate 23 specific questions based on the title and subheadings. Use the passage to answer only those questions. This technique acts like a laser focus for your comprehension. Instead of trying to absorb everything equally, you are strategically hunting for answers, which drastically improves efficiency and depth. Rereading for nuance, the deep dive. After an initial read, circle specific adjectives or adverbs that modify key claims. These often carry the author's true tone. Most people focus only on nouns and verbs. However, the modifiers, the how and the to what extent words share, where authors inject their bias or reveal subtle limitations in their own argument. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The transition to circular economy models presents unprecedented challenges for traditional manufacturing sectors. While the reduction of waste is desirable, implementing true material recapture requires massive infrastructural overhaul and a complete redesign of supply chains. Experts suggest that policy incentives must favor modular design and product longevity over cheap disposability. Furthermore, consumer behavior must shift from ownership towards service access, thereby valuing durability over novelty. Without this integrated approach combining regulation with cultural shifts, many promising initiatives risk remaining isolated pilot projects. Question 1. What is the central challenge outlined in the passage regarding circular economies? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the main challenge is that implementing material recapture requires massive infrastructural and systemic overhauls, making it more complex than simply reducing waste. This question forces synthesis. You cannot answer by pointing to one sentence. You must pull together infrastructural overhaul and redesign of supply chains to define the core obstacle. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means requiring significant change or improvement. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is overhaul. When tackling vocabulary, always check the surrounding context. The phrase massive infrastructural overhaul tells you exactly what the word means. Here it's not just a minor fix, it's a massive reconstruction. Reading skills are not one size fits all. The most effective reader knows exactly what they need to find. Skimming is reading quickly to grasp the general overview or main idea of the text. Think of it like previewing an entire book chapter before diving into details. Scanning, on the other hand, involves moving your eyes rapidly down the page looking for one specific piece of data like a name, date, or keyword. To summarize, skimming covers the what and the why, while scanning finds the precise who or when. It's crucial to remember that these are not opposing skills, they are complementary tools in your reading toolkit. When you approach academic material, asking yourself, do I need the overall argument or a single fact, will immediately tell you whether to skim or scan first. Mastering this choice is what elevates you from a basic reader to an information retrieval specialist. Here are 4 examples. The core premise of quantum entanglement suggests a link between particles regardless of distance. Skimming for the central concept thesis statement. When skimming, you are looking for the topic sentence or the boldest claim. Notice how this first sentence immediately establishes the main idea without giving away supporting evidence. It's a high-level summary of the entire section. The initial research was conducted by Dr. Anya Sharma in 1985. Scanning for specific names and dates, who, when. If your assignment requires you to know who first studied quantum entanglement, skimming will waste time. Instead, your eye must jump quickly until it hits the target paterna name, followed by a date, which is the essence of efficient scanning. Because of these findings, global policy recommendations were revised in 2018. Skimming for cause and effect relationships. Main takeaway. A good skimmer doesn't read every word. They look for transition phrases like because, consequently, or due to. These signal the author's core argument, helping you grasp the logical flow of the passage quickly. The required temperature range is between 20 and 25 degrees Celsius. Scanning for numerical data, specific numbers ranges. When you are searching for quantitative information, a number, a percentage, or a measurement to your focus should narrow to those specific visual anchor points. Don't read the surrounding text. Let your eyes hunt only for that pattern. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming an editorial piece. Scanning a legal contract. Purpose mismatch. Overview versus precision. If you skim a legal contract, you might miss a critical clause because your brain is looking for general meaning. Always use scanning when the stakes involve details, think fine print or medical instructions. Reading an academic abstract, skim. reviewing footnotes and citations, scan. Focus shift, idea versus source. An abstract is meant to be skimmed for the thesis. It summarizes everything. However, if you are tracking which source supports a claim, you must scan those citation clusters specifically. Reading a news magazine article, skim. Retrieving flight times from a schedule board, scan. Context, broad narrative versus fixed data. The flow of a narrative article is unpredictable, requiring broad skimming strokes. Conversely, a timetable or manifest has predictable structures that allow for highly efficient scanning. Reading complex scientific theory, skim. Finding the definition of a key term in a glossary, scan. Goal clarity, understanding versus definition. If your goal is simply to understand what the theory means generally, skim the introduction and conclusion. If you need to know exactly what quantum means, scan the vocabulary section. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Skimming allows you to grasp the passage's overall blank, making it perfect for initial review. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is gist. The word gist refers to the general meaning or core idea. If an author wants you to get the main point quickly, they want you to understand the gist without getting bogged down in subsidiary details. Effective scanning requires knowing exactly what specific blank you are looking for. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is data. We use data here because it is a general term that encompasses facts, figures, and names. The more specific your search parameter, whether it's a date or an acronym, the faster your scanning will be. Reading for the main idea requires focusing on topic sentences and the passage's central blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is argument. The central argument is the author's position, which they are trying to persuade you of. This is what skimming is designed to reveal. It helps you identify whether the article supports a thesis or presents multiple conflicting views. When seeking specific information, always maintain a disciplined search for keywords and blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is patterns. Recognizing patterns like the format of dates, MMCDDYYY, or currency symbols is key to scanning. It turns reading into a visual pattern matching game, allowing your brain to filter out irrelevant text. Here are 4 ways to practice. Time yourself consistently. Set a timer and force yourself to find 5 key points in 3 minutes. This builds speed and discipline. The best way to improve reading speed is through timed, focused practice. Always treat these drills like a simulated test environment. This builds the necessary mental resistance against distraction. Pre-read the source material. Before reading anything new, look at headings, subheadings, and conclusions first. This primes your brain for the information to come. This technique is called pre-reading or surveying. It's like creating a mental map of the text before you even start walking through it, giving your focus points a predictable structure. Use visual anchors. When skimming, physically underline or highlight potential topic sentences to force yourself to see the main idea. Don't rely only on passive comprehension. Engaging your hands by underlining or taking quick notes forces physical interaction with the text, which significantly boosts retention and focus. Vary your reading material. Practice skimming scientific papers one day and articles about arts history the next. This keeps your skills adaptable. A single technique doesn't solve every reading challenge. By exposing yourself to diverse subjects from chemistry to cultural critique, you train your brain to adjust its reading gears instantly. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The shift toward decentralized finance, or DeFi, represents a major overhaul of traditional banking structures. Instead of relying on centralized institutions for trust and transaction validation, DeFi utilizes blockchain technology to create self-contained, transparent networks. This innovative approach allows users global access to lending, borrowing, and trading services without needing intermediaries. However, this autonomy is not without risk. The volatility of cryptocurrencies and regulatory uncertainties remain significant hurdles that must be addressed for mass adoption. Question 1. What is the overall main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, DeFi fundamentally changes banking by using blockchain to remove intermediaries, but it faces challenges regarding risk and regulation. Notice how we didn't get lost in jargon like self-contained networks. We captured the core conflict, massive opportunity countered by significant risks. This is a perfect example of successful skimming. Question 2. According to the text, what specific element allows users access without intermediaries? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is blockchain technology. Here, we ignored all the surrounding descriptive language and zeroed in on the key mechanism. When you need a single factual answer from a dense passage, your eyes should act like radar, searching only for keywords or phrases that answer the question. Paraphrasing is the process of restating someone else's ideas using your own words and structure. It demonstrates that you understand the original text deeply enough to explain it in a new way. In academic writing, this skill prevents plagiarism while also showcasing your advanced command of English grammar and vocabulary. For IELTS preparation, mastering paraphrasing is essential for both Task 1 descriptions and Task 2 introductions. Remember, effective paraphrasing requires two skills: recognizing semantic synonyms and performing structural shifts. When we talk about structural shifts, we are moving beyond simply replacing nouns or verbs with different words. We might change a simple sentence into a dependent clause, or shift the focus from an actor to the action itself using the passive voice. The goal is always to maintain the exact meaning while dramatically altering the linguistic appearance. Here are 4 examples. Original: the rapid growth of renewable energy sources has significantly impacted global carbon emissions. Shifted noun phrase and adverbial clause. Focus on process. Here, we transformed the original sentence by turning rapid growth into a descriptive phrase and shifting the focus to the effect. This technique is useful for breaking up repetitive noun usages in your own writing. Original: because people consume too much plastic, pollution levels are rising dramatically. Structural change: cause-effect reversal, inversion. Instead of starting with the cause and following with because, we inverted the structure. By beginning with a statement about the effect, the rising pollution immediately grabs the reader's attention while conveying the same causal relationship. Original: governments should invest more money in public transportation to reduce traffic congestion. Active to passive voice shift: focus on the action. The original focused on governments doing something. But by using the passive voice, more funds must be directed, we shift the emphasis entirely onto the necessity of the investment itself, which sounds more objective. Original: it is clear that social media platforms contribute to feelings of inadequacy among young adults. Using nominalization and phrasal verbs. Abstracting the concept. Nominalization means turning verbs or adjectives into nouns. Instead of saying platforms make people feel, we use abstract nouns like contribution and feelings. This academic tone is highly valued in formal essay writing. Let's compare 4 pairs. Global warming is a serious issue that must be addressed by all nations. Addressing global warming necessitates urgent action from every nation on Earth. Structural shift and stronger verbs, e.g., necessitates instead of is. The weak version is merely a word swap, which doesn't help your vocabulary score. The strong version rearranges the entire sentence structure while upgrading the verb choice, making it sound much more sophisticated. Many students find that studying late at night makes them tired. The fatigue resulting from late-night study sessions is often reported by students. Nominalization, turning makes, and tired into abstract nouns. Notice how we turned the entire concept, the action of being tired, into a single noun, fatigue. This process, nominalization, is one of the most powerful tools for elevating your academic writing tone. We should recycle more glass and plastic to help protect our environment. To safeguard the natural world, enhancing recycling efforts for materials like glass and plastic must be prioritized. Reordering the sentence, starting with purpose, goal. By starting the sentence with "to safeguard," we immediately establish a sense of urgency and purpose. We also replace simple verbs like protects with more formal academic equivalents. If the government does nothing, the problem will get worse. Should the government fail to intervene, the existing problem is projected to escalate significantly. Using inversion and modal verbs, e.g., should. The use of conditional structures like should X happen is a high-level grammatical technique that immediately signals advanced proficiency. It allows you to make complex predictions in a formal, academic tone. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Synonym swap. The invention of the car changed how people traveled. Strong structural shift. The advent of the automobile fundamentally altered global modes of transportation. Many students stop at merely swapping words, like changing cars to automobile. To move past this, always try to change the grammatical structure, for instance, turning a simple verb phrase into an abstract noun. Weak, vague language. Nowadays, people are using technology too much. Strong formal register and precision. The excessive reliance on modern technology has become prevalent in contemporary society. The weak version is vague, too much, and nowadays are conversational fillers. The strong version replaces these with precise, academic vocabulary like excessive reliance and contemporary society, instantly elevating the tone. Weak, maintaining simple clause structure. Because climate change is bad, we must reduce carbon emissions. Strong, focus shift and nominalization. A reduction in carbon emissions is necessary given the detrimental effects of climate change. The mistake here was keeping the simple cause effect because X, Y structure. By placing the action, the reduction at the beginning and making it a noun phrase, you create a more sophisticated flow that emphasizes the required solution. Here are 4 ways to practice. The synonym bank method. Don't just look up synonyms. Find different parts of speech for the same root word. If you see a verb, think about its corresponding noun or adjective form. When analyzing a text, circle all the key verbs and nouns. Then, force yourself to rewrite those words using their related grammatical forms. For example, if the source uses analyze, try using analysis or analytical. The structural blueprint. When you read a sentence, mentally label its components, subject, verb, object. Then, practice reordering them, e.g., object, subject, verb, while maintaining the meaning. This is an excellent way to train your brain for structural shifts. Always identify who is doing what and to whom before you start rewriting. This prevents you from losing the core relationship between the elements. The thematic paraphrase. After paraphrasing a paragraph, summarize its main theme or argument in one single, complex sentence. This forces you to grasp the content's essence. If you can successfully condense an entire passage into one powerful sentence using high-level English, you have mastered both comprehension and advanced rewording techniques simultaneously. Read aloud for flow. Always read your paraphrase text aloud. If it sounds clumsy or unnatural when spoken, it will sound awkward in an essay. Reading aloud is the ultimate proofreader for natural flow. It helps you catch run-on sentences and overly academic phrasing that might confuse a native reader. Your writing should sound authoritative and effortless. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Modern urban life often leads to high levels of pollution and stress. Many residents rely heavily on private vehicles for their daily commutes. Authorities must therefore improve public transport options and implement policies that discourage car use in city centers. Question 1. What is the core argument presented in this short passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the reliance on private cars causes pollution, requiring governmental policy changes to boost public transit. When answering a paraphrasing prompt, do not quote or change the key vocabulary of the source text. Instead, synthesize the main idea into your own cohesive statement that shows you understand the relationship between these concepts. Question 2. How should you begin this answer to demonstrate high proficiency? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is by restructuring the sentence using a formal introductory phrase or an inversion structure. To score highly, start with a complex grammatical opener, such as "it is undeniable that," or "given the trend of," bomb, which immediately demonstrates your mastery over advanced syntax and elevates the reading experience. Analyzing argumentative structure means going beyond summarizing what the text says. It involves mapping out the core claims, identifying the evidence used to support them, and recognizing any counterclaims or opposing views. A claim is the main point an author wants you to accept as true. Counter-arguments are objections presented by others that challenge that main idea. Understanding this structure allows us to evaluate the writer's overall credibility and strength of reasoning. For IELTS writing, especially Task 2, examiners want to see that you can analyze relationships between ideas, not just list them. High scores require sophisticated evaluation skills. Think of yourself as a detective reading a report. Your job isn't just to record the facts, it's to figure out who is arguing what and how strong their evidence is. When you map these elements, you demonstrate critical thinking, which is exactly what top-scoring essays demand. Here are 4 examples. While some critics argue that remote work diminishes team cohesion, the evidence overwhelmingly suggests that flexibility increases job satisfaction and overall productivity. This shift allows employees to manage personal needs alongside professional duties. Effective because it uses a concession, while some critics argue before presenting its refutation with strong evidence keywords. Notice how this paragraph doesn't ignore the opposition, it acknowledges it first. This technique, known as concessive writing, makes your own rebuttal much more convincing and balanced for the reader. The primary argument hinges on economic necessity, that global supply chains require immediate governmental intervention to prevent widespread shortages. Therefore, subsidies are not merely helpful, they are critical infrastructure support. Clear topic sentence and strong linkage of cause, shortages, to effect, subsidies. This example is powerful because it builds a logical chain from one premise to the next. When you see, therefore, or consequently, take a moment to verify that the conclusion logically follows the stated evidence. Proponents often overlook the long-term environmental cost of fossil fuels, focusing only on short-term energy stability. However, scientific consensus confirms that transitioning to renewable sources is both economically viable and environmentally imperative. Highlights a specific flaw in the opponent's focus, overlook before stating the stronger, scientifically backed claim. This shows analysis by identifying an assumption or a blind spot in the original argument. A strong writer doesn't just disagree, they pinpoint why the opposing view is incomplete. Although investment in public transport faces budgetary resistance, its impact on reducing urban congestion and improving air quality far outweighs the initial capital expenditure. It represents a long-term societal return. Uses comparative language, far outweighs, to quantify the benefit against the cost, making the argument quantifiable. When you can compare costs versus benefits, or short-term gains versus long-term impacts, you are providing deep analysis. This structure moves your essay from simple description to genuine evaluation. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people think that cars are bad for the environment because they create pollution. While vehicular emissions undoubtedly contribute to atmospheric pollutants, focusing solely on this ignores the economic benefits of personal mobility in sprawling suburbs. The strong version uses concession and shifts focus from simple agreement to nuanced evaluation. The weak version is too simplistic, it just states a fact. The improved version, however, adds complexity by acknowledging the opposition while expanding the scope to include economic factors. Online learning is good because students can study from home and save money on travel. The flexibility of online education offers unprecedented access to specialized knowledge. particularly valuable for individuals constrained by geographical location or rigid work schedules. Replaces simple listing good because with sophisticated structure that defines why the benefit is profound, access to knowledge. Strong writing uses precise vocabulary and academic phrasing. Notice how save money on travel becomes constrained by geographical location, elevating the entire tone of the passage. Governments should spend more on green energy because fossil fuels are bad. To mitigate global warming, governmental investment must urgently pivot toward renewable energy infrastructure. This is not only an environmental necessity, but also a source of future economic growth. Elevates the tone by using formal language and framing the solution as both ethical and economically beneficial. A strong argument never presents its solution as just one benefit, it always connects it to multiple positive outcomes. Here, the writer links environmentalism to job creation and economic stability. Some people argue that education is too expensive for poor families. Although educational costs pose a significant barrier for low-income families, viewing knowledge as a fundamental human right mandates greater public investment and subsidized access. Frames the issue as a conflict between economic reality and moral necessity, offering a structural critique of the system. This comparison teaches you to move beyond simply stating an opinion. Instead, articulate it as a tension between two powerful forces, in this case, economics versus human rights. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak. Students often make generalizations by saying that all people feel this way. Strong. It is more accurate to state that a significant proportion of the population believes this, or that many demographics support this view. Never use absolute words like all, never, or always unless you can provide overwhelming proof. These generalizations are easy to disprove and immediately weaken your credibility as a writer. Weak. They claim that because X is expensive, it must be unimportant. Strong. The cost of X does not necessarily dictate its importance. Rather, the value proposition needs thorough analysis in relation to other priorities. This mistake is called faulty reasoning. When you encounter correlation means causation errors, always challenge the link between two ideas and demand a deeper explanation for that causal relationship. Weak. The essay just lists points without showing how one idea affects the next. Strong. By implementing policy A, we can achieve outcome B. Furthermore, this success in B will then enable us to tackle challenge C. Good argumentation is like a logical domino effect. You must use cohesive devices like consequently, furthermore, or thus to explicitly show the chain of dependency between your points. Here are 4 ways to practice. The PEEEE method for body paragraphs. Point, topic, sentence, evidence. Example, explanation, analysis, link back to the main thesis, link back to the main thesis. Remember that explanation is where your unique critical voice must shine. Don't just present a fact, explain why that fact matters in the context of the debate. The thesis statement test. Ensure your thesis does more than state an opinion. It should outline the structure, although X, Y is true because A, B, and C. A powerful thesis acts as a roadmap for both you and the reader. By mapping out 3 specific points in your introduction, you signal to the grader exactly what argumentative path you intend to take. The concession sandwich technique. Structure paragraphs like this. 1. Acknowledge opposition, intro. 2. Refute it, body, bredio, 3. Conclude with reinforced thesis, exit. This structure is highly sophisticated and academic. By sandwiching your primary point between 2 levels of concession, you appear balanced yet firmly biased towards your main claim. Use conceptual language. Instead of simple words, use phrases like underpins the belief that, mandates a re-evaluation of, or is contingent upon. Elevated vocabulary helps elevate your analysis. These academic connectors don't just make you sound smarter, they force your writing into a more formal, evaluative register. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that since most developed nations rely on technology for their economy, massive investment in digital infrastructure is the only way forward. They believe this focus will solve all issues from healthcare to transport. However, others caution that such over-reliance creates new vulnerabilities and ignores fundamental human needs. Question 1. What is the key requirement of analyzing this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is identify the core claim, technology investment, the supporting evidence, solving all issues, and the counter-argument, vulnerabilities, human needs. When answering questions about structure, don't just paraphrase. You must use academic language to label the parts. The primary thesis is, or this viewpoint is directly challenged by a counterclaim regarding. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is establishing balance and nuance by fully articulating both sides of the debate before offering a highly qualified, third-way conclusion. A top-tier essay doesn't pick Team A or Team B. It synthesizes them, arguing that a combination of technology and foundational human needs is required for true progress.